The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Inconceivable moves led to miraculous results at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Players were ready to storm the castle and get back to hunting kings following the rest day. The man in black, Fabiano Caruana, took no prisoners, outdueling his opponent with the black pieces to remain in clear first. The women's leader seemed out for vengeance, with both winning to remain tied at the top of the standings. Looking for the perfect marriage of giant clashes, daring escapes, and phenomenal chess? As you wish. Day 6 of By the Book Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 6 of the U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the St. Louis Chess Club as we are waiting for the players to arrive at the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the games are being played. It's been an incredible event so far, a lot of fighting spirit, a lot of topsy-turvy games. Let's see what today is going to bring. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Past champions are surging towards the top as round 6 is about to begin. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be with you here in the studio, calling the action.
What a fantastic round yesterday. So many decisive games, wow. Tactical end games, wonderful.
Absolutely. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. The 2023 U.S. Championships are in full swing. My goodness. 10 of the 12 games played yesterday were decisive. What will today bring? Well, let's pay attention to our broadcast. Kate, do the honors. Tell us about the standings. Let's begin with the ladies, please.
So let's take a look. The standings after round 5. We have two leaders, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova, who are having a fantastic tournament so far, wow, with 4 points out of 5. Then we have a sole third placer, Irina Krush, with 3.5 points, and a bunch of players with 2.5 points behind.
Real separation. The top there, you see those 3 players. They're looking pole position. And tell us about the open.
In the open section, we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, just cruising through the tournament so far, 4 out of 5. Then we have second placer, Niemann, who is also having a fantastic tournament. Right. Amazing win yesterday, 3.5 points. And then a two-way tie for the third place, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez with 3 points.
And for these national championships, tell us about the format.
The format is 2 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer draw, to agree on draw, so there are real battles on the board. And we have a traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
As we approach the halfway points of the tournaments, tell us about the schedule.
The schedule is very simple. Today we have round 6. The coverage always starts at 1:20 p.m. Center Time, then 2 more rounds and another rest day, then 3 rounds, and if necessary, we will have playoffs on Wednesday, October 18th.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Kate. And Cristian, I tell you, what a round yesterday was. Drill down, tell us more about the leaders. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Absolutely
incredible round yesterday, but I have to say it's all these styles of play that the players are bringing to the table as well that amaze me. I have to say that game between Fabiano and Dariusz a couple of rounds ago, that endgame mastery, just absolutely incredible. And yesterday, that rook takes f7, rook sacrifice of Robson to finally get his first victory. That was really cool to see as well. But let's take a look at our leaders and where they stand and how they got to where they are entering round 6. We're going to start with the ladies section, and of course one of the co-leaders is international master Carissa Ip with a score of 4 points out of 5 possible, and as you can see, unblemished record up to this point. A couple of draws in round 1 and 4, and after that just incredible victories, a couple of them in the King's Indian defense. I have to say she's been spectacular with the black pieces. And let's see where she actually in history won her national championship. And as you can see, in 2021, she took that national title. Second place in 2020. She's bringing a bag of experience at such a young age. But of course, this is a very tight race because the co-leader in the ladies section is Begim Tokhirjonova, also with a score of 4 out of 5. And an identical line score to Carissa Ip. As you can see, one draw in round number 1, and actually the second draw in round 4, it was against Carissa. In rounds 2, 3, and yesterday, just incredible dominating victory for Begim. And let's see what are her best finishes. She only started playing the US Women's Chess Championships a couple of years ago. Actually, 2021 was her first participation, and she took second place behind Carissa. Take a look at that, and there she is. She's getting ready for this very important matchup yesterday against Cervantes. I have to say, she was quite dominant, very good opening play, and very good mastery of the middle game situation as well. And what do we have in the open section? We have a single leader as we are entering round 6. Fabiano Caruana just simply dominating, spectacular chess up to this point, 4 points out of 5. He started off slowly with a couple of draws in rounds 1 and 2, but the hat-trick after that, absolutely spectacular. And what a game yesterday against Andrew Tang. He knew he needed that victory to stay ahead in the standings, because also Hans Niemann is closely behind him. But let's take a look at his best finishes at the US Championship. First place, 2022, he is the defending champion. He also won a national championship in 2016, immediately after switching federations and coming back to the United States. And right now, he's looking for his third national championship. As you can see, he's cool, calm, and collected. He's arriving a couple of minutes before the round. He's been very professional this year, and things have been paying off for him. He's been having a spectacular year, qualified for the candidates, won in 2022 the US Championship, and he's close to 2,800. Once again, guys, he's over 2790 FIDE rating, and that's a very important step for him. I know personally he really wants to touch that 2,800 barrier once again. But I have to say, guys, everybody has been bringing their A game into these national championships. We've had a lot of decisive games, as we can see. We started off slowly with one decisive result apiece in round number 1 in both championships. After that, going all the way to round 5, 10 decisive results out of 12. That was the day after the rest day. You know, they came with renewed energy and renewed will to win their respective games. Just incredible chess up to this point, and I cannot wait to see what these players are going to bring to the table today.
For me, it's Fabi's accuracy as well.
Incredible.
He has the number of mistakes he's made, Kate, very, very small. Tell us about the pairings for today. What can our viewers expect? Let's start with the ladies for round 6.
So we have Eswaran, who scored her first draw in the tournament in the previous round, and she's immediately getting challenged by Ip, the co-leader of the women's section.
Who happens to have a black magic thing going. With the black pieces, Chris has scored a lot.
Then we have Cervantes playing Abhimanyu, Pourkashiyan, challenging another co-leader, Tokhirjonova. Then we have the former US Women's Champion, Paikidze, challenging the current US Junior Girls Champion, Lee.
Who we thought coming in the tournament was a favorite. That's a big matchup.
Then we have another former women's champions, Zatonskih playing Yu, and Yan playing against Krush.
Irina in third place, looking to increase her point totals. And in the open section, pairings there.
Here we have the boss, Caruana, playing Sevian, who has a solid tournament at 50% right now. Then Shankland playing Swiercz. Then we have two very well theoretically prepared players, but who have a very contrasting style. Mishra, who is very young, playing very fast, and Dominguez playing a little slow.
Yeah, but they're somehow suited for one another.
Then we have Aronian playing so. Then we have the two former US junior champions, Xiong playing Niemann. That's going to be another big match of today.
Absolutely.
And then Tang, who suffered a tough loss yesterday against Robson, who had a brilliant game yesterday, winning his first game.
Yeah, that rook takes f7, a masterpiece for the ages. As the play is underway, we're just going to go back to the playing hall as we have a lovely shot there of Begim, one of our tournament co-leaders, up against Atousa with the black pieces. What do we have in
I think that's one e4 in that one, but you mentioned that Sam Sevian is only on 50%, and that was a bit striking to me because he could have easily been on +2.
Exactly.
Let's not forget, he started with a victory and he was completely winning against Hans Niemann. He should have never lost that game.
Right.
Unfortunately for him, he did lose that game, mostly due to time trouble problems that he had.
Yeah.
But I have to say, he's been having a good year. He won the Chess 9LX tournament. That was his first major tournament victory among the elites. And that definitely gave him a boost of confidence. So this game between Fabiano and Sam Sevian is going to be a barn burner as well.
Absolutely. We see e4, e5 in Begim's game, remembering that she defended the black side of a Scotch against Carissa. Knight c6, d4, and we'll see. Just stay with it for just a moment. I don't think we're going to see d4, but will we see Joko Piano or
The Ruy Lopez.
Ruy Lopez? Classical. Ruy Lopez it is. Let's go to Carissa's game. And
that's a bit of a wrinkle, right? Because I remember there was a game between Atousa during their match in the American Cup where Begim played I want to say the Petrov, knight to f6, and she won with the black pieces. So playing two knight c6, allowing the Ruy Lopez is definitely a wrinkle in her repertoire that maybe Atousa was not ready, and that's why she hesitated to play that move, bishop to b5. We're going to have to wait and see who is the better prepared player in that particular matchup.
Yeah, especially if you were preparing for Petrov and you see knight c6. It's a completely different mindset. I wanted to turn our attention to our other co-leader in the women's championship, Carissa. Ashritha. And yesterday I got tasered by Cristian because I've been playing the Perk defense literally my whole life, and this idea that after, for example, hold on, I'm going to do it wrongly, apologies, just bishop f4, knight f6, that this position is so superior for white because nobody played bishop f4. They played bishop g5 against me, they played bishop e3 against me, but bishop f4. In this particular case of today, Carissa did not develop her knight early. She's a fianchetto bishop, f2, f4, a7, a6, and this has been in my repertoire, well, my whole career. And in the Northwest, we would call this the rat as a defense.
And you know, we were talking about Carissa really enjoying King's Indian defense,
right,
which she doesn't get now because the pawn is not on c4, but she has the same or very similar fianchetto bishop d6, so she may be going for very similar plans.
Exactly. But without the pawn on c4, well, it's definitely an Austrian attack with f2, f4. So a7, a6, knight f3, b5 on the board. And this is, it promises to be a double-edged game. I don't know who's going to be the better prepared out of the opening.
Carissa is signaling she is going to fight. She's not going to play anything calm, but she's ready to attack.
Exactly. Do you have any experience with these lines yourself on either side, Kate?
Yes, I do play e4, so I get these lines very often.
Right.
I like it for white.
Okay.
I played it a few times with
You've got the
black,
center,
and I
why
do
not?
feel like it can be sometimes flexible.
Right.
Because you can attack the center with e5, sometimes c5.
Okay.
So white also has to be accurate. Also, the pawn on b5 sometimes can push the knight away and kind of weaken the e4 pawn.
Exactly. Bishop d3, recognizing that b5, b4 is always a constant threat where the pawn on e4 could be under attack. So bishop d3 on the board, bishop b7, and I would expect castles. Theoretically speaking, Cristian, does this line have a good reputation for black, or is white?
It's the modern.
It's the modern.
No,
I don't know. Has it become popular?
There's no way this has a good reputation. Carissa is just trying to imbalance the position. She's playing against her opponent. Her opponent has been struggling
Big time
in this event, Ashritha. So she wants to get her out of the opening early on. She wants to get complicated imbalances positions, and she thinks that she's the more in shape player, but also in general just the better player, and she will be able to outplay her, even if the engine right now is saying that white has a pretty decent advantage, close to 1 point advantage. But let's move on to the open section as well and see what's happening in this big clash between Fabi and Sevian, because we have an English and already maybe a surprise with this move, last move, a b3 from Fabiano. So we got an English opening. Take a look at this. This is very typical. Knight to c3, you don't want to exchange the knights, you want to withdraw on a b6. It looks like a reversed Sicilian, right? Bishop to e7 and now a b3. This is one of the more rare moves in the positions. d3 by far is the main option alongside a3 as well. The ideas are that you want to take space on the queen side, mostly after a3 and b4, and if black tries to stop you with a5, then you're giving away a couple of squares, especially this square on a b5 for my knight potentially to jump there. So a3 is one of the main options, and this b3, I've seen it recently played at the elite level. I don't remember, I'm seeing so many games, I don't remember exactly which one it was, but I've seen it played by one of the strong players, maybe it was Magnus, but definitely with successful results in this one after b3, already creating some difficulties for black, because my idea is pretty clear. I want to go bishop to b2, and I want to put as much pressure on your pawn on e5 as possible, as early as possible as well. So these are the type of situations that black has to deal with. How are you going to stop me from putting a lot of pressure and transferring the knight quickly on c5 as well? This is another idea behind getting the bishop out quickly. Rook to c1, knight to e4, knight to c5. These are the type of maneuvers that we will be looking for in this game. But once again, it seems like Fabi has been very well prepared. Or, what do we see there? We see a few more moves. Okay, we don't have those moves, but we see them on the board. Castle, bishop to b2, and bishop to g4 is what I think we see. Which has been played. Is the second most played move in the position. So I'm expecting both players to still know what they're doing in this one. The other move, the main line in the position, is rook to e8, once again with the aim of supporting the defense of the pawn on e5 after the move bishop to f8. These are the type of plans that we have at our disposals with both colors. But instead of that, bishop to g4 came. Okay. I'm trying to understand what the idea of this move, bishop to g4, because I don't think his bishop takes f3. Just giving me the light square bishop like that, I don't think that's a healthy way of approaching this position. Knight to e4, maybe f6, maybe wants to provoke the move h3 and then go back to e6. I usually see the bishop on e6. That's why I'm a bit puzzled about this decision of getting the bishop out to g4. So Sevian seems to be comfortable with it, probably analyzed it at home. He's not at the board, or at least he wasn't at the board at that particular time. He felt, oh, there we go, we have some more moves. Okay, these players are playing fast. What do we have?
And let me just refresh the board
Yeah,
as
I see
well.
queen on d7, so
I don't
Sevian
have
may
the
be thinking
c1 and the queen on d7.
about trading light square bishops.
I don't have the update on my board.
Me neither. So we're not getting the updates. We will have to look at the cameras
bishop
right
to
now.
g4 to give us a bird's eye view. Like yourself, bishop g4 for me is a bit of a surprise. I am far more familiar with f5 to stop the knight e4, rook c1 business. And the idea is to put the bishop on f6 and keep an eye, a watchful eye over the d4 square. Bishop b2, bishop g4, I'm assuming rook c1.
I think it's rook c1, queen d7.
On the board?
Because this is the main line, actually.
Yes. Okay. And here we have to stop and think. Do we play the move d2, d3 as a prelude to knight e4? Because if I do play the move knight e4, there is always this chance that black is ready to play e5, e4 in the subsequent positions. So should I be prepping that move with d2, d3?
Allowing bishop h3?
Right, that's the question, right?
Knight e4 seems to be the main
The
line.
main move, okay,
Right,
knight e4.
right. And again, I sort of want to see the players just because I have a feeling we are not getting updates and they're probably making moves. Yes, exactly.
By the
as
way,
I expected. The knight is on e4
4 and the bishop is on h3.
is on h3. Yes.
Sorry, do we have this right? Because if I'm in Fabi's shoes, I'm ready to sacrifice the exchange. You know, the old Sicilian. Wait a minute.
We do have it right. Yes, yes. That's the position. Rook to c1, queen d7, knight e4, bishop h3.
So we are being tempted. Kate, what do you think of these apples? Let's have a look, right? First of all, we get a massively important central pawn, the e5 pawn. We've messed up black's queenside structure. We get this imbalance of an exchange for, well, knight and pawn, but great targets for white's knights.
None of this will happen because
Because?
bishop, knight to c5 was played.
Already on the board.
Yes.
This has been played before, though, this exchange sacrifice, right? Because
It
it's
actually
so,
hasn't. No.
Really?
No, not in this particular move order, I guess. And
Am I
specific
overlooking
position.
something?
I'm looking
F5?
at f5 we can do, but then that gives up, yeah, the pawn on
Another
c6
pawn?
and the bishop on e7 is targeted.
No, no. Black doesn't have to do anything drastic
What should he
after
do?
knight takes e5. Just queen e6.
Just queen e6.
Right, right. And
And
this
just
position
chill.
doesn't seem to be like super dominant for white.
Why not?
I can also start with c5, in fact.
C5.
Perhaps trying to
Wow.
give you another pawn to exchange some pieces.
You know, I can resist
know.
everything but temptation. Oh, really? Oh, boy. Okay, C5.
Okay, but they're moving fast.
They
so-
are. Let me just refresh what happened. After bishop g4, rook c1, bishop h3, bishop h3, knight c5 on the board. I'm assuming bishop takes c5.
I think
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
been
you
played.
usually recapture that knight.
Exactly, rook takes c5. Did he take on g2?
I don't know. We're not getting.
The
Move.
So
for-
maybe black can
move
play rook
three.
e8.
No, e5 is being hit
F6.
too
Okay.
many times.
f6.
So we do have the exchange on c5 and then f6. And by the way, there's an exchange on h3 as well. Okay.
Okay, bishop takes h3. So again, this rook takes c6 is always on tap, but now that the e5 pawn is so well defended, doesn't seem to be the way to go.
b4.
Change of directions
Very
because
interesting move.
Still
want to go-
following a game right now, actually.
you want to go queen b3 check. Don't think for a moment that Fabi has blundered his b pawn. He has not.
They're following the game
Instantly
between.
came queen e6.
Players are
Abbasov-
gaining time at this moment.
They're following a game between Abbasov and Safarli from 2014, so quite a long time ago.
Right.
Almost a decade. This is exactly how they played, b4 and queen to e6, which, by the way, came instantaneously
Yes, it did.
by Sam.
Okay, so Sam is basically saying, I'm hitting your a2 pawn. You can go and try to capture my c7 pawn with the move b5. And here I pause because I don't think I want to take on a2 right away. I think I'm going to drop back with the knight, and then we have a
On
a
d8.
variation like this, right? Takes, takes.
b5 is on the board.
And what do you think of this position, Kate? Queen a1, or what would you do here as white?
Yeah,
Bishop is saying,
maybe queen a1. Because
Okay.
if you take that queen, I'm going to recapture with the rook, and the rook is going to be active on the a file.
yeah, I was thinking I was going to drop back with my queen. This way, I defend my pawn on b7 so that I can play knight e6 in the very near future. If I can get, you know what I mean, my piece is coordinated, then the bishop is for the moment, biting on granite, right? Those
Yeah,
two
looking
pawns.
at that pawn chain.
Right. You don't have a good view. What's the theoretical evaluation of the position, Cristian?
There's no theory. There's only one game.
Okay.
That game that I just mentioned, and that actually
fine.
continued like this. Knight to d8, and now not rook takes c7, but rather queen to b1. And I'm wondering if, we know that Fabi met Abasov along the way at the World Cup, and perhaps has analyzed his games, and maybe he drew some inspiration from that after watching this particular game. Both players seem to know what they're doing. Sam is making his moves instantaneously. Fabi is kind of trying to decide. Maybe he has some other ideas. Queen to b1, once again, was the move played, not taking on c7. If you do take on c7, queen takes a2, and it seems like black is doing more than fine in the position. In fact, slightly better at this point. Queen to a1 or queen to b1, things of that nature. But after queen to a1, I don't even have to exchange the queens. I can just simply go back to d5. And now in the absence of the light square bishop,
the queen is well placed.
Beautifully placed, centrally placed on d5. This knight will be landing on e6. I'm looking at the position. I don't see any problems for black in this particular iteration. So this is what we have. Fabi has the opportunity to defend this pawn on a2 and not exchange it. And to be honest, it makes a lot of sense, right? You don't want to exchange these pawns because the pawn on a2 is not necessarily a weakness. It can also be an asset if you start pushing it with a4, a5 later on in the endgame. The pawn on c7, a backwards pawn, is kind of a liability for the moment. Like, the only way that pawn is going to be a good pawn is if it gets exchanged via c6, right? So this is how I'm looking at the position. I'm saying queen b1, queen c2 is an idea as well. And perhaps the idea of queen to c2 is that if you take, I can start with rook to a1, and now you don't have queen to d5. You have to go either to e6 or to f7, where he's going to get hit by rook takes c7. A lot of moving targets in the position. I'm curious to see what Fabi has in store for us.
Absolutely. I'd like to turn our attention to the game of Hans Niemann for just a moment. Hans, again, coming into
Queen c2
today's
is the move.
Yeah, on the board.
Yeah.
Hans, coming in today's round in clear second place. He's had a roller coaster ride getting here, but it's been a successful one. And check this out. I mean, this has been, I've called this the Scotch ending for a long, long time. And I would dare tell you that there have been thousands of games literally from this. Can I describe it as a starting position? Because this seems to have been played so often. Well, a bit of a surprise for me. Bishop Hans, with the black pieces, is making a gambit of it with the move bishop g4. Of course, I understand that I don't like playing weakening moves like f2, f3, but it does come with a tempo, and I do indeed want your bishop to go somewhere. You can go back if you like. I'll take, and yes, maybe my best move would be to play f3, f2, but in the meanwhile, I do have a pawn in hand, and well,
but
Hans
I
will have to
remember,
prove it.
I believe during US Junior Championships, one of the juniors were saying that bishop g4 is the most accurate move in this position right now.
Probably Mishra.
Right, that provides black with more kind of choices or easier ways to equalize than the recapture on d5.
Yep, modern engines, and look what they're doing. I wanted to turn our attention back to the ladies for a moment in the game of Carissa Yip.
Things got complicated there.
Well, can you say blowed up? The position blowed up. So when we left it, we had just left it at this position, bishop b7. It's funny, when I'm wide in these positions, I love to play the move a4. I really do. And then after b4, I say, well, where are you going? So one of the things I like to do as white is queen e2. The idea is just to defend the pawn, but literally make a move. I'm not saying this is a good move, but the whole idea behind queen e2 is, in a funny way, to give the knight a square so that it will hop out to f2 and then d5. So I like queen e2. Ashritha took a completely different tack, very, very direct. The move e4, e5. Now, after this move, if I'm in Ashritha's shoes, I'm going to make a terrible move for black. We understand what she wants. She wants, again, to play a4, b4, and she's brought her knight to a gorgeous square in the middle of the board. So that's what e4, e5 is all
And
about.
it's also stopping the development of the knight on g8.
Exactly.
And potentially sometimes we can have some sacrifices even if we push the pawn more forward.
Yes.
E6.
E6. So, for example, a move like knight h6 might be more or less, well, common is strong, but a move a4, b4, knight e4, you can see that this knight will head to this square. This knight is already on a good square. None of this happened because Carissa said, wait a minute, you played e5? I'm going to break up the team in the middle of the board. I want this bishop to be active. I'll play c5. Ashritha said, take, take. Now, in this particular case, this move I just don't like. You know, when I see this move, I think I can almost hear this bishop on g7.
Being so sad.
He's so sad, like, oh. And even if we forced an ending with after bishop e4, like, let's say queen takes d1, king takes d1, the king will go here, the knight will go here. And
white can also target the pawn structure on the queen side with a4, forcing more weaknesses.
Exactly.
This position is certainly advantageous for white.
Exactly. Black has no fun. Carissa says, well, I'm going to sacrifice the pawn. Takes on e5, no can do. Castles. And Ashritha is essentially banking on some types of kingside attacks here. Half open f-file. What do you think? Are you a fan?
So knight f6 is very
Logical.
logical move to make here.
Sure.
And now I
Absolutely.
feel like my pieces are almost already developed. If I have something quick here,
Well, let me just complete the rest of your
Okay.
development for you. Queen
then
e2.
rook d1.
Rook d1?
No?
No, I don't know.
I like rook d1.
Okay, because I also like rook e1. I couldn't make up my mind on that score either. So let's say knight d7. I definitely don't want to get hit with a nasty discovery.
Feels like white's position is slightly better here.
Yeah, it does. I'm just having a little trouble because once I play the move rook e1, then I can kind of feel like, okay, I'm going to go knight g5 or knight e5 or queen h4, kind of going all in. I'm not sure if any of this is theoretical or not. Are we following any games?
Not anymore.
Not
so
anymore.
castle was the novelty. Just giving up the pawn like this with the move castle is a novelty. F
Okay.
takes c5 was played before the most times, and after knight to d7, you even have ideas of at some point playing the move e6 and
Which is
sacrificing it like that.
What
right?
Kate wanted to do, yeah, sack
At
the pawn.
least destroy black's pawn structure on
Right.
the king side,
Makes
right? If you
sense.
really want to do it. Bishop to e4 is one of the moves as well. Bishop to f4 and e6. Those are the three moves in the position. Not castle. Castle is a novelty, and she played it after a 3-minute think. And Carissa, she's not shying away from any sort of challenges. We've seen that. I mean, she played the King's Indian 3 times in a row with the black pieces. That's quite courageous.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say it's a dubious opening, the King's Indian, but at the same time, you might get some dangerous
It's a
positions.
risky
Right,
opening.
it's a very risky opening. And that's what she's doing. She's just employing risky openings because she wants to get victories. And it's been working out so far for her. Right now, she's a pawn up, but there is a lot of compensation. We understand that, right? Take a look at these two ladies, by the way. If we look at the standings, they're on opposite sides of this table. As you can see, Carissa in first position, 4 points. Ashritha just scored her first half a point in yesterday's game. I have to say she's been having a miserable event up to this point.
What was extraordinary about that, of course, is that Ashritha, just as you said, losing all of her games, made the only draw of the round. Talk about the current position. E takes f4.
We're expecting bishop takes f4, right?
Right. Knight f6.
You have to castle fast.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't castle, you're going to get under a tremendous
Right.
pressure in the center.
Maybe we made a mistake with queen e2. How about queen d2?
But
I
even,
wouldn't go queen d2.
I want to go bishop h6.
but
But
Yasser,
do you
what
have
do you
enough
dislike
pieces to
about our
checkmate me there?
position?
I don't. Wow.
I'm
look
not a
at
big
all
fan
these
of queen
objections.
d2. Castle, do you want to go here?
Yes. Oh,
I think this is too slow.
Too
How
slow.
do you checkmate me?
I
Like,
don't
at some point, I
know.
can even just take.
And go for the pawn?
I'll go for the pawn with queen d4 if I want to, or wait for you to take on g7. But let's go for the pawn. Do you want to go back on
Yeah,
e3?
well,
You just
exactly.
came from e3. It doesn't make a lot of
Exactly.
sense, right?
I want to come back to what we wanted to play in the first
Please.
place. Let's go queen e2 instead of queen d2.
Queen e2.
Okay. Okay, so you take knight f6 and now queen,
Queen
to
e2,
e2, right?
yes.
Queen e2.
You can
Yes.
also go queen e1. I mean, this is a very typical way, especially in the Grand Prix type setups. Whenever
go
you
queen
open up
h4.
this diagonal with a move f4 to go to h4, it makes sense, right?
Okay.
I think it's an improved version compared to queen to e2, and then you go rook to d1. At least you're hitting the queen somehow, right?
Right.
Queen on d8. Castle, let's say, rook to d1. Where do you put the queen?
C8, let's say, just to, oh, wait a minute, E7.
You're giving me the pawn back?
No, no,
I'll
no,
take
no,
it.
no, 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 no. C5 is not hanging, right?
Not yet. Also, I can just reinforce my c5 first with b4 and then threaten to take on e7. How do you
Okay,
defend against
knight
that?
C6, I develop.
Knight to c6 makes a lot of sense. Let's defend this.
Pause. Crickets.
And by the way,
Yeah.
I think we've been saying that white is a pawn down. White is not a pawn
No,
down.
no, no,
It's
no,
equal
no, no,
pawns.
no, it's
Yes.
even pawns. No.
Even pawns.
In fact, it was Ashritha that didn't capture on E5. She would have been
Right.
pawn up.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on
Queen to
this
h4 is
one.
coming. I like
Right.
how the position is looking for white from a visual perspective.
Right.
But at the same time, it remains very balanced, very, very complex position. If your attack on the king side doesn't succeed, my pawn structure is very healthy. As
Right.
black, my bishops, I mean, look at them, they're cutting the board in half. So definitely also a lot of trumps from black's perspective in this one.
Exactly. Two great champions. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Anna Zatonskih and Jennifer Yu, the defending champion. I mean, you would have thought that this was a huge game for these two ladies. Of course it is, but Jennifer having a difficult tournament after 5 rounds.
But yesterday scoring an important win.
Yes, against Nasi. Yeah, that was great for Jennifer. Knight c3, and you know, we only just seen just a few moves. It's because Anna went into a big tank, I think, after
Just
this move.
not
bishop
very
b4.
unexpected for her. She
Right.
gets to spend a lot of time in her openings.
A little twist on this one because, well, after the move bishop b4, Anna played the move queen b3, which is kind of an interesting moment. There's for me, there's a little bit of a logic glitch here. If you're going to play queen out and develop the queen, right, it seems to me like you would want to force your opponent to essentially, now you can't counter in the center with knight, with c7, c5, because your knight's in the way, right? So if I go queen b3 immediately, the problem I have with the move queen b3 is c5. Now, well, you were attacking my bishop. I defended my bishop. Now I can go knight c6. And almost in a reversal of the game between Irina Krush and Anna
And
Zatonskih.
Zatonskih black pieces in the previous round.
Exactly. We get something where, okay, knight d4 is a potential threat. Okay, I can always win my pawn back with bishop takes c5 and d takes c5. And of course, we're in theoretical territory. You don't play 4 moves if the queen's gambit declined and not be in theoretical grounds. Is queen b3 a popular move, Cristian?
It's not so popular, obviously.
Right? I mean,
only
like,
30
why would you-
games have been played with queen to b3, but it's a move. It
It's a
has
move.
definitely been played, and at the top level as well. We can see a couple of grandmasters already in the first few games displayed there. So queen to b3 definitely asking some questions, and I think it accomplishes what Anna was intending to accomplish with this move queen to b3, get Jennifer out of theory. She probably did not expect this move bishop to b4.
And we
early
see that
as move
Jennifer
3,
did
right?
not respond with c5.
She hasn't
chose
responded. Oh, she
knight
just
c6
played the move
instead.
knight c6. Yes, yes. No, c5 is of course the main move in the
Right.
position. Knight to c6, I don't like this too much.
No, because now you've put your knight. I was going queen a4 check in order to force the knight to c6. Now you've voluntarily accepted
Absolutely.
that the knight.
And with a queen on b3, this is definitely a better placement, right? So I
Right.
can always go knight,
Knight
to
f3.
f3. And I just simply think I have a better position than compared to the
So
usual
Nimzo with knight f6.
queen to a4 ideas.
Right.
Right, right.
Exactly. Also, I just wanted to check in on my pick to see how Alice Lee is doing in her game against Nasi. And it started out as a Slav, not the Moran. I actually give Anatoly Karpov the credit for really making this setup with white, the queen on c2, the fianchetto. So I'll call this the Karpov variation, and I think deservedly so. e4 on the board, takes, knight f6, queen c2, c5, rook e1. I like this move, bishop e4. That
Forcing the queen to go to the back rank.
Yeah, well...
Oh, queen d2. Okay.
Queen d2. The idea is, you know, it's funny, when you look at this this position for just a moment, you know, that's a nice diagonal, right? It's kind of nice. But in truth, you don't really get, you know, good value out of that diagonal. Conversely, this takes in queen c3. Sometimes you see black's king coming under pressure. I like the move bishop e4 because in some variations it's really nice, you know, like to be able to put our bishop in front of the king. Queen d2, and I'm assuming queen e7 on the board? Not yet. By the way, Nasi is 1 hour 34 minutes.
She's playing very fast.
Snapping out these moves with the battery on the d file. If I'm in Alice's shoes, queen e7, prepping rook to d8. If you take, the bishop takes. Your quick assessment?
I don't know. I'm kind of surprised still by queen d2. I thought we want to keep maybe that file open.
Okay, you expected queen
I thought maybe queen c1, but I understand that that's kind of the queen is also under the rook. There can be some b5 stuff in the near future.
From black side, b4,
Right.
b5. Here, I mean, again, it's off the beaten track, but here, at least you can understand my point that, okay, you could play h6. It's not like you're really afraid of bishop takes f6 anyway. But just the bishop makes that extra guarding of the black king.
But to answer your question, I do like white's position.
You do?
I like that the c4 and d4, those pawns are in the center. I mean, all the pieces have good squares. Maybe we can even play rook e1 at some moment.
Right.
There's
Rook
nothing
e1.
wrong with white's position.
And conversely, though, on the other hand, same is true of black. Black has her fair share of the center, good development for her pieces. Like, you put the bishop on c5, you know what I mean? You know, you're kind of eyeballing the f2 square, maybe even bishop b4 on a good day. The knight looks good, queen looks good.
I think the bishop does a really good job on e4 because sometimes when the bishop is on b7, we play this d5,
and that's annoying,
right? Sacrifice.
Right? Yeah, that's very annoying. Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And why is this such an important game for these two ladies? Well, take a look at they're both tied for fourth, and they need to join the pack.
Right, they try to catch up with Carissa, Begim, and Irina,
Exactly.
who are just like so far playing really well in the tournament.
Yeah, a draw doesn't really help either of their causes. But Cristian, over to you, and what's caught your eye?
I'm looking at this game of Fabi versus Sam Sevian, our leader in the open section, because queen to c2 just threw a gauntlet at Sam, because Sam right now, he's been thinking for close to 20 minutes.
20?
Close to 20 minutes.
Wow.
Yes. He had more than an hour and 30 minutes when we got to this position because he was just blitzing out his moves. And right now, queen to c2 has surprised him, took him out of theory, definitely. After queen to c2, you don't want to take the pawn on a2. Makes a lot of sense. You look at the position, hey, why don't I take the pawn on a2? We exchange the pawns on c7. Things are going to be fine for black. But guess what? After d4, yes, d4 is
not
the move.
rook a1.
Not rook to a1. d4 is a very powerful decision in this one, and I'm sure Fabiano knows it because he's been blitzing out his moves. If you take knight to e6, things are looking good for black, right? I got my knight out. If we exchange and you take on c7, maybe I go rook to c8, exchange some more pieces. We're going to shake hands soon, right? Easy draw, right? There's no reason for white to be better. But take a look at this. Out of nowhere, this rook swings on the other side, couples with the action of the queen on c2 to attack on h7, and this creates a lot of problems for black's position. You have to go g6.
Right,
There's no
let's
other way to defend it. G6, knight takes e6, you take back, you probably don't want to take on h5 and allow. This
That's
looks
too
pretty
ugly.
bad, right? Knight
We
takes
don't-
f8 first of all, but also a lot of other things. Maybe even knight to g5 ideas at some point. So, not immediately. You have to take back.
Right.
But then I just simply go back to c5. I will regain my pawn on c7. And then this bishop, now that the pawn is on g6, is going to have such a wonderful life for the remainder of the game, because I'm going to go e3. I'm going to plant this bishop on d4 in the middle of the board. And then your king is going to be unsafe for the remainder of the game. So this one is looking really good for white. Despite the minimal advantage that the engine is saying, 0.3, I believe it's much more than that from a practical perspective. So I don't advise queen takes a2. I think c6 has to be played in this position. And it makes some sense if you look at it. But it's not an easy move to make, because you start seeing ideas such as bishop to a3. Now you can take, sure, but if you take rook takes b5, then rook to c1, I'm getting both of these open files, the B semi-open file and the C open files for my pieces. It feels like I have the initiative as white, but c6 has to be played. So right now, this is exactly what Sam is trying to figure out. Can I take the pawn on a2? Maybe he's looking at rook takes c7. He might get tempted by that. Don't touch the pawn on a2, because you know d4 is coming and the pressure is going to be on. Go c6, try to keep the position and tense after the move c6. Don't take the pawn on a2.
Quick question for you. In the current position, and I understand everything you're saying about queen a2 and d4. That's really remarkable, because I thought already rook a1 was better. Wasn't touching the pawn on a2. I was thinking about a7, a6.
Okay.
Okay, so the idea there is quite simple. Again, if you
Now
take
d4
on
once again.
yeah, if you take on c7, I was going to take on b5, and you know my rook is open, and maybe on a good day the knight can sink in on c4.
Even this is not that good for black, it seems like.
Even
also
still,
after d4.
This d4 is just such a strong move to try to break in the center and open up the bishop, and then get a good square for the knight on f3.
That's right.
Whoa,
the thing is, after d4, you usually have to respond with e4, right?
Well, exactly. Hold on, but
Guess what?
No. You go ahead and play d.
Should we continue, Yasser?
No. You go ahead and play d4.
Yes.
Because I'm playing for a light square game. Okay, sorry. I wanted you to play rook takes.
So let's say I take on c7
c7,
and now
a, b, d4.
right?
I wanted to play knight d5.
Knight d5.
A tempo against the rook. Like your rook has to go away, right?
Let's go back.
And now e4.
And now e4.
And then I was
yes.
thinking if I can get a light square complex, going, I would. Yeah.
But I think
But that's
sometimes
the
you have to be
question.
also careful about queen b3.
Do you get it in time? Exactly. And that's the problem because of queen to b3. So I'm going to go knight to h4. How do you cement your system on the light squares? Knight c6, rook to d8. That would be ideal, right?
Right. Hold on just a second. I was
Not that easy.
yeah, I was looking more like at knight f7 than knight c6.
But that's just going to allow me to be a pawn up after queen
Right,
to b3,
right.
I'm going to take on b5. I'm going to be a pawn up. Maybe you have some strategical compensation, but it's
with
not.
this beautiful knight
Not
on
enough.
d5.
Yeah. But that's about it.
Rook d8, rook
Only
b5,
compensation.
d6.
I don't think
Wow.
he wants to go for it.
Wow. But these ideas certainly should be going through his mind. Again, a big advantage for white here. Rook d.
Already, yes. Yes.
Well, if we continue, because I have played these positions in my practice a lot. Rook takes b5, if you don't mind, b7, b6, and this knight on d5.
But I'm kicking it away.
Yeah, that's if you're kicking it away.
Knight e3, and actually.
Yeah,
it
I'm just
might
not getting knight
become-
d6.
That's the problem. That's the
Not
problem.
getting my
knight
knight-
d6, you cannot do that because
Yeah.
you lose the knight on d5.
Huh. Some timing issue there. So a7, a6 was appealing. So
But that's what you're feeling like playing, right?
Right,
And it makes a lot of sense.
sure.
If you don't see all of these variations, then they're not
Right.
easy variations to see. Also, they're not easy to assess at the end of it.
No,
Like,
you have to judge them at the end of
we
the
were
day.
2 moves away from white being completely winning, and you were saying that black is fine with the knight on d5, right?
Right.
From afar, it's even more difficult to assess that. So A lot of
And
practical
Cristian, one more thing.
questions
Can I
right
play Rook F7? Just give up that pawn if
Yeah.
you want to take it.
now. Again, D4.
He's not
That's the key
taking the
move.
pawn.
I'm not taking. No.
No,
I
because
thought
you'll
this-
always play Queen A2 at the end.
And because I developed then Rook C8 with tempo, can we
Of
just take a
course.
look at that? If
Yes.
after Rook F7, Rook takes C7 instead?
Sure, yes.
Is it Rook takes C7?
But you catch my queen, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you trap it.
Right.
that would be nice.
Ah, I see what you were trying to do. Yes, very good.
Tempting.
I'm
but-
not going to take it. No. But the problem is this. Take a look at this. Still looks decent, right?
No, D5.
Guess what? D5 is coming in the
Kind of.
position. You go here, now my knight gets into play, and your pieces are very awkward.
Yeah, no,
Right.
this is easy advantage white.
Queen d6 or queen d7, I pick up at some point the pawn on e4, I'm going to be fine with white. Actually, I'm just simply much better.
Apologies again, Cristian, because I want to pursue A6 one more time.
Okay, let's try it out.
A6 one more time. Go ahead and play D4 for just a second. I'll take on B5. I open up my rook. You'll take on E5.
Okay, yep.
I'll play C7, C6.
Okay, so you want this type of...
And now you take on F6. I'll take on F6.
You're getting mated, yes.
I'm getting
There's
mated.
some mates coming along.
If I getting mated? Because again, I was trying for rook takes A2,
That's a
and
mate.
knight to D5, and I thought I'd be great.
No,
What's
one
going
is-
on?
well,
Queen
first-
G7?
Queen g7, now I go back. Again, your king is extremely weak.
Yeah,
really,
I mean,
really weak.
obviously, I took big risks on the queen side.
Yeah, not good enough, no.
Okay.
You,
But for Sam, this game is so crucial. Obviously, he's out of the pack. He
Yeah.
wants to get back
And
in
if he
under
manages
the
to
podium.
score half a point or win, maybe it's really gonna increase his chances, and he's gonna get already to tie for third or second place.
Exactly, and last look at the game of our tournament leader.
Karisayip?
Is not our tournament leader, Hans Niemann.
Oh.
I wanted to ask about this pawn sacrifice, Cristian, that Hans is assessing. Kate had said that the juniors considered the move bishop g4 actually a very good and very decent pawn sacrifice for equality. Is that the case?
well, it's not really a pawn sacrifice, right?
'Cause you get the pawn
you
back.
are getting the pawn back. First of all, you can get it right now after queen takes c6. You can even delay that with the move bishop to g6. This is just something that the new engines are basically trying to uncover in this position that's so well known, right? And
Right.
it has been played so many times with
Exactly.
c takes d5.
Right, that's the Scotch ending that I
Right.
mentioned.
I mean, you have queen to f3 right now. You have bishop to g5. Jeffery has been playing this type of positions. He seems to be enjoying this very minimal, because it is a very minimal advantage.
Right.
It's not much. But bishop to g4 is a move that tries to kill this position, basically, kill this whole line, right? I'm saying I'm going to exchange everything. I've memorized the engine suggestions, and I'm going to be able to defend that position. And in fact, your trump is you have the two bishops, right?
Right. And that's
Bishop
a nice
to
trump.
g6, that's it. You're no longer having the two bishops, because I don't see a good way to avoid this exchange. You cannot move the bishop away to b5 because you lose on c2. So bishop to g6 was played. This is, by the way, some sort of a theory. In this position, Hikaru has played it with Duda. The problem is I'm seeing a lot of draws, predominantly draws, but I'm also sprinkled somewhere here and there. A couple of victories for white as well. I don't see any wins for black. So this position after bishop to g6, rook to b3 seems to be the option. Bishop to b2 is an option as well. Queen takes c6, and maybe this is a way to try to get out of this.
Keep
but
the
no,
two bishops?
This is not enough. Take, rook c3, you're going to take on c7, but again, it's one of those positions in which at some point I'm going to be able to exchange one of your bishops. It doesn't seem like enough.
Feels minimal.
It feels
huh?
very minimal, right?
Yeah, right.
The bishop comes back to e6. This knight will jump to b4. I have enough activity to not have to worry too much. And by the way, unfortunately, you cannot stay active with a move rook to b7 because of bishop to c8.
That's awkward.
That traps you. So, very interesting decision, I have to say, for Hans. But also, maybe Jeffery is not that upset with a draw. He's been having a difficult events so far. He just lost a couple of games in a row against Fabiano and against Ray. Maybe
Robson.
he's just trying to, as we say, stop the bleeding.
And
Make a draw in this one. Don't take any chances, and try to start a new tournament.
by the way, Rook B3, as you suggested in this game. Kate, where would you like to take us?
I want to take a look around all the games in the open section,
Sure.
and then maybe do the same in the women's one.
One game we didn't check in was the game between Mishra and Leinier.
The young and the experienced theoretician.
Exactly. We do have a Joko piano, and you were mentioning that Mishra plays very quickly, Leinier very slowly. And I was saying they make a perfect match for one another. Knight of
Here
three.
it looks different. Mishra is actually spending time while Dominguez is playing immediately.
I was about to say almost 1 hour, 30 minutes, or 29 minutes for Leinier. Means, to my mind, all prep for Leinier, as we are just about up to date. And look how quickly everybody is playing. Queen C2, Queen D1. Also, this move, Queen D1, an indication that Mishra has been here before.
But it's offering a pawn on B2, which you
Well,
cannot take, right? Rook B1.
Exactly.
Because the bishop is actually not defended. Usually the bishop is defended on B6.
Who put the pawn on C6, right? From the original position. So sure, that would be a skewer. But in this position, should I take and play bishop B3? Should I play bishop B3 right away? Or should I be at, something like this, right? So I'm a pawn down as black, but I've got bishop B3.
That pawn on A4 can be captured in the future because white doesn't have a light square bishop, so that pawn is going to be very hardly defended by white.
Exactly. Feels okay there for Leinier. Picking up, this is Andrew Tang.
We have another London.
Yeah, well, Andrew came prepped. Play the London against just any setup. Kingside fianchetto, queenside fianchetto, put your bishop on F4 and let's go.
But there is a slight difference, right?
What's the difference?
He started with knight F3 in this one.
He started with,
With
move to knight F3.
Yes, not bishop F4. He got caught in bishop F4 yesterday against Fabi. Bishop F4,
Right.
G6, knight C3, and that knight H5 early on.
Yes.
But now he's trying
Kind
to
of
wait.
a little twist.
Wait for black to show his hands first. Okay, you played
Exactly.
E6. All right, now I can go into my London.
And knight E5 on the board. Are we still in theory?
No.
No? When did we leave theory?
Actually, there is still one game. Never mind. I retract that. Castle is by far the main option. Knight to E5 is also, has been played once. Long time ago, 1981. By
That
some
was
players.
only yesterday. What are you talking about? Do you know anything about the 1972 World Championship match? You know, right across the hall, there's a World Chess Hall of Fame. They've got an exhibit.
I've studied it. You've seen it, Yasser. Yes, I know that. I know that.
Hey,
You've seen
man,
it.
I watched the PBS shows. Those were great.
Oh, man.
All right.
Right, I was
But
not even
95.
an idea back then. 95.
I wasn't even an idea. Wow.
That hurts, right?
We're getting there. Right? Oh, knight
That wasn't
C7.
an idea. That's going viral. I love that.
Knight C7 was played, by the way,
Yes.
which shies away, deviates from knight to D5, which was played back in your days, Yasser.
Only yesterday, dude. Only yesterday. Go on.
Knight
Sorry.
C7 was played. Still, this is a very, very complex position. It doesn't seem like anything major is happening. I understand white has some presence in the center, and the question is, how do you untangle? Yeah, as black, like how D6 you would love to play it and kick the knight away. Unfortunately, you cannot do that. For example, D6 is going to be met by knight C6. That's the type of position that you don't want to see on the board. Me picking up the bishop on E7 and then playing with a minimal advantage given by my bishop on F4 with a lot of targets, especially this target on D6. So what you want to do after castle is probably first start with knight D5, kick the bishop away, and then go something like rook to C8, get ready for the move D6.
Can I suggest B5?
B5, that's an option as well.
If you talk about untangle, I want to go queen b6 and d6.
That's an option as well. Again, look,
yeah.
it's a minimal advantage, if
Right.
anything, for
Exactly.
white, right?
Yeah.
This is the London. They're just simply going to play chess.
But from Andrew's point of view, his play is very easy too, and he's not facing any
no more knight h5
crazy
ideas, no more
attacks.
complications, no
That's
more being
right.
lost at move 10. That's
all we ask.
right. Yeah.
Not so much, right, Kate? We're some modest expectations.
Yeah, but look at the time. Andrew has 1 hour 20 minutes and Ray Robson 1 hour 1 minute.
Well, you're talking about somebody who likes playing slowly. Ray Robson, just virtually any position, he's going to consume his clock time. We'll keep an eye on that one. We're going to continue very quickly. Now we got to pick up the pace a bit here. This time it's Levon Aronian versus Wesley. So, whoa, this is another one of those Joko pianos that are just so hard, I mean, to keep track of. What can I say?
But I
These
like the
double
F-file for the black rook.
You like the dynamics. I like the static weakness for white. I like playing against the pawns. You like this dynamic play along the F-file. We're going to call it balanced.
And moving on to Sam Shankland and Dariusz.
Dynamically equal is how that one goes. Okay, here I kind of like white again because I just do. I see these pawns. And I see that, okay, I understand you can take and double me up, but if it just feels to me that if I can ever get my knight to c6, we're going to sign score sheets really, really fast. And just some weaknesses on the queen side.
And I have to be careful as black about the pawn on f7, right? The knight on e5 and the bishop on b3, they're targeting that pawn. So for me, it's kind of difficult as black to maybe develop rooks on the open file d8.
Yeah, I mean, you would, just as you're saying, you'd love to challenge the d file, but the moment you do that, suddenly this rook is overloaded, having to defend f7 and d8.
So probably black has to capture the bishop because I cannot play f6, that pawn is pinned.
Takes, and I'm looking, so I'm using the b3 pawn as a lure, like, come and get me.
So I will go rook fd8.
Rook fd8, I will play knight d4. Again, my goal is pretty simple. I want to camp on your doorstep. I want to put my knight on c6, one of these knights. The moment, I don't know. Okay, let's just say Sam's for choice in this one as we go over to the ladies and just take a look. Not too much has happened unless I have to refresh my board. Or, well, let's just go through all the games. This one is Talia, and if I'm in Talia's shoes, I'm just feeling like the whole world's against me.
It's just so difficult. You have the game,
positions
you
that
are
she
playing
has,
well, but then you are just
scoring
not
the
able
points.
to converting that advantage into full points.
Exactly. Okay, this looks like a full-throated discussion going on in a very topical line. It's of a Queen's Gambit accepted. Well, ladies have been playing it kind of slowly, wouldn't you say? They've only
So
got
Talia has 1
dozen.
hour 5 minutes, whereas Tatev has 1 hour 13 minutes.
Okay. Again, in these positions, bishop b7, bishop a6 has been played, and the rook, the half-open b file. Normally speaking, I'm not really seeing black playing for c5 in these positions. More or less, they're just trying to keep the pawn.
I'm not very familiar with this structure, but I know Tatev been playing these b5 moves in a lot of very different versions in the d4 opening.
Fair. Let's go to Carissa's game. When we left it, we literally just left it at these points. We were expecting Queen e1, Queen d2.
I was expecting Queen e2. For me, Queen e2 is the most natural move here. Rook ad1.
Knight c6. She didn't play rook ad. I agree with you. Rook ad1 sure looks like an obvious tempo against the queen. Knight e5 on the board. And this one seems to invite queen d4 check. And I'm a pawn grabber, Kate. Warning, alert, pawn grabbing. There you go.
I mean, one thing is pawn grabbing, but I'm also wondering about some knight h5 stuff.
Oh, excuse me. You're much, much more ambitious. I was a pawn grabbing and you're piece grabbing. Much more
Because
ambitious.
if I force you to trade the knights on c6, I mean, then that bishop on c6 is amazing.
True, it is. Well, you can go queen h4.
Or
And
queen e5.
queen e5. Strangely enough, I'm warming up to Carissa's position. I like the bishops, the black's bishops on g7 and c6 sure look good. Continuing our quick look around, Atousa.
Atousa's queen on g4 is ready to attack. It's just waiting for that castle to be played.
Okay. Begim, she played not the Petrov defense, but
You know, this c4 move, Atousa played that, I think, few rounds back in Ruy Lopez, kind
she
of
won
unexpected.
against Jennifer Yu. That was the one where the queen got stuck on a8 and there was a pawn on a7.
Right.
c2, c4, her go-to weapon against the Ruy Lopez. Bishop takes c6 check. Wow. That is a confusing move for me.
I think it's a very important one, right? Because maybe if you recapture with queen,
which I would gladly do.
I will
Thank
do.
you.
Oh, I thought
Say
I'm going to
it.
do.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
wanted
Let
to
me
do-
show you what you might have missed.
No, okay, I want to go b5.
Yes, you did. And I was
Pawn
going to
captures, but now knight d4.
Yes, that's right.
And now if you capture the pawn on a6, I'm going
Yes.
to go c6.
Yes. And so because my queen is hanging, I will retreat the queen, and you'll be a pawn down
Yes.
for a very good knight on d4, and that's it.
That's it, but
Because my next moves are pretty simple. Knight c3, d3, bishop e3.
so if I go, by the way, like queen a5 and queen takes a6.
So you're trying, you're kind of, how do you say, reaching, hoping to make some compensation.
Yeah, I think it's more hoping. I agree.
Hoping. But this was a surprise for me that you would take because it's a pin. And why give up on the pin? Let's quickly catch up with the players. Queen g4, Atousa's last move. She's readying f4, f5. If she can get in such an action, she'll be better.
By the way, Yasser, did you
Please.
notice that
I didn't.
knight transfer, knight f6, d7, c5, e6? Look at that knight. Just getting to the d4 square is so weak, so the knight really wants to get there.
Knight has been wondering.
It's the Missouri Tiger variation, Cristian. This is what you're teaching your charges.
Stop it. Don't name it the
move your-
Missouri Tigers variation.
Hey, look, man, you know, we can sell
my
T-shirts. Missouri Tiger
This is
chess
a
variation.
knight. This is a horsey just jumping around. Yeah, this
The
is no
tiger.
tiger. There's no tiger going on here.
Man, I was trying to get...
He's trying to help you.
my
Christian.
ability to influence just took a big dive. Okay, what have you got for us? Mishra and
Well, first of
Leinier.
all, Sam thought for like 30 minutes.
He did. It was a long
Yes.
think.
And he did play the best move,
C6.
c6. After which, Fabi responded immediately with the move bishop to a3. So he still had that in his preparation. He thought for a
Absolutely.
little bit longer, Sam that is, and played rook to f7. Again, the best move in the position.
Sure.
Excuse me. So this is the position we have right now after rook to b1, which I do believe was the last move, and rook to d7. We were anticipating something similar to this, right? At least visually, it looks good. I have everything active as white. The rook on the b file, the rook on the c file, the bishop on a3. Maybe I would like it on the long diagonal with the long diagonal opened up. But for the moment, a3 is a good square as well. What's next, though, right? Because black's position is also very healthy. You haven't made or created any weaknesses in your structure.
Not
Pawn
at
on
all.
c7, no longer a weakness. Now on c6, ready to be exchanged. I have this beautiful pawn wall on the long diagonal, g7, f6, and e5. So what's next as white? And I'm only seeing some ideas related to king g2, try to improve the position to the max, and then try to get the h-pawn going down the board. h4, h5, h6, things of that nature. Ultimately, my goal is to weaken your king, right? If I manage to do that in any way, shape, or form, whether I force you to play the move h6, that's going to weaken the light squares. Maybe I get all the way to h6, that's going to weaken the long diagonal. This is my only active plan. In the meantime, black is going to do his own thing on the queen side mostly, probably take on b5 If you do take with the c-rook, then I have a lot of ideas on the c-file. Even if you don't take with the c-rook, then I can go knight c6 and double up on the c-file. Rook c8, rook c7, or rook d8, rook d7. It seems like he's focused on the d-file, Sam Sevian, that is. Still, I'm looking at the position. 1 hour and 22 minutes for white, 58 minutes for black, with a complex battle brewing in the middle game. I have to say, probably Fabi got everything he wanted out of the opening. Just a playable position. Look, you're not getting an advantage, but you're getting a playable position, and then you're hoping that you will be able to use the resources at your disposal to get a winning advantage.
Well, it's funny that you're talking about white's play. King g2, h4, h5. Right. On a good day, but from my point of view, from Sam Sevian's point of view, if you make a move, go ahead, king g2.
Let's go king g2.
And if I decide, okay, I would like to grasp the initiative, I want to play e4.
So maybe I should stop you first. Let's go d.
Just humor me for a sec. Right. King g2, e4. Knight has to go.
Probably have to go to h4.
Right. I'll take on b5.
Okay.
You'll recapture with a rook. I don't know which one.
Let's go with this one.
Yeah, and knight c6. So I got a fork on you. And I'm thinking in my mind, I'm going to play rook a8 to d8. I've doubled up. White's king's a little bit loosey-goosey. That's not the best king ever.
Yes.
Rook d8. Rook a d8, you're right. Okay, by the way, knight f5 stopped my knight d4.
Yes.
That was a very important little point
that
I wanted to say.
That was my idea. And now the question is...
It looks coordinated. Black's pieces look pretty good.
I'm not sure what the white rooks on the 5th rank are doing. they look pretty, but...
I remember some attacking ideas with knight takes g7. The problem is this: I'm missing this bishop.
The bishop should be maybe on a1, right?
On a1 would be ideal in this position. Also, I can defend the pawn on d2 with bishop c3.
Yeah.
So once again, maybe I just have to do something like this, bishop to c1, but...
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you prepare a variation and you get your preparation at the board, and then you get there and you go, well, where's my advantage?
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, I just don't...
I don't think he's looking for an advantage, by the way.
Yeah.
I really don't think he's looking for an advantage.
But we'll go back to the starting position in your move d3. I think that's actually a superior move just to stop, that
e4 shenanigan.
E4. As we prepare for break, I just wanted to again go to the game of Levon and Wesley, because we did have a very different approach. After the move a5, a4, I give you this position, Kate, right? I give you this position, Kate. And, it's Levon Aronian. So, I got to tell you, I can't guess the guy. I'm the worst Levon Aronian guesser of all times. I will not write his biography, I can tell you that. I give you this position as a problem, and I say, I'm not asking you for the best move, because I actually have no idea what the best move is. I'm asking you for your candidate moves, and they would include taking on d4.
Yeah, on d4, because if you recapture, I push the pawn, maybe rook e4.
Another candidate move that you might say, well, I'm actually looking at, somehow b4 could be attractive. Would knight a3 be on your agenda?
I mean, I understand.
Thank you. I feel I'm not going crazy. This is great. You do. Explain.
I think he's trying to stop b5.
So he says, I see that b7, b5 is your agenda. I'm going to stop it. And do you think he wants to close it?
Oh, I don't know what else he wants to do.
Okay. One at a time. You already got that whole stopping the b5 down. Very good. We're coming to that part of our show where you get ready for our first break. Oh, not yet. Excuse me. Okay.
Then let's take a look at Jeffery Xiong's and Hans Niemann game.
Oh, yes.
Because what is...
That was the pawn sacrifice game, right?
I know. It's an interesting position with two rooks on open file. Okay, kind of d3 is a weakness.
We left it right here. Rook b3. Oops, excuse me. We left it at rook b3. Takes, rook b1, bishop g6, rook b3, queen takes. And this is where bishop b5 has been previously played. And then there was a queen takes c2 that Cristian was showing us. Instead, bishop b2, that was an alternative, rook d8, queen a1, take on d3.
Aren't you surprised to see this pawn structure with pawn on d3?
I am. I'm looking from Jeffery's point of view. He wants to play a capture including rook c1, rook e8. But you know, my back rank's a little bit weak. This is very awkward. I wanted to play rook c1 and bishop takes f6, but I'm just forgetting about the fact that I'm not going to take on c7.
Right, because the king on h1 is just not next to the open square on f2. You know, if you go back for a second, I thought maybe...
Which moment?
Yeah, maybe here Jeffery was going to capture the pawn on g6.
Yes,
bishop.
trade bishops on g6.
Just to keep that kind of mirrored pawn structure.
Okay.
Get the bishop to b2.
And bishop b2, and not to allow the weakness on the d3 square. It's seriously, Kate, I mean, I was thinking that if I've got anything, I've got to keep the two bishops, even if I have to trade queens, bishop b5. Because the current position, I think, Hans, he's probably a very happy camper. Now we're ready for our friends at Q Boutique. Let's check in and see what their specials are today. Today it is the 2023 U.S. Chess Championships t-shirts. Grab the newest apparel for the 2023 U.S. Chess Championships. These shirts proudly feature the logos of the U.S. Championships on the front, the official St. Louis Chess Club logo on the sleeve, and the back displays the names of the players in each field. The red shirts are in men's styles and display the players of the open field, and blue are in women's styles and represents the women's field. Both are only available whilst limited supplies last at Q Boutique St. Louis STL.com. And as we go in our break, we had a really, really wonderful opening ceremonies. We were at the new stadium, the new soccer stadium here in St. Louis, and there's a beautiful soccer field, and around the field, the names of the players were going on the ticket tape.
And it's a very new stadium just built in St. Louis.
It was so cool. I hope you enjoy the features as well as the inductees. Have a look.
Well, I want to welcome all of the players to St. Louis, also referred to as the chess capital of the nation. This is always my favorite time of the year when we have the best players in America playing chess.
The St. Louis Chess Club has hosted the last 15 U.S. championships, elevating the prestige of these premier events. And you, the players, are the best U.S. chess has to offer, and we're proud to see you here. Over the next 2 weeks, we celebrate that U.S. Chess and the St. Louis Chess Club do what we do best. We are committed to creating a welcoming and safe environment for all, be they one of the top players or the casual chess fan. Since the championships came to St. Louis in 2009, we've learned more than anything, we want what is best for the game and for the people who make up our chess community. And I'm proud that U.S. Chess is able to partner with the St. Louis Chess Club as leaders in the chess world.
Now, on behalf of the Chess Club and the Board of Directors, the St. Louis Club remains committed to our mission of creating a world-class venue for players from across the globe to enjoy. And we will do everything in our power to continue to make the tangible, meaningful changes that foster an equitable environment and help the St. Louis Club be the safe and best place in the world to play chess. Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the 2023 National Championships. Round 5 was amazing. Round 6 is shaping up as another highly combative, intense round. But we have a special guest in the studio, Shannon Bailey of the World Chess Hall of Fame. Shannon, welcome again.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so happy to have you here.
Wow, so many great exhibits,
Yes.
and the musical series especially.
Yes, so we have this wonderful music series at the Hall of Fame, which we've had for years. They sell out almost every single time. We've got one
Can't
that
get a seat.
No, we have one that focuses a lot on regional bands, and then one that kind of goes into more of like a classical kind of genre. We work a lot with the symphony and other types of classical musicians. So it's a little something for everybody.
And Shannon, I know that you do a lot of exhibitions, so take us back a little bit. Why did you decide to do chess and music?
Yeah, so we have an exhibit right now called Sound Moves, where music meets chess, and that was curated by me and my husband, Bradley Bailey, who's a professor at St. Louis University and is an art and chess scholar as well. And he's also a huge fan of music, so we were kind of looking at all these great music connections that we have and that we celebrate our music, and so we thought, you know, let's do a show about chess and music.
Well, there's a big correlation when I think about top players. Mark Tymanoff comes immediately to mind.
He's featured in the exhibition.
Lajos Portish, I think Gata Kamsky is really a classical pianist. So music and chess, definitely huge connections.
There are so many pieces in this show, and we just scratched the surface. So, you know, we could have looked at it just as like people that used, musicians who used chess on their album covers. That could have been an entire show. Chess players that play music, musicians that play chess. But we just kind of threw it all in there. It's a nice little survey of stuff. So there's a little something for everybody.
Upcoming.
Yeah, so this weekend we have Marina Toybina is coming in, and she is amazing. She designed costumes that Katy Perry's team wore in the Super Bowl halftime show in 2015.
It's amazing. I visited Hall of Fame and with some of my students at the chess games, and they just love the costumes.
It's so great. So she also did many costumes for The Masked Singer. costumes for, I said Katy Perry, Ariana Grande, Taylor Swift, and she grew up playing chess in Russia, so she has this great chess connection, and I don't think she even realized how much she was putting chess into her work until we contacted her and started pointing it all out. So we're really excited. That's a free event, Saturday. It's at Wash U, yes, on the 14th at 3 p.m. Visit our website for more information about that. We'd love to see people there. You're going to get to play chess with her, and you get to hear about her work, especially what she did with the Super Bowl halftime show.
Wow, that's amazing. You know, and chess is becoming so mainstream. A lot of famous people are now playing chess or posing with chess. So can you tell us about more musicians that are currently kind of incorporating chess into their work?
So we worked with Julian Casablancas' team, who was in the Strokes, and he has chess all over his albums, and he wore a jacket in a music video with a chessboard on the back, and we hope to have him here in St. Louis. We have tons of photos of people playing chess. Some of them are staged, because you know how you can tell. Set up
the king is of the board, the A1 square is
which I know you guys love to point out. But there are some people, you know, who really are, you know, playing chess, and a lot of jazz musicians like Dizzy Gillespie and Count Basie. So it's fun to see them sitting down and playing chess in these beautiful photographs. And then we've got, you know, the signed copy of the Queen's Gambit score. We worked with the Muni for Chess the Musical this summer,
That's
which was
what I wanted
such
to
a
say.
beautiful collaboration.
That was really
great.
fresh in my mind, and we went backstage.
I actually went to see it twice.
I saw it 3 times. I saw it 3 times. My daughter and I saw it 3 times, and if there would have been another show, we would have seen it.
And we got
time.
to meet the cast,
and
they were
just
they're fantastic musicians, amazing people, and they were telling us how stressed they were about actually getting the chess part of that musical correct.
Oh,
exactly,
so
they did such a good job, though.
Yeah, so it's been fun.
World Chess Hall of Fame just had a huge collection. We had Sal Matera, who came on. He was president of the Marshall Chess Trust. Boxes of stuff went to the World Chess Hall of Fame. So essentially, your Fisher collection's getting bigger
some
and
early
bigger.
stuff. And
Right.
Sal, I had brunch with Sal the other day, and he was telling me about playing Bobby as a kid.
Right.
And I said, you have to write all this down. You have to turn this into an article or a book or something, because this is firsthand accounts of their relationship, and both being taught by Jack Collins. And yeah, as you can tell, I love my job because I get to meet the coolest people.
Yeah, isn't it? And you know, the Boris Spassky Jr.
Yes, that was a magical time too. Yeah.
Right. And that's all on the World Chess Hall of Fame website too.
Yeah,
that
so you can see
lectures.
a video of him talking about his father and his relationship with Bobby, and we did that huge show last year celebrating the 50th anniversary of the 1972 World Championship, and it was much of a celebration of Boris as it was Bobby.
Absolutely.
2 incredible men. Boris Spassky was a stand-up human being, and his you know, meeting his son was a great honor.
You know, I'm always so impressed to go to Chess Hall of Fame and see all that material and how much you guys know about chess players. I feel like I know nothing when I'm there because they know so much about the personal life. I remember reading some of the letters that Bobby Fischer wrote to Boris Spassky. I mean, you could see that friendship there. For me, it was fantastic.
Well, we're really proud to do a wide array of exhibitions to try to, you know, get you guys really excited about it that are in it, but then bringing in new audiences of people who might just like music or just like science or fashion. We want to bring everybody in and teach them how great chess is.
Speaking of new audiences too, one of my favorite exhibitions, I'll surprise you with this one, was Chess and Comics.
Oh, I love that.
You had all of these comic book. When I was a kid, you know, the Hulk, Thor, and the greatest Silver Surfer. I mean, he was like the greatest. You know, he had the cosmic energy going. But that was a marvelous exhibition. All the kids.
So I have to say, what you're going to learn is these exhibitions are a Bailey family affair. So my daughter Nina was little at the time, and she was obsessed with superheroes. And I thought, well, I've got some comic books, we've got some chess sets that deal with superheroes. So I put that together basically as like a gift to her, and that, you know, ended up being, you know, such a fun show. I mean, we had over 100 comics hanging up, and that was just scratching the surface. So another thing you can tell is we've got a great permanent collection.
Yeah, and you know, one show that I regret of missing, and I know a lot of people keep reminding how amazing it was, I think called The Fire on the Board.
Burning Boards.
Burning Boards.
Okay.
You play with the candles.
Your husband was my opponent.
The pictures look amazing, and I know the players. Just loved it how you play
We
with
will bring
candle.
it back. We will bring it back. We almost brought it back last summer. But we're trying to find a good time to do that, and that is Glenn Kino is the artist, and you literally play with burning candles.
I'm definitely coming for that.
Oh, you will
it
be
looked
invited
amazing.
for sure. So yeah, I mean we've got Guido van der Werf coming back to the chess piano that's in the show. That'll be something going on in January. So a little something for everybody.
Shannon, thank you so much for
Thank you for
coming.
having
Thank you
me.
for joining
Aw.
us. It's always a great pleasure.
Thank you for what you do for chess, because it's not just the games, it's really the players and learning about them to learn about the chess culture. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Shannon. And once again, our standings, we're going to start with the ladies, Kate.
Yes, so we have two leaders in the women's section after round 5, Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova scoring a lot of points here with 4 points out of 5. Then we have a sole third place person, Irina Krush, with 3.5 points. And then she's closely followed by a bunch of players, Alice Lee, Anna Zatonskih, Nazi Paikidze, Tatev Abrahamian, and Ruiyang with 2.5 points.
All at 50%. And then in the open section, we have two clear front runners.
Yes, we have Fabiano Caruana leading with 4 out of 5, and closely followed by Hans Niemann with 3.5 points, and then a two-way tie for the third place, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez with 3 points.
Sam Shankland, Sevian, Mishra, all at 2.5. And taking it over to you, Cristian, tell us where the action is.
Well, I'm hearing there's some repetition going on in the Jeffery Xiong versus Hans Niemann game. Take a look at this. We were discussing it. We were saying that White has a slight advantage. Not much.
Right.
Slight advantage. Because of this nice battery on the long diagonal, you have some pressure on the C file. There's some games here, and one of them has been won by White.
Nakamura,
Nakamura versus Duda. I think that was probably some sort of a rapid encounter between maybe a Blitz, a Title Tuesday game, who knows. Rook to C1, Queen to A6, Rook to A3, Queen to B6. This is the first repetition that we were discussing. Might arise on the board. Rook to B3, Queen to A6. Now, what I'm seeing is, and it could transpose in case Black takes with the Queen. This would, in fact, be quite a big mistake in this position. If you do take with the Queen, this is how you give me some options of potentially getting an advantage in the position after the move H3. This is not a pleasant endgame, because you're probably going to defend like this. I'm going to start putting a lot of pressure on A7, on C7. Maybe I can start pushing my pawns as well. This is how you give White a slight advantage. What you have to do after bishop takes f6 is, in fact, to take with the G pawn. Take advantage of the fact that it's not very easy. First of all, the material is very limited, right? There's only a queen, pair of queens, and the rooks on the board. There's no knights jumping around my king. There's no bishop on the long diagonal anymore. So the king is, in fact, safe, despite the fact that, sure, you have some ideas maybe of rook to c4. At the same time, you do have to be careful as well, because you play rook to c4. Yeah, you might have some problems after queen takes a2. You have to be careful as well in the back rank. So this is the position right now that we have. White can take the repetition with rook to b3. He can also play something like bishop to e5 and keep the game going. At the same time, again, I'm looking at the dynamic of this encounter between these two players. Hans has been doing quite well in the event. Jeffery, not so much. So I think Jeffery will be thinking here a little bit, will understand that objectively he doesn't really have a big advantage, and perhaps he will take the repetition with rook to b3.
Okay, I kind of do like bishop e5 there just as a move.
But bishop to e5, what if I continue?
Knight d5. Oh,
What if I
you
get
go
in?
there. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm going to get in. I'm trying to create my own ideas in the position as well.
You want to play rook e2. If I take a pawn, bishop takes c7, you go rook e2?
Yes, yes, yes.
No, I was going to take the pawn.
First of all, you cannot. You mean the
Bishop
pawn
takes
on
c7.
c7. Okay.
Yeah. Because if you play rook e2, I
Rook E2,
play rook
yes.
g1. My next move, I hope, is bishop g3 to evict you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no! Queen takes g3.
Don't go bishop g. This is a nice
What
one.
I might have missed.
Let me show you, yes, sir.
What I might have
What you
missed.
might have missed, yes, yes.
Nice.
So, draw the rook to g1, lock the
it.
king in the corner, and then bishop to g3 is no longer possible on the board. Very interesting position, but again, I have to say the material is very limited. Jeffery has the opportunity to take the draw, and I don't think he's going to refuse it.
I always pay my respects to our tournament leaders. I think it's our duty. And let's jump into the game of Fabi versus Sam Sevian.
We have no duties, we have no allegiance. Yeah, sir.
We have no friends.
No friends. We have no friends around here.
Bishop A3, Rook F7, Rook B1, Rook D7. This is where we have left it. And we were looking at this position, H2, H4, King G2. But for me, as white, I didn't want to see E5, E4. Fabi felt the same way. Played the move D2, D3, and we have quickly gotten to the current position.
But it looks like Black got out of trouble, right? Of finishing his development.
Very, very much so.
Maybe even pushing for E4 or Knight D4.
I really like this.
Knight D4, yeah.
I really like this idea of Knight F5, Knight D4. And I agree with you. I don't see any really particular problems in the position for Black. Safe center, good pieces, doubled rooks.
I have to say I like this position for Black.
Bishop, I would say it's balanced. I mean, I have far more experience on the white side of these endings, playing the dragon as well as the rat, modern, and so on. So this is for me, it's balanced. It's just, we just saw the game of Jeffery. Let's go to the ladies' championship and see how Carissa is doing, as well as Begim. First, we're going to pick up on the Begim game. When we left, how funny is that? There was a queen on G4. The next time we come back, there's a queen on G5. Like, what? Somebody traded places. H5. Wow.
Wow, very aggressive move, forcing the queen to get away from that G file.
For me, that's a very consequent move because I always ask myself, where am I putting my king? Just, where am I going? Am I leaving it in the center? Am I going queenside? Am I going kingside? When I see the move H5, I say, well, I mean, you're not really going kingside.
But this is the follow-up I really like because Begim wanted to trade dark square bishops because we see that the D4 square and F4 square, they are both dark and they're weak. So if we remove the possible defender, the dark square bishop, then it's very easy for Black to jump on those squares.
Good point, and that's why I wanted to ask you, if I'm going to trade bishops, I'd like to do it on my terms. And if you're fascinated by the E3, pardon me, the D4 and F4 squares, I would like to invite you.
But you're going to capture with the pawn, right?
Help me to defend them. And this is where I come back and I say, the move H5 may come back to haunt you a little bit because you would like to play castles, but you don't want to leave your pawn on H5.
And this is the moment where double pawn is actually very strong in the center because it controls a lot of important squares.
But that was not what Atousa played. After bishop G5, she just took, queen E3. That's a kind of a funny invite.
She's going with the same idea.
But she wants the queens off the board. I think this position's very balanced. The game that was crazy, Rock'em Sock'em, was the game between Ashritha and Carissa. When we left it here, and I think everybody on set was fascinated by your suggestion of queen D4 check and knight H5. Carissa more modestly castled, and I think we're about to see B4.
This is also a very interesting position for Carissa because exactly you need to defend that pawn on C5. Otherwise, I capture it. I have extra pawn. I have developed pieces. Black has no troubles whatsoever.
Exactly. You just said it very well yourself. Black has no troubles whatsoever. I'm thinking Carissa has advantage, in fact, because this move B5, B4, so long as the knight, is jumping forwards, that was fine. But if after B4, you have to play a move, shutter, knight B1, terrible, knight D1, I think Black is for choice.
That's the difference when we trade the knights, right? When the knight was on C6, the black knight, the white knight on F3, then it wasn't that easy to attack the C5 pawn. So we thought rook A D1 quickly finish development.
Right.
But
and away you go, rook A D1.
The situation now is very different when that queen is active.
No question about it, and I think that Carissa is doing very well in this game. I wanted to go
Funny enough, Carissa is actually winning.
Carissa is just winning.
Yes, objectively at least, it's winning. Did you mention the move b4 right now to defend the pawn on c5, or were you thinking about b4 for black later on?
I was
think
thinking
you were
about
thinking about
b4 for black.
But it is a funny instance if white decides to try to defend the pawn with the move b4, because after e5, this is game over.
Oops.
If you take it, I'm just simply going to pin you down, and then you're going to lose the piece.
Don't forget about g2 mate, right?
Guess what? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
g2 as well. So there's so many problems. Rook ae1 was played, which is the best move in the position, but I don't have to take on c5. I can if I want to. I don't have to, right? Queen takes e5 is a good move as well. Rook a d8 is a good move as well. You cannot, at least for the moment, touch the pawn on e7. You get checkmated on g2. So don't do that. I can improve my position as much as possible. It's a really good situation for Carissa. And you were saying that Begim's position is very balanced, right?
Yeah.
And this surprised me as well. The engine is saying that black is doing much better, actually.
Was the move bishop takes g5 by white a good move?
Not a great move.
No, that was the problem, and that she acquiesced to this ending.
This whole idea of queen to g4, and in fact Begim did respond very, very well to that with this move h5. This expansion helps black on the king side, because we are headed towards some sort of an endgame. And in the endgame, I'm going to have a lot of space. I was looking at the lines and how the engine is trying to play this position.
Rook b8,
First, I'm
a5.
going to create some more weaknesses, right?
Right.
Once you play the move b3, later on, maybe not immediately, but at some point, the way to break through is going to be a5, a4, create some weaknesses on that side.
Precisely.
And that's how I'm going to try to play it, coupled with the fact that once the knight lands on c5, you also have the b3 and the d3 weaknesses as well. But the engine was playing this quite nicely with h4 as well first to improve the position on the king side. Get more space on this side, get the king to e7, solidify the structure in the center with the move f6, and at the right moment, breakthrough on the queen side. And it seems like white doesn't really have what to do in the position. It's very, very interesting, a very interesting position. I don't know if she will go for this endgame, queen takes c3. I know Begim is a fighter. She loves to keep the pieces on the board. But look, this is the nature of this particular opening. Once you exchange the queens, you will just simply have a risk-free advantage in the endgame. And it does seem, at least we're being told, that Jeffery might be looking at that repetition with rook to b3. And in fact, are we going to see Hans get out of the repetition? Rook to b3 was played.
Somebody's going to call Frank over.
If he goes queen a6, that's... Whoa, 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 whoa.
That was a shadoob. That was a shadoob.
Shadoob. Yeah, don't touch that rook.
I
touch
adjust.
the rook, you lose the queen.
I adjust. I adjust. Looking at the game of Nasi and Alice Lee, again, both of these players coming into this round needing to score, because that pack at the very top making some distance. And both Alice and Nasi are at 2.5 out of 5 on a 50% score. Bishop a3, queen takes, and I'm expecting rook
fd8?
Actually, funnily enough,
No?
I was expecting rook on f to e8. The idea is the different majorities, if you will, okay? White has a queenside majority, black has the center / kingside majority. What do I want to do? I want to use my majority. I want to be able to play e5, kick the rook, move my bishop, go e4, go e3, utilize my majority. If I play the move rook d8, and again, I just want to emphasize I'm playing the position in the tournament. I need to win.
Right.
If I start trading off all the rooks, you know, like chop, 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 it's going to be very, very hard so for Alice to do anything. I'm thinking it's balanced, but okay, is time a factor, by the way?
So Nasi
really.
has 55 minutes and
Not really.
Alice has 46. So they have a lot of time to think about their moves.
Irina Krush coming into today's round in 3rd place. She needs, well, don't we all, a victory. Here, it's interesting. She came from this, what do we call this? Taimanov Sicilian, but it's a Maroczy. And then quickly the players have gone into a hedgehog. But this one is very, very, very surprising for me. I'm used to seeing the queen on A8, the black queen on A8, not on E8. Help me out. Do you know about the hedgehog with the queen on E8?
Queen is very
strange,
surprisingly positioned there.
peculiar. Is this the latest wrinkle? I don't believe it. Hedgehog with the queen on E8, Cristian?
Yeah, that looks suspicious.
Very suspicious, right?
What is that
But
queen doing
Irina
on
is
E8?
very experienced grandmaster.
Right.
She knows her stuff.
But what is the queen doing on E8?
I don't know. I mean, if you...
Are you going to go F... No, you're not going to go F6 and queen H5.
No.
That's not possible.
Right.
You lose the pawn on E6.
No.
So what is that queen on
I
E8
could
doing?
only imagine G5, Queen F8, and Queen H6. That's the only reason I could put the queen. But that is a stretch, I have to say. From Irina's perspective, she's playing Ruiyang, junior player, maybe not that experienced in these hedgehog endings.
I think that's what she
looking to
wants.
keep the game alive.
Exactly. She wants a long game. She wants more pieces on the board, and she accepts the fact that maybe objectively she's going to have a worse position. At the same time, she's also looking at Carissa, she's looking at Begim, and she sees them winning, and she knows she needs to keep up, keep the pace up. You want to win even with the black pieces. You want to score the full point. So that's exactly her strategy. That's why we see all these crazy nuances in the hedgehog. By the way, Hans said no repetition.
Yeah,
no queen
I
to
want to
E6.
win with the black pieces, you just said.
In this completely dry position, he's like, okay, I'm going to go queen to F2, and I'm going to keep the position complex like this. You're not going to be able to simplify it, because bishop takes F6, I take. You cannot take on F6, you're getting checkmated.
Right.
If you do go rook to F1, then I go queen to E2.
Okay.
And once again, how do you simplify the position? You cannot start hunting my queen because you're dropping some pawns along the way. So what do? You go rook to G1. These are not actually easy moves to make, right? You go D3, you lose a pawn, right? Maybe I can even go C5, get more space. And in fact, this pawn on F6 perhaps is going to be an asset later on. It's going to support a transition via the 5th rank of the rook from E8 to H5 or G5 to put more pressure on G2 and your weaknesses. I'm looking at the position and I'm starting to feel a bit worried for Jeffery, for the simple fact that psychologically right now, with Hans declining the repetition, you know, the onus is on Jeffery to prove that he can hold on to equality in this one. Jeffery already signaled, I'm ready to make a draw. Hans was like, no, I'm not interested in a draw. I need to catch up with the leader. Fabiano Caruana, I'm half a point behind him, and Fabi is winning game after game. So I might as well try to win this one with the black pieces as well.
Jeffery Xiong, as you see, he comes into this tournament with a great deal of U.S. Championship experience. He has played in these U.S. Championships in the past and performed incredibly well. I think one tournament he lost a single game, and he was really at the top half of the event. And I'm sure he came in very, very ambitious. He needs a win desperately as well. So for him, this game with Hans, I'm a little bit surprised by Hans' decision, because I'm looking at this position and bishop takes F6, rook F1. I always feel when my king side's exposed like that.
But we see Hans risking, right?
He enjoys.
Because he really wants to be risking. He wants to try to get that win, or just complicate stuff. Make, you know, Jeffery make decisions that could be wrong if you don't have your own tournament.
Well, there you have it. And Kate, where would you like to take us?
So let's take a look at the women's section.
All right.
Maybe Talia Cervantes and Tatev Abrahamian.
Oh, I had that actually up on my board, funnily enough. Let's take a look. When we left it, actually, the players have played very, very slowly. I think it was actually just here when we left it. Bishop b7. I also mentioned that rook b8 as well as bishop a6. I've seen these types of games. Often bishop b7. Can I ask a question?
Ask a question.
Take the pawn. Why isn't
Really?
she taking the... Well, why did I play knight d2? Take the pawn? Is there an immediate answer? Crickets.
So if I capture, I capture the knight.
Knight takes c4,
Knight
yes.
takes c4.
Bishop takes c4.
And knight b6.
Knight b6.
So I'm opening up the diagonal, so I may think about capturing that pawn on g2.
Okay, well...
I know you want to give up that pawn.
In the immortal words of Nike, just do it.
Okay, let's take it. Let's
yeah,
just see.
exactly. And this was the question. Can I utilize the G file or not? The bishop, let's just put the bishop back on
e4?
Or that's a nice, borrowing a page from the Alice Lee game where she played bishop to e4 against Nazi. She can drop it back to g6. Okay, fine. Now we understand why she didn't take on c4. She did play queen c2, rook c8, a3.
Statek is getting ready for that c5 break.
Yes. Yes, indeed she is. And a3, and who's been tanking the most? I guess both players have been using their clock a great deal here.
I mean, we have just moved 13.
Exactly, and in some of the other games we're in endings.
Right.
And
pieces traded. There are not many pieces traded
here. We've got a board full of pieces going on. I just want to check in on Carissa's game very quickly. Okay, nothing too much has happened. This is the Begim game, and an ending I think is favorable for Begim. Rook d8, said Alice. She didn't go for my suggestion of rook e8 and e5. Rook d8 on the board. Again, I see a very balanced game. Well, we haven't seen this one since queen b3. When we left it, we saw queen b3, knight c6, and Anna was playing slowly, but we are caught up.
I like this bishop a6 move, trying to trade that light square bishop, because that bishop is very strong. The other bishop on c3, not so much.
Yeah, it's kind of blocked at the moment, but okay. We go castles. One of the reasons I didn't want to put the knight on c6 from the very early opening is because after rook c1, we can see that that knight on c6 is going to potentially be a tactical target for these rooks. I like Anna's position. Again, this was the Irina Krush position. We have a hedgehog with, if you castle, black's queen castles from e8 to b8, and the rook on b8 castles to e8. I think we have a normal hedgehog with the queen on e8. I'm discombobulated. I'm not sure exactly what the queen is doing there. Cristian, where's the action?
Well, I'm looking at the open section, this game between Mishra and Dominguez. We didn't talk about this game almost at all. We left it off somewhere around, I believe
the bishop was coming, there was a queen on c2.
Yes, the sacrifice, queen c2, queen to d1 just got back.
Right.
Proposed this trade of the queens. Leinier said no. And maybe that's a good idea, right? Because Leinier needs some victories, right?
Yes.
He understood that yesterday as well against Sam Shankland, and he mentioned it during the interview also. He said, yes, I know. It's very difficult when the guy is scoring every single round in this field.
Fabio.
I need, he was talking about Fabio, of course. I need to keep up with him, and he's trying to do so against a player that started off blazing hot, Mishra, that is, but slowed down in the last couple of rounds. Against Wesley, lost yesterday. He had a good opening understanding, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to understand the differences in the position. He didn't see that bishop to a3 idea. He played it a bit, or at least he thought about playing it a bit too late after bishop to d6 allowed Wesley to recover. So that was his second loss. His first loss against Hans, that was the difficult one to digest as well for Mishra. So right now he's struggling, and Leinier is saying, okay, let's keep the queens on the board. I'm trying to put more pressure on you, and guess what? He's managing to do so. Bishop to b3, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, bishop to f4. We have this position. But what do you do after queen to f5? My question for you is, where are you trying to get this bishop to? I guess you want to go to e3 and give me the pawn on e5, but after queen takes e5, I have the two bishops. I have this nice bishop on b3 that's placating your whole game via the d file. There's no more rook d1, right?
No,
No, I want a rook bishop g3.
But you just came from there.
Right. The last
you
move
just
was
played bishop f4, right? So queen f5, bishop g3, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. I will continue. Rook to d3, activate my pieces, just improve my position slowly but surely.
Right.
And in the meantime, what do you do, right? If you go rook to a3, look at how harmonious my pieces are after bishop to c4, right? I have rook takes c3 in the pipeline. I mean, this one is looking really good. By the way, b3 doesn't work because of rook takes c3. You cannot take on c4
That's
with
funny.
any of the pieces, right?
Right.
If you take with the b pawn, your rook on a3 is hanging. So queen to f5, by the way, played. Leinier is probably, hey, where are you going with that bishop?
Right.
You're not going to e3 because that drops a pawn. Are you going back to g3? Well, thank you very much. I'm getting a couple of tempis, improving my position. I have a great situation right now, and maybe I will win back-to-back games.
Can I go queen g4?
Maybe that's what he wants.
Because if you capture, I capture.
Rook d1.
Rook d1 is one way to at least
No, do that. I like black's position in that ending.
I want more, though.
Oh, you want more?
Oh, I want much more, yes.
See, I'm so easily satisfied. Give me a pawn, my favorite living condition. Life is good. You
But
want
you
to
are
be a
just gonna
piece
recapture
up.
the
You want
pawn.
you
Well,
want a
white
nice
is the pawn
dinner,
out, right?
Right.
So you get a pawn, but you get a pawn back. Sure, you have a better endgame, but the material is limited. Maybe you're going to escape with a draw. None of that for you. No. I'm trying to checkmate you here.
So knight e3, queen takes b2, rook f1, and bishop takes h6. Doesn't bother you.
e6. I mean, I will defend. You have one threat. I understand knight coming to f5
knight
as well.
f5.
But
I was one move away from knight f5.
and maybe this is what he calculated. And maybe he missed bishop to e6. Perhaps this is what Mishra is lacking right now in his
Because it is a
calculation.
tempo. I mean, if my knight
If you
was
don't, right, so
if
just
my
going
knight
back,
was
if you don't have bishop e6, it's
bishop
not that easy.
h6, knight f5, or on
So
black.
if you try to get out, knight
knight
f5 is
f5.
actually looking really good for white.
That's what I mean.
G5 you can take on G5, and this
Right.
is very, very good.
So what's another idea? What if after queen g4,
Yes.
queen c2?
Yes.
What if I capture on h6? What am I missing?
Whoa.
Mate.
This one right here.
Is it?
This one right here. This one right here. Check.
Take a
Where's the mate?
walk.
Where's the mate? All right, there we
King
go.
h4.
Ooh, queen f2.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, wow.
I have this one as well. That's it. Yeah, this is over.
Oh, that's painful. King
This is
h5,
pain.
g6. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, this is looking good.
That's rough.
Those Missouri Tigers, man. They're tough.
Yeah.
Wow.
No. I have
So
to say,
queen f5, advantage Leinier.
I'm puzzled by this idea of bishop to f4. Look at Mishra.
He's not happy.
He didn't like it.
Nope.
He missed something in his calculation. I think it was this queen to g4 and
Well, it's
bishop
that
to
bishop
e6 at the end.
what you
Yes.
showed.
Which stops bishop h6 and stops knight f5. I think this is what he missed, because otherwise bishop to f4 does not make sense at all in this position.
By the way, I mean, seriously, it's not a joke. Every time I look at these pieces, I see these beautiful, beautiful chess sets, those triple weighted, DGT enabled.
I like the knight.
just
It's so
love
well
'em.
crafted. You can see even the teeth there.
Exactly. I mean, when you're playing on these really luxury professional sets, you feel like, you're professional, like
You don't want to go back to the plastics.
No, you don't. No. Come on over, we'll play some Blitz. I've got this beautiful Blitz chess set for us, and there you see what I mean about the mains and, as you were saying, the teeth on the knight. Just gorgeous stuff.
What game is that? That's the Tatev game.
Yes. The Fabi game, he went for that bishop e3, which I thought was a very interesting, intriguing decision by Fabi, saying, I'm willing, go ahead and take my bishop and double my pawns.
I sort of like it, yeah.
The
Again,
bishop e3 move.
Fabi knows that the position is balanced.
Sure.
Not equal, but balanced. He doesn't have the advantage out of the open. He knows that,
Right.
because he's analyzed these type of positions for white, but also for black. He's
Right.
playing this as well. They're very, very healthy for black. And look, there's no reasons why black would be worse. He doesn't have any weaknesses in the
Exactly.
position. Knight to d4 is coming, and that's kind of a problem, so I have to defend against that knight to d4. Once
Right.
put the knight on d4, I will exchange on d4. At the end of it, I want you to take with the pawn, so I have something to work with.
Right.
And that's why he played this move, bishop to e3. right? Now, knight takes c3, sure, but that changes the nature of the position if you take on e3.
Exactly.
And I kind of like it for white, just for the simple fact that right now I'm controlling d4.
Sure.
That's a big one. Also, I have ideas maybe at some point of rook to f1 and trying to look around the pin on
King
the f
side,
file,
yeah.
maybe even g4, g5 if you're not paying attention. So I'm liking white's chances. I don't see an active plan for black. And that's what worries me, because as practical players, we don't have the engine to tell us exactly where to place our pieces. We're looking for patterns that we recognize. We look for plans. Where is our next plan? How do I get out of this? And I don't see an active plan for black in this one. That's why I'm worried. If he takes on e3, I don't think he's going to take on e3.
No.
So the question is, what are you going to do next, right? b6 obviously not possible, a6 not possible. What's the plan for black? The engine is saying
That's
knight
why
f6.
we have Kate in studio to answer
yes,
all these difficult
yes.
questions.
I'm actually
Kate?
wondering, what if I go queen e6?
Okay, beautiful, yes.
And maybe
And now I'm asking what's
King
my
G2.
plan, right?
King G2.
Let's go King G2,
just,
why not?
I mean, it's useful to cover h3.
What's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I
How
thought,
do you continue?
I know it's probably very awkward now, but I thought like king f7.
Ooh, okay, King f7, all right.
I mean, I want to make sure the queen is defended on e6. The
Do I
king
go
is not
H3
going
or
anywhere
H4?
else.
H3 or H4?
But are you, was
Let's
King
go H4,
H7
just-
the idea that
let's
you
just go
wanted to
H4.
go G5, are you wanting to go?
Thinking about it. If you don't play
Okay.
h4, I may be thinking, but you know, you have a lot of sacrifices there.
That's
I
the
also don't see
problem.
what white wants to do in this position.
Exactly. We
Keeping.
were discussing about this idea of H4 just to take more space on
Just
the king
keeping
side.
the position.
By the way, I do believe we have a move right
Knight
now. Knight to
D6.
D6 was played.
So we tickle the rook, but the rook steps up. Rook
Where
c5.
is the rook going?
What was the idea of knight d6? Rook
Maybe
c5?
knight f5?
The knight just came from f5
Oh, that's right. I thought we are transferring the knight.
to a very good square. Good morning, St. Louis. Knight f5, boy, okay. But maybe it's just one of those things that black has maximized. So I
White
can't
has
improve it.
maximized maybe as
We've
well.
improved our positions. Your king f7 is an indication that all the pieces are on their best squares.
Rook
So
c3 has been played.
there we-
Okay. So now I'm starting to understand what white might be trying to achieve at one point
What is
in
white?
this game. Maybe something along the lines of a tripling down on the d file, on the b file, excuse me. Rook to b3 followed by queen to b2, and try to at some point say that if you do move the knight from d6, you will also have to couple that with b6. And once you play b6, then I can go back to the c file and pressure your knight on c6. That's my plan right now. Rook to c3, I believe, rook to b3 or queen to b2 first, and then just try to triple down on b5.
That's so funny. I'm used to seeing the Alekhine's gun or tripling on an open file, tripling on a file that's half closed. Who knows? We're going to take a break, and as we go on break, we're going to leave you with a special message from the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center's Board of Directors. Here it is.
It's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 National Championships. We are in round 6, and we have some very eventful games taking place. When we left it, in particular, we were looking at this game of Mishra and Leinier Dominguez, and we saw this position in the last move really is a very tempting one now for Leinier. You see this move, Queen C2, you're setting up for a checkmating attack. Because we chased the king.
Predicting this Queen G4.
Exactly. Chasing the king out. If we block the threat to Queen takes F2 with the move Knight E3, Queen takes B2, and a very, very important point, just before you can play Bishop takes H6 and Knight F5 with real threats, the move Bishop E6 just puts a cold chill, and Leinier could be in pole position. This would be huge for him. Yeah. It would mean back-to-back victories. We're keeping an eye on that one. Fabiano.
You wanted to go, by the way, after Queen G4, you wanted to capture the queen, right? You said you enjoy that.
In which moment, sorry?
After Queen G4.
Oh, yes, and that was the other thing. For me, I'm a very happy pawn grabber. I did want to go into this ending because I saw an opportunity here. There's no way you're not going to play Rook A3. You're not going to stay in this eternal
I have to trade
fins.
the rooks and give up the pawn back.
Precisely. I give me the pawn back.
Can I get Knight D2, Knight C4?
Okay, yeah, and that's my what do you say? My majority on the queen side, right? I will put my bishop here.
Wait a second. Can I do?
Oh no.
E6. No, cannot.
But it's not that I saw this in advance. It just, it just happenstance that my bishop just luckily,
Just black's
very
position
luckily.
is good and the pieces are in good spot.
But yeah, so again, Leinier is for choice.
But
and
okay, I'm
how
looking
big a
at this
choice?
position. This is not that easy. So queen to c2 is not easy at all because we missed a line at some point. At this point, we said rook to f1, kind of an automatic move in the position to defend the pawn on f2 and get a queen out, get the rook out of dodge. But the big question is, what if I take on h6? Give you the rook, right?
With
now
a
king
check.
to h2. I do have a checkmating threat, and you do have to be very, very careful, because if you play the very natural move g6, queen to h4 finishes the game. Attacking the rook on d8, but most importantly, attacking queen to f6. There's no way to stop me from doing that. You're in fact getting checkmated.
Okay.
So what you have to calculate, and I'm sure Leinier right now is looking at this, is king to f8. You have to start running. But again, not an easy move. This looks dangerous, guys. I mean, getting with the king, putting on the running shoes like this is not easy. Queen takes g7, not king to e7, because I'm thinking knight to f5. Not only that, but bishop to g5 coming with tempo is problematic. But king to e8.
Okay.
How do we assess this one, right? I see a knight coming into play, but I'm not really sure what I'm doing after that. So I'm probably not going to do it. But what else? Maybe
But there's
c4.
bishop f2 too as a response.
With a knight to f5. That's why I don't like knight f5. Yes.
Right.
Bishop to f2. Not only that, you're not checkmating me, but I'm checkmating you myself.
Right.
With queen to g1.
Wait,
so
bishop takes f2? I am actually checkmating you, no?
How
Queen
do you-
f7, queen d6, and knight g7.
Sorry, what?
If you capture,
Yes.
queen f8,
Ah, queen f8. Okay,
King
okay.
f7.
Queen f8.
queen d6, and knight
And
d7.
then
Knight
knight
e7.
e7. Okay, that's a checkmate. Very nice. Very nicely spotted. Yes, so I don't have time to take it. I have to run.
Immediately.
And now that the bishop is guarding everything, it's kind of easy to see. At the same time, this is still not over.
But it's funny
You
because
take a heavy 6.
Right.
You got to be careful in this
A1.
position, guys.
But it's funny because I'm reminded of yesterday's game of Ray Robson and Jeffery.
It was
Xiong,
very similar, right?
Where White gave a rook, chased Black's king to d7, and Ray nabbed
That's
Jeffrey's
right.
king.
That's right.
On the open board.
So all of this is not clear at all, right? Knight to f5, okay, we understand that right now. King to d7 is in fact the best move. And I'm just actually putting on my running shoes. I'm going
And
to
you're-
a8, right? I'm
You're
hiding.
gone. Yeah.
Once I get to c8, I'm hiding.
Right.
There's no way to stop me from doing that. In the meantime, I am a rook out. But you do have this other move, c4, very
That's a
intriguing.
funny one because you showed a discovery
You're
of the queen.
stopping me, right?
Yeah. E6
E6,
check.
game over. Beautiful.
Nice.
The queen
But
on
it's a
a1 is
rook.
What
lost.
about bishop c7?
It's a rook.
Bishop c7, I have a feeling f4, yeah, f4 is winning already.
Wow,
for
and white
white.
is winning.
That's all it takes. One tempi.
One move.
That
one
was
move.
quick.
Yeah.
That's why he's not playing queen c2 quickly. This is the line that he's calculating right now. King to d7. Sorry, that was the bad move. Queen to a3, getting out of dodge, out of this e6, getting the queen back to e7 and back close to the king, and also setting up this running idea of king to d7, king to c8.
That's more practical too, right? Queen
Practical, but not easy.
Yeah.
And if this is the only move, I mean, calculating everything from afar, it's not simple. And that's why maybe even, okay, do we have any other alternatives?
Yes,
outside of
Queen
C2?
g4 and Rook d1 was actually that was my first inclination, just because I was getting the a4 pawn, and I thought it was a 2-result game.
And I think that he might go for this. My prediction is that after a long think, he's going to
Leinier
try to
will
figure
say-
things out, and he's going to see this easy way out with queen takes g4, and he's going to take it.
Has Hans been rewarded for his courage? He declined an early repetition, and he went for the queen f2. What's the current situation, Cristian?
Absolutely. No, he has been rewarded for sure. Right now, there's some imbalance in the position. It's not that easy to exchange the pieces for white. Again,
Right.
the plan is to exchange as many pieces as fast as possible and make a draw. Jeffery already signaled that. He's okay with it. Rook
Right.
b3, rook a3.
Right.
Hans says, no, I'm not interested in that. I want to fight. And right now after c5, okay, how easy is this, in fact, for white?
I want to play the stupid move h3 just to get out of it. And
Okay, okay. And now I go king to d7.
and play rook on b2 to c2, so I can go.
You're giving me the pawn?
No, because I wanted to play rook c4.
You might have some
Rook c4.
rook c4.
By the way, rook g4 was my
rook
idea.
d1 is a problem. Already you're much worse.
Rook d1.
Right.
I thought I
now
had the
that
first
c-pawn
rank
is
defended.
running.
Pawn
I
up.
thought I had the first rank defended.
Maybe technically you're still going to make a draw,
No, but that's not what I wanted when I went
Yeah.
for this whole line.
You know,
rook
I was
c2.
even thinking about trying to take control of that first rank very early on after queen b1.
Yes.
Instead of c5, if black wanted to capture on d3,
Rook takes
thinking that if queen captures, I have rook e1 coming,
right.
now I have rook f1, right?
queen
Queen
f1. And
No, this is very good for me, actually.
yeah, because the king, white king is very safe, but black king is not, and the two rooks are just going to be very
Going
dangerous.
to pick this pawn on c7 first, then you're probably going to take this. We're going to trade these two pawns, but after that it's going to be a rook 3
Two
versus
rooks.
queen 3, and I'm going to be able to create some difficulties for your position as black.
Vladimir Kramnik versus Peter Leko, the world championship. The two rooks outfoxed the queen in that game. Wow, okay, so that's the Hans.
So Hans is doing good so far. I mean,
Okay.
he's putting the pressure. How are we doing on time? Because this is important as well. Hans, 23 minutes on his clock, so he's taking his time. That's quite important. He's trying to create some imbalances in the position, but he is spending a lot of time. Jeffery, on the other hand, 43 minutes. So, okay, the position is still balanced, but I have to say the story is that Hans is piling on the pressure, trying to create something. He's the one trying to win this game.
All right. I feel a bit of like an oracle in this game between Ruiyang and Irina Krush, because we were, scratching our heads and wondering, what is Black's queen
What a
doing?
queen on e8. Usually it's on a8.
Exactly. And the only thing I could come up with is you want to go queen f8 and g7, g5 and bring the queen on the diagonal out, whether it be to g7, with the move g5. Well, let's have a gander at what happened. g5, right? Queen, and she improved the position of the queen. White hasn't done anything. And truth be told, if white actually does nothing, black slowly but surely somehow gets an initiative. I don't understand exactly how it happens, but moves like h5, g4 are on Irina's agenda. And Ruiyang needs to come up with something active. She needs an active plan. And right now, I don't see it. Kate,
Yeah, I was looking
jump
maybe
in.
for like queen a4 to attack the pawn on a6, but
Okay.
black will simply defend it with bishop b7.
Yep. Now, it would be one thing if you could play f4 and exploit the fact that the knight lacks protection, but I don't see the follow-up.
And the queen is just kind of misplaced there. So let's try something different. I would like to push for c5 or play a4, a5, but the black rooks are just ready for that.
Exactly. Queen a2, if you were playing for a4, a5, that I might get behind, but how important is this queenside play versus what black is trying to achieve? Let's say I go here, and let's say
Yes, let's push that pawn.
and just to get a position on the board, right? Plays g4, and this bishop on a8 is lurking. Don't be fooled. I do want to play g3 against f4. I do want to play g3, by the way, and I feel like once again
It's black who's suddenly attacking the king, having that
know.
initiative.
Yeah, and I don't feel
That's the
comfortable.
Bobby Fischer attack, right?
Exactly.
In the hedgehog, this
Yes.
rook g8, g5, g4
That's
idea,
right.
right? And now this is an improved version. The Irina Krush improved version with queen in the front on g7.
do you know the really funny story about that? So, okay, so it goes like this. Bobby, I don't even know how, he ends up visiting Sweden. Visiting Sweden. They invite him on a radio station. So he has an interview on a radio station. Sweden has a strong player. His name is Ulf Andersson. would you like Bobby to play on the air, a game against Ulf Andersson? Bobby says, sure. Plays a game against Ulf Andersson. Bobby goes on to win an absolutely extraordinary, brilliant game, which was just an exhibition game. It goes in a book by John Donaldson. Magnus Carlsen's reading the book. He gets the position, and he plays it just like Bobby Fischer did. I mean, it ripples across time. The same idea, Magnus used the same idea as Bobby Fischer did 50 years early on an exhibition of a radio station.
Good that then they asked him to play a game at a radio station.
Exactly. Crazy stuff. What did Leinier do, Cristian?
Nothing yet.
Nothing
yet. No, he's still thinking. And
Queen G4,
right
big
now,
moment.
he does have some time, though, right? He's not down to his last few minutes, and also there's not that many moves to be played. Once you go into this Queen C2 line, at least you have one. Okay, so let's count them out, right?
Knight
Queen,
E3.
Knight to E3, 2. This is pretty much forced.
Bishop H6.
Bishop takes H6, 3, you have to take it, and then you have to start thinking.
King F8.
You're kind of seeking to F8 because G6 just loses on the spot, and it's the only other alternative in the position. So king to F8, king to E8, you don't want to go into check.
4.
So that's like 5, right?
Right.
Something along those lines.
Exactly.
Right now we're already at move 28. So with those 5s, he's going to go down to only 8 moves left to make the time control with 30, maybe 25 minutes plus. So perhaps he feels confident going into this Queen C2 line if he does, because all of these details, they definitely go into his decision of potentially going Queen to G4, which I have to say it's an easy way out. You're still going to get an advantage, but perhaps not as much of an advantage as after Queen to C2. He knows that if Queen C2 works,
he wins the game.
He probably has a decisive advantage.
By the way, we seem to understand what's happening
This is
on
the
this
moment.
board.
Let's see. He looks like he wants to make a move.
Is
He
ready?
does.
Never mind.
This is Leinier, and unless there's a minute on his clock, he could think. I wanted to just jump to the game of Talia and Tata for a moment, because this was a very big decision by Talia, and she made the decision quickly. And in this position, don't look ahead, Kate. I mean, you're black.
Okay.
You know, your bishop on A5 is a little bit off kilter. Just give me your candidate moves that you would think of. Bishop D5,
Knight D5.
Knight D5, you understand, you have to calculate something about Knight C4.
But I'm also targeting C3.
Exactly. Knight D5, yeah, you know, but I really like the decision that Tata played.
Oh,
F5,
wow.
which
I was not expecting that.
No, exactly. But it does two things at one time. First of all, it does take away, like if I'm on white shoes, I'm sitting there going, oh, let me please allow me to play Knight E4, Knight D6. I'm in business, right? So you took away F5, but you also did something quite nasty.
You just want to trap the bishop.
Right, and you're more or less kind of provoking white to playing the move bishop to E5. And here, now you can go back to thinking about what you would like to play. Would you like to play Knight D5? Would you like to play Bishop D5? I'm just saying that the move F5 for me was, you know, a nice decision. I like this decision, and we'll see if she gets rewarded for it. Going to the game of Begim, Atousa, they go into that ending where the computer, the engines thought that black's a little bit better. It feels balanced to me.
Can we take a look at Levon Aronian and Wesley's games?
Sure.
Because I'm not sure I understand what's happening there.
Well,
okay.
But we left it with Knight A3, right? Way back in the day. Knight A3 was played, Knight C2 takes, and Knight B4 takes. C5, yes, takes.
Knight G5.
B6, Rook F5, D3 is hanging. No, Rook E8, Knight E4. Interesting.
Wait, was there a possibility for Queen H5 or right now if I go Queen H5?
Probably I have to play
Simply
H6.
play H6.
You're threatening me with a mate, H6, Knight E4. D3 is the issue, right? I do have Knight takes D3. Rook c7? No.
Yeah, I thought some brutal stuff because if I go, let's just take a look. Knight
Yes.
takes d3,
Yeah.
rook c7. If you happen to capture that rook on
Yes.
e1,
Yes.
then queen g6, game over.
Yes. We're in rook sacrifice mode, whether it be Ray Robson or whether it be Leinier Dominguez, or in this case, Levon Aronian. Checkmate on g7. That's a nice line. So something to think about. He didn't play it, by the way. He played knight e4, and we're just going to quickly catch up to the players. We have done that already.
Isn't the pawn on d4 kind of weak?
Yes, isn't the pawn on e5? I see
Oh,
a
you
candidate
see a passer.
passer. And by the way, the problem is if I do get to play a3, that's a very dangerous passer. Let's say you just take the pawn on d4 off the board and you put the rook on e3 and you're a pawn up. But your pawn on d3 and your pawn on e5, they're not scaring anybody. The pawn on a2 might be scary.
But
If-
on the other hand, you know, let's
Please.
say I play something like king h2. I'm not
Okay.
going to...
Oh, whoa.
Well,
Pawn
yeah,
is
it's a king
hanging.
f1, let's say.
Okay, perfect.
Because if you push now b4, then I'm getting the other rook to c4,
And the other, yes.
right?
So that's
like
on
it's
your-
not threatening to go immediately with those pawns. And of course, a4 was hanging as
Of
well.
course.
But white has
king
some
f1?
time.
Rook
Yeah, no, that was just to make a move that
Yes,
b4 is not
exactly.
threatening.
Okay, so yes, well, indeed, I have to prepare it, right?
So maybe rook
A4
c7.
Okay, perfect. Rook to c7. And let me deal with that. By the way, I love that move, rook to c7. The desirable rook f7, you'll trade, and queen h5.
And black is in trouble there.
I'll say. So, g6.
Maybe queen d8 even.
Yeah, I loved my queen a moment ago on a. It was perched so nicely on d5, queen to d8. Very, very tense position.
Is it though?
Why? G6?
So what if I try, not rook to c7, what if I try to go something like queen e1 or queen d2?
Not rook. What's
Well, you've
first
been
of all, what's wrong with
threatening me with his b4 a3 idea.
By the way, I think rook c7 was played.
Has he played it?
We have the camera
Yes, rook to c7 is played.
on the
Yes,
board.
Yes, it's on the board. Okay.
Dare I say it? These guys are very good. They liked your move. At least Levon liked your move, Kate. Rook
So what
to
if I go
c7.
rook c8?
Get rid of that rook. That rook is
I'm
bothering.
trying to get rid of that.
Yeah,
rook,
I was
yes.
looking at rook f7, but that didn't work because of a queen h5 line. But rook c8 looks very good. Just chase that rook. If you go to e7, I'll chase you some more. If you go to a7, I'll chase you some more.
Right. The
And
thing
if I
is,
go
I'm not too
queen
worried about
c1?
your.
This is the ending that
No
I was.
exchange and then go b4, right?
Right. This was the ending that I was saying. I like Wesley's chances here because I think his pawns are more dangerous than anything.
But
that
you
I can
probably,
do.
after rook g4, have to just simply make a draw. Rook f7, rook f8, rook f7.
Do I have to why do I have to acquiesce so quickly? If you go rook h4, you might end up getting your rook trapped.
Really?
No?
You're actually going to get so. I mean, you're very aggressive.
I
today, right? I don't know what's wrong with you today.
It's my natural.
There's something.
Always victory, only playing for victory.
No
That's
friends,
all.
no
No
nothing. I mean,
friends.
come on, I thought we were friends. Yes.
Yes, so you found a new role model.
On set, we're friends. By the way.
I thought we were friends.
We are friends.
You're not
We-
nice.
not
All right,
nice.
all right.
All right, we'll keep that. What did you
Very
have?
balanced in that one, right?
Sure.
Hans was thinking for a very long time, actually, after queen to b1. We were discussing 32 minutes at that
C5.
point. He didn't play c5. He played the move rook to e3. That's what we have, and rook to b4 is on the board. So he spent almost 20 minutes. Still 15 moves to go with only 13 minutes to go. For Hans, definitely starting to look at some problems on his clock. So rook to b4, what do we expect?
But
What
maybe
has he
in the
calculated?
position now, suddenly because rook g4 is a nice idea.
So you have to stop rook g4.
You do,
You
right?
kind of have to go rook to d4. I think he's going to play it. Nope,
Queen
never mind.
f2.
As we were discussing it, he played queen to f2.
Inviting rook g4? Well,
Right,
may
we're
I?
seeing a check. You're probably not going to go to f8 because queen to b4 is coming.
That might
be
just win the
problematic.
game, actually.
Let's see. Does it win? No, it still doesn't win the
Oh
game.
my gosh,
because
really?
of rook to d6, but I don't think you want to allow that.
No.
Right. You give a check, king to h8 makes the most sense.
Now, without looking at the evaluation, when you see the rook on g4, you're very optimistic, aren't you? Because the king on h8, you're seeing ideas
I
of queen
understand,
a1.
but on the other hand, your first rank is very weak.
I know, I got to
Right.
play h3 to make look.
But then the d3 pawn, I'm going
There's
to just
the
grab
d3
it.
pawn, right?
Okay.
There are some problems with this, and this is what he wants to do. He wants to take that pawn on d3. And I guess this is the question. I mean, this seems to be pretty close to equality, right? If you do play like this. I also have rook to a4 ideas. You're not saving the pawns. You're not saving the pawns, and the thing is, with my rook on the 4th rank right now, even if you manage to somehow, let's say, go c5, I take it, and you manage to double up on the 2nd rank,
Not
I
enough.
always have the
Rook
defense
g4,
with rook
sure,
to
sure,
g4.
sure.
So I don't have any problems on the 2nd rank. This is probably the best way for both players to continue this game.
For me,
Seems simplistic, right? But it's not that easy. Go ahead.
I'm surprised that white isn't for choice. I would have thought the rook on g4, the king on h8, you know, all I got to do is play queen h6, it's splat. All I've got to do is go queen e7, it's splat, you know.
But it's not easy to get there, right?
Right.
And as soon as you leave with the queen, I have rook
Rook
e1
d-
ideas,
right.
ideas on the 1st rank. So, yeah, probably, maybe queen to b4. Does queen to b4 make sense? Now h5 seems to be good for black.
You know,
Not
I
easy.
don't- Yeah, I'd always thought that I could bail out, make a draw with queen f4, you know, and I get a perpetual check, or I take the rook on h8, right? So in this final position,
Maybe we
queen-
can see it on our board.
on my board? Okay, pardon me, I'll have to bring it up. Where are you, Hans Niemann? So just in this moment, we were, oh, he's already played rook b4, queen f2. He already played rook b2. We had been looking mainly at rook g4 ideas.
That can be a silent draw offer.
Another
right?
one,
Queen goes
right?
back to h4.
King h8, queen b4, and there was this idea that if you did play h5, I was thinking, okay, I always have ideas of queen takes f6.
They did
check
repeat
and
the moves.
a
There's
perpetual check.
background checkmate. But they did repeat. So we do have a queen f2, rook b2, queen h4
On the board.
quickly.
Who's in time trouble?
Well, Hans has 13 minutes, Jeffery has 40 minutes, so it would be Hans. But I think he can just now write queen f2, and is that a 3rd time repetition?
Is it? Not
Not yet. Okay, is it 2nd time?
Well, you have to say, tip your hat, and Hans is showing his courage with 13 minutes on his clock, and you know, avoiding a repetition. How is Fabi doing? Fabi comes into today's round, and for those of you who haven't been watching, 3 in a row. I mean, we know about the streak. The streak was one of the most extraordinary things I've ever witnessed.
During the
as a
Sync
chess-
World Cup?
Oh, yes. 7 in a row, 3 in a row. A red-hot Fabiano. The other competitors do not want to see...
He was just unstoppable.
Yeah, do not want to see that happening. Let's see where we left it. We left it around these parts. H5, E4, bishop comes back to E3. Just
I
a
mean,
lot
the
of...
knight is just jumping around. I mean, last, what, 5 moves? But only
Yeah.
knight moves.
A lot of toing and froing going on here, but I must say, the knight at last did find its best square. It's eyeballing d4 as well as f4, making the move d3, d4 nigh impossible, and that's a backward pawn. Now, on a good day, you'd like to play rook here and queen here and triple up on the pawn. Let's see what Fabi did. Also, this move kind of reminds black, well, that diagonal is vulnerable as well as this pawn on b7. King h8, and we're up to date with the play, the game. Kate,
Yeah.
what do you think? Still balanced?
Still balanced. I don't see really what black is doing, what white is doing. I'm not sure if as black I want to jump with knight on d4.
No.
Right? Because
you
it
don't.
helps to trade the knight on f3. That is not doing much.
Exactly.
And it opens up more the kind of queen side, the possibilities. So I feel like Sam doesn't want to do much. Just even maybe moving king h8, king g8 back.
Right, exactly. So just to clarify for everybody, yeah, we're going to play king g8. Ooh, sorry, king g2.
Move back.
Yeah. Okay. And what Kate and I are discussing is the one thing that black needs to avoid is essentially this ending, where first of all, you've blockaded the d file. So now your two rooks are no longer active rooks. You're not hitting the pawn. Well, obviously everything.
Even h5 pawn is very
everything.
weak.
Forgetting about the h5 pawn, but the idea is you don't want to occupy d4, or rather, you do want to occupy d4 with a piece and not with a pawn. So at the current position, this kind of standoff, I'm not ready to jump, but if your bishop ever moves away, if your knight ever moves away, then I do want to play knight to d4.
You know, and it's sometimes very easy to say, don't move, just move king back and forth. But I remember for me as a player, sometimes it's difficult not to do anything. And you want to simplify stuff, and then you simplify, and you're like, I'm worse off now. Why did I do anything with my position?
No, I think that's the hardest thing in chess to do, is actually to sit on your hands, to say, okay, I don't want to disturb the equilibrium, because we have this concept of equilibrium, right? And sometimes your pieces are just at their maximum, and you don't want to be active. And I think that's very, very hard, because we're always striving.
Because you want to accomplish something, you want to do something.
And rather just holding the position.
So do you want to play a5 in that position?
I don't think I want to do anything, actually. The funny part is I would rather see you play a5 than me.
Oh, no, with
a5.
the white pieces, I mean.
Oh, pardon me.
Yes, because it's Fabi's move right now, so.
Well, I'm a little bit worried. Okay, so with the king on g1, it's Fabi's move. So you're saying a5, well, aren't I running into trouble with this guy?
Right, rook b6.
Oh, sorry. E6 is hanging.
Right. You cannot take it yet.
Okay, good point. And I wanted to take it so bad.
But that's the strategical risk we're running, right? Once you play 5 a6, that pawn on a5 becomes sort of a liability in the position.
So I'll move my rook to protect the knight, defend the knight, so that knight takes a5 is possible.
I would love to get knight c7, knight b5.
Oh, no, that would be a dream.
That's my dream, but
you know,
unfortunately.
Yeah, that would be asking a lot from the position.
Yeah, okay, so how do I defend the pawn on a5 is the question. Okay, let's go queen a3, yeah, something like that. Or queen a4. Okay. You know what, queen a4.
Fair.
I'm not sure why I put it on a4, but actually now I understand why.
You do?
Because with queen a3, I think you do allow knight c7. Rook b7, knight b5.
Wow. By the way,
rook d5. That's an unexpected move.
And by the way, Fabi kind of caught up with Sam regarding
with the pawn
time.
On a4.
A4, yes.
They have
rook d5.
both around 30 minutes.
Whoa, rook to d5.
And by the way,
that really changes everything, doesn't it?
Sometimes I forget how good these guys are and how deep they
analyze it. Yeah.
Leinier did play queen c2.
After a very long think, too, right?
Yes. He thought for a while, and finally the decision came. He played the move queen to c2, the best move in the position. Right now, Mishra is thinking. And Mishra is thinking for more than 10 minutes. The problem is, if you don't play knight e3, you know you're accepting a borderline losing position. Like if you try to exchange the pieces with bishop to e3, well, thank you very much. I'll take on b3, losing c3. It's over. You don't have anything in the position anymore, and I can always stop you from these ideas of knight f5 with bishop to e6. And at some point, you will be a pawn down, and also all of your pieces are kind of passive, right? But the rook on d8 is beautifully placed. The queen ready to pick up as many pawns as possible is not looking good for white. So after queen to c2, you have to defend the f2 pawn somehow.
Right.
We've seen that bishop takes h6 is not possible. You get checkmated after queen takes f2. So knight to e3 becomes pretty much forced. He's still thinking, spending a lot of time, maybe realizing right now that my bluff, which perhaps was a semi-bluff, right? He was looking at that, he was seeing some sort of an attack. Maybe my bluff is actually not correct. And with precise play, my opponent, Leinier, will be able to hide his king via f8, e8, d7, c8, those type of ideas. So this one is going to explode in the next few moves.
How much that rook sacrifice, Kate, do you think Leinier had calculated with king f8 and king
I think
e8?
he calculated very deep. He's a very strong player, and he knows how to calculate really deep.
We're looking at Levon Aronian and Wesley So, as it looks like they have made a repetition.
Right.
A result, by the way, that's not very good for Levon, is he's struggling with -1. He's drawn 5 games. He lost 1 game. He's not having a very good competition.
Yeah, on the other hand, I feel like, you know, he is a player that he tries to play for a win. If it doesn't work, if it's a draw, he's kind of okay with that.
Well, he has to
By
be.
the way, guys,
Yes.
Are we going to see finally the repetition in the Hans game? Maybe we can
Just,
pan out to that game once again, because queen to f2 was the last move of Hans.
And that's
did
a
not
3-10.
play rook to d4, and maybe that's kind of once again an invitation. This time coming from Hans.
But is rook b2 a 3-10? I mean, Jeffery can claim, you're saying. With rook b2, Jeffery can go
I
and
don't think
draw?
yet. No. Actually,
I think
no.
I think he should
no,
be
no, he
able.
cannot. So this is 1,
Yeah.
and this is 2 after rook to b2, which was played. If he does play queen to h4, then he can claim. So if Hans right now
Wants
plays
to play
queen
for a
to
win,
h4,
it's only rook e2.
correct.
Yeah.
I mean, Hans can claim now queen h4?
Yes.
He
Queen-
can.
Yes. Queen to h4 would be 3-time repetition.
Okay.
So Hans can stop the clock.
One game that is not going for a 3-time repetition is a game of Carissa Yip versus Ashritha. Ashritha.
No, wait. Let's just stay with. There
Oh,
we go.
rook e2.
There we go. Okay.
With less time, Hans
Okay.
has no draw.
No, he's a fighter. He doesn't want to repeat 3 times.
Rook takes e2.
Let's
queen
continue.
Takes e2.
Okay. But by the way, is rook to e1 a move? No, rook to e1, you take on d3, rook e8, king g7. That's not what I want.
Exactly. But something along those lines with h2, h3. h3 on the moment, rook takes d3. And now I start to look at queen b8 shack and queen takes 7.
So perhaps queen b7, right? Try to go for my own pawns and attacks. Queen b7,
Queen
if you take on
b7.
d3, I have ideas of queen c8 and queen g4. Maybe I can do a perpetual
Sorry,
like
I'm
that.
going to change boards for a second. Whoops. Hans Niemann. Jeffery. There we go. Queen b. You don't want to make Luft. Why doesn't anybody like Luft here? Queen b7. And what did you say, Cristian?
To be honest, I don't even
Jeffrey
know why.
likes.
Jeffrey
Likes your look.
I'm telling you.
Jeffrey's listening to you.
Jeffrey, thank you. Thank you.
It's probably a good idea. Make the lift.
Because the way I see it, if you take the pawn with the rook,
Right.
you're giving me the option of queen b8 shack. I mean, for what it's worth, I'm just going to put it on there. Whose pawn is more dangerous in this ending? Queen takes a7, right? Because you're going to have a c pawn.
I'm
but
actually
mine-
not sure.
I'm
So
not
rook
either.
d1, let's...
Rook d1.
First of all, I also have rook d2. Wait a minute. Why don't I go rook d2? No.
Queen g1 back.
But then I take the pawn,
Then I take yours.
and you take mine, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's a draw. It's
Okay.
a draw.
Right. So, sorry, just for the audience.
Even though, wait a minute. Now I go c5. I don't know.
Well, that was the question I was asking. Whose
So I
pawn
run
is more
a4.
dangerous? Thank you. Yeah, let's have some fun.
No, but I think it's mine. Okay, c4, c3.
Okay, now I'm scared.
Okay, let's go c2. Let's just try it out. And rook to d1. Who's first?
Me.
Okay, you got a queen. Bravo.
Thank you.
Now I guess I take the c1 and we make a draw, yeah? It's
How
just
do
a
you
draw.
make a draw?
It's just a draw.
You're fighting for the draw. What did you mean? No, funny. Okay, that was fun. Queen E2 on the board, H2, H3.
Not Queen
Han's
B7
time
yet.
is ticking down, right?
He has only 6 minutes and still about 10 moves to make.
Okay, we're going to keep our eye on that one. Once again, we only have one result in the open section. Levon Aronian and Wesley So made a repetition. I wanted to say that one game that's not going into a repetition whatsoever is the game of Carissa Yip, our co-tournament leader in the ladies. She's up against Ashritha. Ashritha is shredding her queen side. We left it more or less here. And
I think this is just about to be over. Actually.
It's
She's
all
enjoying
Carissa.
2 pawns advantage right now, recapturing the
not
second one.
Not only
But
that.
with compensation.
Yes, for black.
for black. Bishop A2 was Ashritha's last move because, well, check this out. This bishop combination, E5, E4, knight D. I mean, it's all Carissa at the moment. And oops.
I think the idea is now to go queen h4.
Yeah.
So
Queen
I
takes
put
G2,
the...
checkmate.
Oops. Okay, that's
Would you
a problem.
Good morning, St. Louis. In chess, is there a whoops, whoopsie daisy? I think that was a whoopsie daisy. I'm sure Ashritha in her mind's eye was thinking that she wanted to
I
go
think she
queen
may
h4.
have missed it.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of blinded by your own ideas.
Queen
And,
G3, but now I
yeah,
can just pick up
take a rook.
on E1.
Thank
I
you
can
very
even-
much.
Can I go? No, actually no. F4 doesn't make a lot of sense because that actually helps you with Queen H3.
That is true. That is true.
So let's just pick up the exchange.
That is
Why
being,
not?
yes.
You are exchange up 2 pawns. Very nice pawn center. Yeah, she grabbed the rook.
You've got A3 as a way of undermining the C3 pawn. You've got H6 when you need to cover a check.
Yeah, why not
on H7.
H6?
It's all Carissa, which means that Begim, she's going to have to win to keep the pace. And dare I
Wow, look
say
at that
it?
pawn tension.
Things are blowing up in this game. I think
What in
white.
the world is happening there?
Right? Atousa got in, I think, a very desirable break for herself. This move, C4, C5, I think she's happy about getting that in. F7, F5. So shall we have a look? What would happen if we just capture a lot of things? Takes, takes, takes. Should I capture some more?
Try to take everything. Okay. keep
G
taking.
takes, right?
Right. And should I? Should I be playing for this, or I'm not sure what I should be playing. What should I be playing for? This guy's weak, right? Okay, I got an idea.
Okay, let's go C5.
I'm spotting a pawn.
No, you want to actually take that.
Did you have to ask
You're
me twice?
sneaky.
Sneaky guy.
You're a sneaky guy.
Well,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I have to take on F5 with the rook, right?
That's the problem. You will take with the rook, and
That's actually very unpleasant, this D5 idea.
it was a moment ago, right?
If you take with the pawn, right?
Okay, even if you take with the rook, the idea, what I was hoping to achieve, positionally speaking, I was trying to secure the E4 square for a knight. So I don't know if maybe I should play G5 as a means of securing it.
Aren't you worried about losing that pawn? If I take
Take,
rook G5,
yes.
knight F6.
Just one move from knight E4. I was so
So it
close.
was trapping my rook.
Oh yes, I really thought I was going to do it too. Yes, good point. I just don't have the timing yet. But that is the idea anyway, of trying to create an outpost. And for Begim, again, she's coming in, tied for first, and Carissa's just wiping out the... With the black pieces, Carissa's doing it.
She doesn't care that she's supposed to have a disadvantage with black
White,
pieces.
black, it doesn't matter.
She has advantage.
Right?
And she's looking very well to win her game, so Begim needs to try to catch up.
And for Irina, same story. I mean, trying to keep pace with the two ladies in front of her, that's a challenge. But I thought she was actually really outplaying Irina, and she did. She did go with that whole G5, and she did it a different way. She didn't go H5, G4. Irina just went for G4, and look at this. G3 takes.
And we're talking about the Irina
Krush
game
versus Ruiyang. And this position blew up as well. And the times are 17 minutes for white and 21 for black.
And you know, what's very interesting for me is if you look at move 15 in this game, just
going all the way
just
back.
go to move 15, yes. And look at white's pieces, how they are positioned and how black's pieces are positioned.
Okay.
And then we just flip to the current position. Maybe just, okay. And you see that white didn't really change much. The pieces are almost at its same squares, but black's position is completely different. There is attack, there is, you know, pressure on G file.
Yeah.
So it looks like white was moving around but not accomplishing much, whereas black just launched an attack on the king side.
And it looks like a very, very successful attack at that, because Irina's thinking to herself, if it's my turn, don't even ask me twice. I want to take on F2, and this bishop diagonal, keeping in mind the rook is also doubled up. I want to take on F2, play knight takes E4, then knight goes somewhere and bishop crashes in on G2, and it's, to quote Walter Brown, haki mate.
So the question is, can I... Because if I move with the knight on F2, whenever E4 falls, game's over.
So just to throw it out there, the suggestion is, again, this whole knight takes E4, that's a tempo against the queen. I'm not really too sure where to go here. Do you want to take the knight, or do you want to blast? I don't think you win with blasting.
Well, let's take the knight.
Yeah, let's take the knight.
Well,
I do have F6 to defend everything.
I mean,
you want to...
it's really funny. It just, this knight
some
G3,
knight G3 ideas. Yeah.
knight F1, and oh my goodness.
So knight F3, let's try to save everything somehow.
And by the way,
this one is a draw.
Hans tried all he could not to make a draw, but
as reluctant as
sometimes you just play a good game and you have to make a draw.
Nothing to be done. By the way, who claimed the draw? Was it Hans who stopped the clock and claimed the draw, or was Jeffery the first? Guess what? Hans was the one to say, okay, enough's enough, draw. All right, Irina's looking very good. We like her position very much. Tatev, that was that whole F5 sequence. I'm looking at this queen on A1, scratching. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of Talia's queen on A1.
But what if I try to play with white bishop F3, you know, trade that bishop? You do have a weakness on E6.
Well, if you trade the bishop on D5, and okay, so whose turn after queen
Your
A1?
turn, black's turn.
Rook C6.
Okay, bishop F3.
Rook B6.
Oh, you want to go to B2.
And the whole idea was that you kind of help me. Yes.
I don't want to interrupt this
Not
one,
at
but
all.
I do believe that Fabiano, a big match against Sam Sevian, I believe
Also
they are
repetition?
repeating right now.
Well, it's funny. Yesterday we saw so many decisive games. 10 decisive games out of the 12 played. 5 in each tournament were decisive, and we've already started with 2 draws. You're saying we might have a third?
The last few moves have been rook to c5, knight to e6, rook to c3, back, knight to f8. So right now, if rook to c5 comes along once again, they might be ready to shake hands.
It's just one of those positions where neither side, it's like there's a standoff. We both have positioned our pieces to their maximum, and we can't do anything.
Right.
Okay.
Sometimes just, there's not much more in that position.
A game we haven't followed for some time, Andrew Tang versus Ray Robson. They're not doing very well, but that doesn't mean they're not fighting hard. And, you know, Ray Robson's game from yesterday is, I promise you, going to be immortalized in tactical attacking books
One of the
future.
typical sacrifices on F7, That's going to be a classic.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Again, a very balanced game. Nothing too much going on. Sam Shankland. Dare I say, Sam
Another rook and game.
He just never gets tired. Rook and game after rook and game.
He was so proud. He presented his book and said, Yasser, please, I want to hear some criticism. You know, like, look at it. And I'm saying, rook endings is all this guy plays.
He didn't give me a book. I mean,
we play favorites.
I guess we are. I guess we are.
We
I have
no
to
friends.
say I did get a book. So.
Oh,
Am I the only one that didn't get a book? I mean, come on.
Hey, look, he ran out. You know,
my goodness.
Friends and family first. That's what it's all about.
I'm going to have to grill him in our next interview.
Right. Even though it's an extra pawn for white, theoretically speaking, Sam really should draw
that's
this.
an easy draw. Yes.
Why is it so easy? Is it just that the threshold, the margin of a draw is always so high?
Well, not really, but there's no imbalances, right? The pawns are on the same side. The only way for you to create something is to either play the move h4, but even after you play the move h4, you will still have to go f5 at one point in time.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, once we eliminate more and more pawns, we're just going to get down, just to give you kind of an example. I stay on the second rank.
Right.
I always
go
stay on the
rook
second rank.
e3.
You can give me a check, that's
This is
fine,
the
no
maximum
problem.
I can get.
That's the maximum.
Right.
At some point, you have to go f5.
Right.
Because if you do try to go here, first of all, I can even go rook to e2 and stop you altogether.
Okay.
Right? If you go here, then I have to go here. And you have to do this all
Bridging,
over again.
yes.
But it doesn't really help you too much, right? So, by the way, h4 was played. Let's just get the maximum once again. And
Okay,
finally,
give me a real maximum. Give
right,
me
you
my
wanna
king
go
on
king
e5.
e6 as well.
Yeah, give me my king on e4.
where do
let's
you
say.
play? Where
King
do you play?
d5.
But now I attack the pawn.
King e5.
No, rook f5. That's it.
Oh, I wanted
You want to check on e2?
I wanted to go king f4 so
And
I could
rook
play rook
f3,
f3.
right?
That's it.
Right.
Yes, because you have to stay
Right.
close to the pawn, and then I go back. You go here, and if you do try to go here, the problem is, okay, I'm not going to exchange.
That's the one thing
Obviously,
I
I'm not going to exchange. This endgame is the only one that I'm losing in this iteration. So I'm just going to go rook to g6. You're going to have to, at some point, just check me.
Fair.
It's
so
a
we're
draw.
expecting
It's an easy draw, and Sam definitely will not lose this one. I have to say, after yesterday's disaster, that was not an easy one.
Oh, against Leinier, that was amazing.
Way more
rook
complicated.
A1, rook h1.
That was so disappointing for Sam because he just missed that one move, but the critical move that just decided the end game.
Exactly.
Yeah, this one. And by the way, look, and we were discussing this with Fabiano as well yesterday over dinner. Sam is very confident in his rook endgame skills. And whenever he gets a technical position, or at least something that he thinks it's a technical position, he plays very fast. It backfired against him yesterday
Against Leinier.
because he got to that position, he missed the move rook to h1. It's not going to backfire today.
And as we see this game heading towards a draw in studio, we have Jeffery. Cristian, over to you.
Jeffery, welcome back to the studio. Tell us your strategy for today's game against Hans. He's definitely a player that is hot right now in this competition, stringing up victories one after the other. You were slowing down in the last few rounds. What was the strategy going in today's round?
Yeah, Hans was definitely in good form and me not so much. So the idea was just to play something solid. I think he caught me off guard with bishop g4 in the opening, which I wasn't anticipating. And after that, I just tried to liquidate things.
That was our impression as well, because this bishop g4 is more of an offbeat line, but generally with the help of the engines, nowadays is considered to be okay. Did you analyze this at home at any point in history?
Yeah, I have many blitz games here. I tried knight e2 as well, knight e2 or f3, and it's all more like, yeah, knight e2, let's say, knight e2, cd5, h3, bishop h5, c4. You can see that I have some games here.
Yes, Jeffery versus Ray Robson. And these are blitz games, you were saying.
That one maybe was rapid, but in general, it's a normal position. I could have went for this. I wasn't sure which to try, but in the end, I selected the game variation, but I think he played it very well.
He played it very well. And at this point, were you worried at all after the queen landed on f2? He was trying to create something. He was trying to keep the game going. Were you getting worried at any point?
Maybe slightly, I don't know. Perhaps after bishop, like in the game bishop f6, gf6, rook b2, I wonder if he could try something else besides queen h4, because he had either queen e3 or queen d4. Not sure which, but
let's say queen.
Yeah, queen e3. I guess it's still okay after rook bb1. This is what I also saw. Yeah, it looks kind of unpleasant, but in the end, maybe it's fine.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like you or him made any mistakes, and finally you found not this repetition, but this transition into a technical drawish endgame. Jeffery, how would you assess your performance so far? Obviously, you probably are not happy, especially with the last couple of games. What are you going to do to turn things around?
Yeah, it's not been great so far, but just got to keep going. Tomorrow, another tough game with Black, I think, against Wesley. So take it one game at a time and see what I can do.
That seems like a very good strategy. Wesley, we'll see you. Sorry, Jeffery, we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you against Wesley tomorrow.
Yes.
Good luck, Jeffery, indeed. And we just getting word that in the game between Fabi and Sam, that Sam can determine whether or not draw is agreed.
Right, so if he goes to Frank right now and says, okay, with the move knight to f8, the position will be repeated 3 times. But he's thinking, okay, all right, maybe he's trying to get more. 16 minutes for Fabiano, 21 minutes, but I think they're close to the second time control. They're at move 38. No problems.
I was a bit surprised by the game of Leinier. We'll come to that in a second. I'm just looking at Nasi versus Alice Lee. This game looks very balanced as trades are taking place. In the game of Leinier, when we left it, we were thinking that after queen takes, we had this long calculation of bishop takes h6, sacrificing a rook, and Black's king essentially runs away, even though there are some sharp choices after the move c4. There's this cagey little move, queen a3, covering f8 so you can get king d7. But we didn't like the fact that after queen c2, knight e3, queen takes b2, rook f1, we thought the move bishop e6 would just give an overwhelming advantage for Leinier. Shocking to my eyes, he took.
He just decided to kind of liquidate and keep that extra pawn.
Yeah, but there's bishops of opposite color positions. I mean, even though I love the extra pawn, don't get me wrong, but bishops of opposite color positions with, bishop b6 could, just tie down that majority. It's not going to be that easy to put the pawns in motion, is it? I mean, I'm saying I do like Leinier's position. I think he has the advantage, but I think this is a hard slog. I don't think this just...
You don't feel that a 3 against 1 on the queen side?
Well, again, if I get my bishop on b6, no.
So let's say I go rook d7,
okay,
because the rook is attacked.
Yeah, good point, right? It certainly was. And bishop b6.
Yeah,
and
you're right. The bishop is kind of strong there. It's stopping the pawns from moving forward.
Exactly. And we have another special guest in studio. Over to you, Cristian.
Levon, welcome to the show. This tournament so far hasn't been yours, but definitely still plenty of chess to be played. Tell us your assessment of this event so far, and what are you going to do to turn it around as well?
Well, I'm learning, trying new things. So it's a part of the process, part of the learning process. So sometimes the result doesn't come, but as long as there's a plan you know, I kind of see the light in the end of the tunnel.
Speaking of the process and trying to learn new things, yesterday you played the Sicilian. We haven't seen you play the Sicilian in a very long time in a classical game of chess. How did you come up with that decision?
I thought I have some, you know, events coming, so that are going to be like open, you know, Scheveningen system. So like an open tournament. So you know, you need to play the Sicilian in a Scheveningen tournament. Therefore, I think you have to practice, especially in such an important tournament. So when the pressure is there, yeah, you need to try and play the new openings. You know, it's easy to play new openings in a blitz game where nothing really matters, but you need to practice this type of openings that are new to you in combat kind of simulation mode.
Absolutely. Tell us the story of today's game.
It was a fairly solid game. I was trying to put a little bit of pressure. I think I didn't really remember what I was intending to do in this particular line, but I thought, you know, it's just a position. I've played this type of structures a lot with black, so let's try to be on a white side of it. And I think I managed to put up a little bit of pressure, but then I think Wesley played well.
Yeah, things got a bit imbalanced at some point, right? After this exchange of the pawns in the center, e5, queen d5. How did you assess it at this point? What were the plans for both sides, in your opinion?
I thought it was kind of interesting, you know, with this a3 and putting this strategical threat. So, I mean, he also has this rook f4 instead of knight d7, which is very interesting. You know, just kind of forcing me to play knight b4, takes, ab, queen d7. I thought it's very, very complex strategically. Something that I generally like to do, you know, to just get play
interesting positions
game and enjoy it. Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
And then he played this knight d7, which I felt was also interesting. And then after c5, yeah, it was kind of exciting here, because knight f5, I thought rook a6 from distance, I thought is the move. But there I have this interesting sequence
At what
of
point?
moves.
Excuse me.
Yeah. After c5,
yes,
that's all correct. Takes knight g5. Yeah.
Oh, knight g5.
And after knight, yeah. And here, so rook a6 looks also very natural. But there I have this queen g4, and knight d3, and knight h7, which is very interesting. Yeah, knight e1, knight f8, and queen g2, queen g2, knight g2, rook c8. Yeah.
Now it's some sort of a race. Yeah?
So
he's going to try to go d3.
Yeah. Some kind of. Oh yeah, I didn't see d3, but I felt it was a fascinating position to calculate all of those subtleties. And quite often, as it happens, you know, once my opponent found the correct moves, you know, there is not much you can do. I thought that the position is rather solid.
Yeah. Definitely a very creative game today. Still plenty of rounds to go. We'll let you go, get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Levon. Indeed, that felt like almost a game of losers' chess there, where everybody was just capturing everything.
He's going to capture first.
Yeah. Well, Leinier still nursing that extra pawn. Looks like
the engine is saying advantage. That he's completely winning.
Winning.
-3 right now.
Wow.
-3. For the simple fact that it seems like the c pawn is actually going down the board.
The c pawn is the issue.
Very quickly, yeah. So for example, if you try to go bishop b6, I'll give you the pawn.
Oh my.
I'm going to go c5. Yeah, you take, I'll continue pushing. And the problem is c3, c2 is very threatening, and it's very difficult for you to stop it because your pieces are on the other side of the board. The queen is not defending against this expansion anytime soon. And if you have to play moves such as bishop to e1, yeah, that's not it.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that, right. So, and if you go bishop to b4, for example, I can continue. My play is very simple. That's the problem for white right now. Rook to c1, for example. I can continue. You still cannot touch that pawn. You're not in time, right? You get checkmated because the queen on e5 protects against king h2. So this one is looking really, really good for Leinier, and he's making the right moves. Rook to d3, activate everything against. Once bishop to b6 comes on the board, c5, c4, and the play is simple.
Has been agreed draw as the players confirmed the repetition with the chief arbiter Frank there. Wasn't intuitively obvious to me that Leinier was going to rush a c-pawn, you know, give up the a-pawn, run the c-pawn, that's all you need to do. But once you see it, you go, yeah, there you go, that's what's going on. A lot of draws, they're hard fought, to be sure.
But a lot of action in the women's section, actually.
Let's go there. No results, interestingly enough. And I want to go to the game with
We can
Carissa.
start with Begim because she won a pawn.
Okay, if you'd like that.
If we move
She did.
back a little bit.
Okay, so we left it with this position was exploding after the move f5. I think I tried, pardon me, to take and play d5 and kind of shut the action down a little. Atousa kept all the tension. See, that's me. I'm trying to resolve the tensions, you know. Be calm.
Uncomplicate things.
Uncomplicate things. And Atousa is making it more tense. Takes. But
But
guess
this looks
what?
very nice for Begim because suddenly
Right.
black has targets.
That big time. And she took advantage of a pin. Knight takes
That's a pawn.
c5.
Yes, okay.
And knight to d3. Well, she's going to win the pawn back, though, right? Knight takes e5.
Will she? King d6?
Oh. This is great. I was just about to point out that pawn is attacked, and check this one out too, okay? And you interrupted me and said king d6
Let's do it
protects
the impossible.
both. The impossible. You did it. You protected both pawns at the same time.
The problem is rook d1. I think.
Rook d1 still.
This
I
knight
mean,
c5 is kind of unpleasant.
nasty.
You probably have to go back.
Okay.
Even though, okay, so let's continue with that variation.
Yes.
Rook d1, can I go rook to d8? No, knight f4. It's a problem.
Rook to d8, knight f4 check. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
let's
that's
keep going. Let's
discovery.
keep going. Okay, king e7.
Right.
Do you take on g6 first? Or
Let's try it.
king f6?
Let's take on d8 now.
You have to.
Right.
Knight takes d8. How is this endgame? You have to go
Well,
to h4, right? Or to f8. Where do you go? With trembling hands.
Exactly. My mouse.
With trembling mouse.
Well, but wait a minute. This should be okay. King f2, g4. You know, Atousa should be happy. She'll get a passer out of all of this business. It's
gonna
not
be a
so
draw.
easy for you to get in knight e6.
Yeah,
and
I was
c5.
more wondering instead of rook d8 to play rook b5. Is that a possibility? I want
From
to
the
keep...
start.
Yes, just
right
here.
Knight c5 and rook d7, I think, might be.
Is that a problem? King e7?
Yeah, you still have king e8, right?
King f6, I thought.
Well, king e8, you keep contact with the rook. King f6, I'm trying to make a draw. What are you trying to do? I want to take, and take, and I think I'm going to be happy
But now I do
making
king d6.
an
Oh, you
Arne.
go rook g7. Well,
I think you're making a draw for sure.
okay.
Right. Okay.
So rook
you-
takes b4, but I guess
and away you go.
it's okay for white.
So at this moment, Begim's a pawn up, but we think that there's enough compensation in the position for white
Well,
to keep the balance.
Okay, let's try a different variation.
Sure.
Right? Can we go e4 instead of king d6?
Yeah, I don't like the king d6 move anymore because rook d1 looks really strong.
It's your move.
I know. I take back. I'm happy I can do that as a commentator.
Take it back. And now king d6.
And now king d6.
Right.
Dang. Okay.
Okay, so you take that.
I do.
That's fine. I'll take on b4.
Okay, so we both have fast pawns. You're going to have
Finally,
a
I'm
C
going to be
pawn,
a
and I'm going to be.
pawn up.
Yes, I can't argue it. It's a double pawn. It's
I mean,
not the
clean
clean.
is-
It's not the
it's an
cleanest pawn.
overstatement.
I was waiting. I was waiting
Still
for
a dirty
that.
shirt.
I was waiting for that.
A clean pawn. Okay, king f2. Let's go.
Okay.
Getting
what
ready
if I go
for
knight c5?
Whoops! I was going to get ready, getting on my
Knight
running
d3.
running shoes.
Now my
Let's see,
pawn is coming.
I understand.
All right, so let's push.
Push. C5.
c5.
Okay, let's offer a trade.
You're bailing out. I see what you're doing.
Okay, c4. No, let's go.
Let's go c4. Let's give him the h5 pawn.
Thank you. That's all
I know you want it. I know. All right.
You know, I feel like a little kid who looks at all, at the scholastics tournaments, you can see the children do that. They trade their pieces, and then they count what's off the board. 3, 5, 7, 1, 6.
It's like neatly positioned next to the board.
Exactly. A face-off. I just took a pawn.
Right.
Yay.
So let's see the board right now.
And?
Let's...
Now,
By the way, rook b5 was
by the
played.
way, if this pawn was not on c7, if it was on...
That's a clean pawn.
then I'm not a happy camper here.
Would be problematic, right?
Yeah. By the way, rook b5 on the board. So it's possible the players will play into this variation. Sorry, the game I really wanted to get to was Carissa Yip's game, because Carissa has been just like a bowling ball, just going right through the tournament field. When we left it, she was an exchange to the good. I was curious to see if Ashritha would get any compensation. The bishop on a2, you know what I mean? The knight is jumping. Here we go. King h7.
I understand
like
that
that
decision.
move.
She's ready to kind of give back that exchange because what? She has 2 extra pawns.
Exactly.
She doesn't have to deal with that knight anymore because there
By
can
the
be
way-
some sneaky stuff, knight g5, queen h3, I don't know.
Right? I like sneaky stuff. I mean, no. Here we go. Here's the sneaky stuff. Ashritha is fishing a little bit. She wants to take the bishop and then crash down on the h6 pawn. Nice move, f4. Just cutting off the bishop on c1. Ooh, look
new
at that.
diagonal opened.
Look at that crafty move. Well, Carissa said, look, if you don't want to take my rook, I'm going to move it. Check. Knight e4, rook f8. We've caught up with the players. It does look like Carissa has made a lot of progress here with an extra exchange. She looks like a favorite
Carissa
to
is
win.
dominating. Yeah.
I wanted to go to Irina Krush because when we left it, we had this crazy position. There were 2 knights were hanging. The knight on d4 was hanging to the e5 pawn as well here. And we thought that Irina was really in good cruise control. Wow, that's a nice move. You like that move, rook d8? That's a visual. Takes. Queen h6. Stop. You know what we want to do, right?
We want to capture that bishop.
Absolutely. How could we not capture the bishop? Capture on d4, capture on g3. Please don't tell me. I mean,
But then I go rook
this,
c3.
yeah, I mean, it looks so natural. It's just so annoying that it doesn't win, right? Rook c3. Irina didn't do this. What she did do is play queen h6. We're going to catch up with the players very quickly, and we have this current position on the board. Queen f4 is Irina's move. Have they made time control, by the way?
No,
Kate?
they're on move 34, so still 6 moves to get to that time control.
Okay, and that last, well,
Wait
is
a
bishop
second, is
E-
bishop
bishop
e5?
e5.
There's queen d2 still.
There's queen
Okay.
d2.
For a second, I was worried for the queen being trapped.
I hear you loud and clear. I mean, we're on the diagonal of the king, so a move like bishop e5, as well as rook f3, by the way. Of course, queen takes f3 is the issue there. But you start looking in those general directions.
Okay, so what are you threatening right now?
If I was black, I would be...
I don't see what you're threatening.
I'd be looking at ideas of...
But what if I go rook 1 to e3 right now? And that's going to start looking at bishop e5 and where is your queen going, but also rook to f3.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm starting to like Ruiyang's position quite a lot.
With this move, rook on e1 to e3.
Right.
Maybe Irina Underestimated?
Overpushed, maybe?
Well,
by the way, Irina is down to her last 5 minutes. So this one is crucial. But guys, this one is going to go on for a while. Let's take a look at the Anna Zatonskih versus Jennifer Yu game as well. Let's move to that one because I feel that one is going to be over in just a second.
What has happened here?
Unless Anna has sacrificed a rook, I don't like Black's king. Oh my goodness. So let's try to catch up quickly. Queen b1, knight b3. What a messy position. Bishop h7. Okay, so we do give up the rook on a1.
Rook to a7.
No, we don't.
What?
Rook a7?
You want to play c5 and cover the 7th rank.
If you actually play
the spirit of Lev Polygaevsky is alive. This is how you cover f7. He did this in the Polygaevsky variation of the Najdorf.
But what if I go knight g6?
Yes.
Where is that king going after rook d1? You take queen f4 is a mate in 1, right? Unless I'm missing something.
No, mate in 1 is easy to spot.
So if I go c5?
I take on d4.
I capture with knight?
It's not mate in 1.
I heard a knight to retreat, but...
But it's not good, but it's just not at mate in 1. Rook takes knight.
Now we understand this rook a7.
But you're right, there's g4.
I can go g4
right?
if I... But I want something more. Again, I'm getting greedy, maybe.
Wow.
More than extra knight?
Yeah.
More than that, yes. Somehow. But okay, maybe extra knight is good enough. Maybe that's
Bobby,
good
but a knight's a knight. Rook a7, that... okay, I mean, Anna must be completely winning if rook a7 is the best move here.
Knight
She's
g6.
played knight g6. And Black's king is in this terrible mating pattern.
I only need to find a check on the f-file.
Right, just any check on the f-file, right? So rook e3 sets up that mate idea, right?
Yeah, rook ad1 is such a nice natural move.
Rook ed1,
rook ad1,
yeah.
Yes.
I agree, but how do we defend rook e3?
Rook e3 maybe queen c6 or something like that. No, rook ad1, okay.
And here we go, Anna played rook ad1.
As she's looking to set up this rook takes and queen f4, and that could be, and wow, the curtain could close on Jennifer's
curtains right there.
You know, hopes of retaining her championship are out the door.
A potentially very important win for Anna because she's going to be at 3.5 points.
Right.
Kind of trying to catch up with Begim and...
once again, why is it so important as we came into today's standings, Kate?
Right, so we have Carissa and Begim Tokhirjonova with 4 points. We're kind of trying to run away, but Anna Zatonskih, if she manages to win, she will get 3.5 points and kind of start to closely follow them.
Exactly. Well, that leader group at the top, Irina might be overpressing as let's just jump to Irina's. We think Anna Zatonskih is going to win.
Here we also have current standings in the open section.
Sure.
So a lot of draws. Yesterday, everybody was winning or losing. Today, the players got a little bit tired. Maybe they want another rest day, so they they can have a lot of decisive games.
But we do think that Leinier Dominguez is winning against Mishra. Leinier at 3 points. A win today would jump him up to Hans Niemann's score and clear a tie for second.
Yeah, very important game for him.
Absolutely. And Cristian, over to you.
Well, I think we should stick with this Jennifer game just because we might see a resignation.
Really? Is it that bad?
Well, the problem is she only has a couple of minutes. At least she had a couple of minutes when Anna played the move rook ad1. So right now she's probably down to her last few seconds. Let's see what's happening. Down to her last minute. 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Is Jennifer.
This one is busted.
Yeah. You play a c5 out of momentum, and I once asked Viktor Korchnoi, he had this terrible, terrible position, why he didn't resign it. And he said, I didn't have the time.
Right.
I didn't have enough time to resign. So
that's
c5, you know, you play on adrenaline. Rook takes, knight takes, queen check, and you were mentioning this move g4, Kate, and well, there's nothing to do.
By the way, if you
to be honest, I really want to get more greedy than this. I want to go rook d3 after c5. I want to go rook f3 checkmate. That's
the goal, yeah?
That's the goal.
I think Kate
You know, but
said
grid
queen
is not
A8.
good, so I move queen c6 or, oh no, queen c6 not. That
Queen
would be a
6,
blunder.
95.
So queen a8, I like it.
Right,
Queen
just to
A8,
keep
okay.
keep an eye on the f3 square.
Who said grid is not good? Grid is great.
Right? Only on Wall Street.
By the way, one thing I liked about Anna's game was she made a lot of forcing moves. It was everything check, check, attack.
Right.
And that's always difficult to kind of face when you see your opponent is just forcing you to go into a line you don't really want to go to.
And by the way, c5 on the board by Jennifer, as you were mentioning, the clock's ticking down. For Anna,
Looks like
how
she's about to
wonderful it
capture
is.
that rook.
Her
Yeah.
opponent's in time trouble. You know,
Yeah.
like
It's very new for her.
Exactly. For once, the slipper is on the other foot.
Well, she's in time trouble too. But
True.
at least her opponent is more in time trouble and with a much more difficult position.
By the way, even though you weren't satisfied with an extra knight, I think Anna
think
is
she
going to be
is,
very
yeah.
satisfied. Rook takes d4, no rook d3s, no none of that. Just let's go for, well, I think it's pretty
Because
one
you know,
position.
it can actually be more even than the knight because then I want to recapture the pawn and give you checkmate.
Yep.
Yes, and she's going right
that's
for
the
the
problem.
line. And for Jennifer, again, the curtain closes on her 2023 National Championship aspirations.
If she
comes
loses
in
this one, then
as the defending
it's
champion.
kind of over, right?
Right. Well,
She's going to remain on 2 points with Carissa going on 5. Most
Right.
likely, that's a big difference.
not to mention any excuses. Certainly, she doesn't have that excuse. She goes to Harvard, and she's won this championship, still being a student, a full-time student at Harvard, but
Twice.
yeah. So
That's
but
impressive.
It really is. Like, how do you manage that? That's, you have to be extraordinarily gifted. G4, Anna is just, is there another alternative? Anna's looking at something. Maybe rook e5?
No, I think she's just double checking
Well,
if
let-
maybe there is something on that diagonal.
Let me try this.
Oh,
rook.
she's about to make the move.
play G4.
She's gonna play G4.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, she's played it. Because for a moment there, you know, rook e5 does look very
Rook
good.
e5, maybe queen c8, the game.
Yeah, well, then I'm going to play
somehow-
G4. So
Right.
it's like I go G4, you go Queen C8, and I don't take the knight, I go Rook E5.
Yeah.
And I force you to play a move maybe you don't want.
This
G4
is-
on the board.
This is the vulture in you talking.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
picking
so
the
you're
bones.
just trying
Is
It's
there
over.
any marrow?
It's over.
Is there any marrow? G4.
Well, the thing is now queen c8. I think I can even take on f5. You take on f5 and queen d6. You're still not getting away from the
No,
checkmate.
that was what Kate was mentioning. It's not that I just win a knight. It's like that the attack still is aflame.
I was even thinking about after queen c8, I capture knight, you capture, and maybe knight h8. You know, I want your queen to capture that knight to get away from defending that pawn on f8.
That's the real
F5,
vultures.
pardon me.
Real vultures right there.
Grab that horse in the corner, good luck.
And by the way, that's one of those, your opponent plays knight h8 against you, and it's like the entire tournament hall collectively stands up and comes over to your gate the moment that you're facing a move like knight h8.
Because if you have to go king f8, then I have queen d6, and
That's
that's
it.
checkmate
Right,
also.
yeah, also. It's all over. It's all over. I think we're about queen d8. Again, Jennifer doesn't have enough time on the clock to resign. Queen d8. I'm just going to...
I believe we may see that knight h8 move.
We might. Well, I take on f5. What do you do?
Yeah,
Because-
that's the first thing.
If you take, probably will take back. Even though knight h8, I mean, so...
What can I do? What move can I make? I don't
Actually,
know.
not sure.
I think you take back on f5.
But then I take back on f5, and then...
No, because that allows queen f6,
But queen
right?
takes d5.
Queen takes d5.
Right, but I want knight h8.
But that's mate. That's mate.
Wow!
Stop it. Stop it. That's mate. It's over.
Knight
It's over.
h8. We've got knight h8 on the brain.
Oh, my goodness.
The Dutch have a wonderful expression for that, by the way. Idea fixe. They get a fixed idea, knight h8. But yeah, idea fixe. This one's over, guys. Let's just see. We may see a handshake soon. But Carissa also, she's Yeah, no, she's doing incredibly
What
well.
about
My
Irina
goodness.
Krush game also?
Irina Krush game. We left it just here. Irina had just played this move, Queen F4, and her queen is dancing and prancing, but it might have been in a little trouble after Rook E1 to E3 to F3. She did play the move Bishop E5, but Rook D2, and she's out of trouble now suddenly. She vacated the diagonal King H.
That king must be so relieved now. Finally, it's out of that pin.
Exactly. And they've made time control or not?
No, they have 2 more moves to make.
2 more moves to make. First impressions, White's pieces are not
I feel like they're
harmonious.
starting to struggle. The bishop on d3 is not very great, just staring at its own pawns. I mean, the bishop on e5 is positioned well. That's probably the best piece so far, but it can be kicked away very easily.
And, you know, there's these X-rays.
You start to see cooperation between the black pieces.
Harmony, yes. You know, you just kind of, are you doing good? Are you doing good? Yes, yes. You get a lot of nods of the head, yes. And you do see knight g4. And again, I think White is the one struggling here.
I think one thing that maybe black has to be careful about is for the rook on d2 not being trapped.
Right.
That's the only kind of important job black will have to focus on.
Exactly. One other thing, I mean, I can see the troubles starting to pile up. If I'm in Irina's shoes, I'm desperately interested in move a5. Do me a favor, take that pawn, let me put my bishop on c5 so that I can pin the knight. A moment ago, we saw that the knight was in this pin, no longer. If I can put the bishop on c5, Irina, she looks good. I think that Irina is a favorite at this exact moment to win the game. By the way, let's
go back to Zatonskih's game.
Rook f2.
No, we have the knight on h8. We have the knight on h8. Oh my goodness.
There's a tactic for Irina. Rook f2 and knight g4 on tap. Anna's game? Where are you, Anna?
No, this is, Anna's game against Jeffery. Knight h8 just being played. And I think there's checkmate unstoppable.
Maybe she's just trying to repeat the position for a second.
Repeat the position.
Okay, not king f8 because of queen d6, right?
That is clear.
That looks very good. So you have to go king e7.
And then bishop f5, right?
Yes.
Game over.
Oh, well, that finishes the job.
That's for sure.
Yeah, that's nice. King e7.
King e7 and bishop f5. Keeping in mind that Anna Zatonskih had one of her career best results. The Cairns Cup, champion of the Cairns Cup, coming into this competition saying, look, if I can win the Cairns Cup.
I mean, she was the last seed in Cairns Cup and she won, I think, 1 round ahead, right?
Yes.
She just won the tournament.
With 1 round to spare. She did play after king e7, by the way, bishop f5 on the board, g5.
Okay.
Okay, last tricks.
Look, you can take that knight, it's fine.
I know.
Just go queen g4 or something
exactly.
like that.
And Jennifer's body posture tells me everything I need to know about this position. She can't. Look, queen e4 or queen g4, queen e4.
Okay.
Why not centralize the queen? Looks good.
I think that's it.
I think we're going to see handshake now.
I don't see anything else. You take on h8, you get mated.
It's 2 extra pieces now.
Right. If you don't take,
if you're going to put it that way, 2 extra pieces now. And our congratulations to Anna, a big victory for her. As you've got Irina's
well, perhaps
equal?
we're seeing some sort of repetition.
Equal?
Right, rook to b2 followed by rook to d2 after bishop to e5. Maybe that's it.
Why would Irina
and by the way,
to a draw?
Well, actually, Irina was worse.
A moment, I know you were showing me that move, rook e3.
But even here, if I try to go for bishop to c7 and try to go for the pawn, the engine is saying white is doing quite well.
Really? I'm so shocked.
Right, right. So bishop to f4, the question is she going to go for this draw with rook to b2, maybe bishop to e5? Maybe I even have ideas of bishop to c1. Where do you put that rook? You go here, right?
Yeah.
Then I go here. Oh, wait, where is it? So here I go here, and maybe right now you're just taking on e4. That might be enough. Yes. No, I don't want this.
Right.
I don't want to allow the opening of the light square bishop, because then I have huge problems on g2. None of that.
Okay.
So rook to b2 is the move that she played. And if she goes bishop to e5, I'm wondering, oh,
No,
you can
now I
actually
take knight g4. That
That's
was the
right.
tactic I was mentioning. Yeah.
So maybe from a practical perspective, Irina is still in pole position in this one.
By the way, guys,
Objectively,
let's take
kind
a
of
look
equal.
at Talia Cervantes' game against Tatev Abrahamian.
Okay. Because that was the crazy f5 game. You were saying Black had a weak pawn on e6. I remember you telling me about the weak pawn.
It's true,
And
I
now I
did
see
say
a
that.
white pawn on e6, and I sort of like, how did White get a white pawn on e6 in this position? Well, we're about to find out. Here we go. Rook e7.
I like this knight kind of movement, f1, e3, to improve it.
Yes. You have this, but aren't you walking into f4?
Oh.
Are you?
Oh, wow, so that's 2 pieces for a rook.
Tell
Okay, I don't
ya.
like that move anymore.
No, too late. You already did it. Ooh.
That was a really good
Tatev is taking over. Look.
It's like everything is hanging
It
here.
just blew up. Oh, but come on. This pawn on c3 is so massively strong.
You would
Talia-
love to involve your queen into play, but from a1, unfortunately,
Hello.
everything is covered.
I would love to go queen b1, queen h7.
But queen b1, the rook is there.
Yeah.
The queen is
It's trapped.
trapped.
Yeah.
And Tatev thinks, oh, she's got time.
Rook f3, king e8 is on the board.
Rook f3, king e8 is on the board to just put her king in the... Because this queen's not going to h8 or g8 or anywhere. Then one day, c2 is going... You know what? You might even play rook b2 and then c2.
Just to make sure the queen
It
really cannot get out.
never gets out.
Oh, that's ugly.
This is all Tatev.
I
She
think it's
turned it around completely.
close to
Knight
over.
e3. I mean, I heard you when you were saying knight e3, and gosh, it does look good. And that was just an oversight. It was a
So maybe
blunder.
there just had to be played like f4 or something and then continue with that knight e3 move. Just to make sure I don't allow that sacrifice.
Exactly. The sacrifice worked
tactics,
wonderful.
maybe.
Yeah, it works wonders for Tatev. And we've got this position. I think e7 came on the board as Talia is desperate.
Because Talia would be really happy if Tatev recaptured with the rook.
Allow-
Rook takes e7, so she can finally get that queen out of the corner. Queen
And that
b1.
would be like just a joy to have some checks in the position.
I wouldn't
right?
call it a joy.
Well, you know,
It's
I mean,
something. Yes,
We are happy for the little things.
yes.
thank you. You know, exactly. I mean,
The problem is after queen b1, I go knight b2, and that kills your rook, your queen again.
and you go, okay, go ahead and have a check on
You
G6.
can have a check.
It's
Go
a spike
king e7.
check. You report it.
But no, don't take that. Don't take that.
No.
That
On
queen
e7. No.
has to stay there.
Exactly. Because, in fact, you have all the time in the world. Rook f8 check isn't a threat. A moment ago, you just gave me the idea of knight b2. What is wrong with that move? Knight b2, kind of
Maybe
attractive,
rook takes
isn't it?
c3.
Rook takes c3.
But then you take on d1.
But then rook c8 check.
Yeah.
Well,
now
well,
it gets a little
Ooh.
bit unpleasant. Okay, queen b3.
Queen b3.
Right. She's also focused.
Oh, but wait a second.
Wait.
Do I have rook takes d2 here? Wait a second.
Oh my goodness.
Because if you capture with pawn, I have rook f8, and finally the queen is getting out
Oh my
of the
goodness.
corner.
That might
Capture with the
actually be
pawn.
something.
You don't take the queen.
No, I play rook f8.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
Is
my
rook
gosh.
takes d2.
This could be a blunder, another big turnaround. Tatev's getting nervous. And
She found it.
found it. Oh, no.
My goodness. What a turn of events.
I mean, Tatev was just playing queen b3 to put on the finishing touches of a position she had complete control over.
Chess is brutal.
Oh, this is panic time right now. The problem is queen to b1 is met by rook to d1. And
Exactly.
Then I'm just in exchange up.
Whoa.
Queen
Queen
b1
b1.
on the board.
And again, rook
D1,
f8.
Rook f8 again.
It's
I mean,
all
that's
about
the
that
key
rook
move
f8.
here.
Oh.
And queen takes g7.
We were talking about the queen in
That
the corner
queen,
doing nothing.
No,
Nothing.
It's a hero now.
Tatev.
Okay, just
What
a second.
a miss. By
Hold
the
on.
way, that was the 40th move. So right now Tatev is...
But
Oh,
wait
no,
a second,
if
can
I
you
take-
trade and c2?
Yes, you would think so. You would think this is winning until you see this move.
Wait, but rook takes c7?
And
Because
then I
you
have rook e3.
So I would
and-
love you to kind
It's
of
still not
trade
over. No,
those
no, no, no,
rooks.
no, no.
It's
Rook
still not
E3,
over.
I take.
So,
Wait a minute.
no, rook e7, I have rook. Phew. Yes, I have rook c1, and that's enough.
Wow.
Wow.
What a turn of events, guys.
Oh my goodness.
This was the last move.
Wow,
This
queen
was move
b-
40.
Do you know, in my day, move 40 was the most feared move. It was the last move of time control, and so many mistakes took place. You were crossing the finish line.
Right.
You made the time control. Bam,
I
blunder.
think even Talia made 40th move mistake yesterday against Begim when she captured that pawn with the rook, and then the game was over.
On
That's
the
right.
spot. Rook takes d2. We just witnessed, well, an amazing, amazing turnaround. And I think that move, rook takes d2, is just absolutely stunned.
But this is absolutely
Tatev.
devastating for Tatev
Oh.
because she had such a controlling position. Just go king to e7 and look at her. I mean, she's
Just in sheer anguish.
absolutely shattered right now.
And for Talia, this is like the most extraordinary thing. She's had winning positions and she spoiled them. Today she gets completely outplayed. Blunder, blunder, blunder. She's heading towards a loss and suddenly she's granted a victory. It's remarkable. Queen
Yeah.
b1 check on the board, only move. And what a game.
Yeah,
for the
very important
standings.
game because we see Talia Cervantes with only 1.5 points being on that 11th place. But whenever she wins, that really brings her back to the tournament because we have a lot of players with 2.5 points.
Exactly. And for Tatev, she was hoping to join that elite group at the very
And
top.
try to catch up with the leaders, Carissa Yip
I
and
know.
Begim Tokhirjonova. And she had that on the board. She was
did.
completely winning.
Queen b1 check on the board. Rook d1 only move. Why is Talia even thinking?
I think
because
she's
she made the
recovering.
40th move.
Ah,
Yeah,
she's
look,
made the
she's
time
made the
control,
time
of
control.
course.
Now
Of
it's time to
course.
relax, get a sip of some tea or something like that.
Right.
Think
She-
about the position and then play the most obvious move.
Doubtless she is thinking about rook d1, c2, and she's got this whole line. She's just working out the details of this.
The problem is with the rook on d1, the king is not even going there anymore.
Oh, I
You're
was trying to
completely
cross the d file.
It's over. Yes, with the rook on d1, it's
Oh,
even
no.
easier. That's mate in one, queen f6.
I was trying to cross the d file, and I forgot that even though the rook is pinned to the king, still,
No, this rook takes d2. Wow.
devastating.
What a game changer.
And as we kind of reveling over the outcome of this game, Anna Zatonskih in studio. Cristian, over to you.
Anna, welcome back to the studio. What an amazing victory with the white pieces. And it started off slowly with that idea of queen b3 early on in the opening. Tell us the story of that idea.
Okay, I didn't expect this line from Jennifer, and I played, I think, in first Karen's Cup versus Harika this line, but I completely forgot what I was doing. And in these lines, it's great. You can just, like invent theory, play like normal moves, everything in the middle, just general understanding. So queen b3, it was already no preparation. I think she never played bishop before, or I missed maybe.
Right, but you mentioned you played this move queen to b3, so she probably should have known.
Did I play? I don't remember. I don't remember
oh, you
what
said
I
you played it
in
against
first Karen's
Harika,
Cup.
so, in the Karen's Cup.
No, she played bishop before. She played bishop before, but I don't remember what I was doing.
Got it.
So
But
this is game first Karen's Cup. It's 4 years ago, right?
she got taken aback by this move queen to b3 because she thought for a while and then she played this move knight to c6. Now, the game continued after that. It looks like some sort of a Rogozin situation, but perhaps
Yes.
a better Rogozin for you, right?
Yeah, yes, and it was like many interesting ideas which was behind the scene. Instead of castle, and I considered e4 right away, but then I just scared. I cannot explain why I didn't play e4 instead of castle. And for her, maybe it was better. I was thinking
E4 here, yeah?
here, E4 right away, it's interesting. Oh, okay, it's not good.
No, because of this move
I
A4.
have feeling that
so
I need to Queen A2.
your sense definitely played in your favor in this one. And now take
my
advantage
God.
of this bishop on D3 with knight G6.
I see. Yeah, but general, I have feeling that I have to castle first.
Yeah.
And then make active actions in the middle.
No, that was the right feeling for sure.
Oh, could you please go back? Could you please go back? And I think for her it was interesting to take on C4 and play Queen D5 and maybe F5.
Okay.
And this was probably better.
Here, yeah?
Take, and Queen D5, Queen E2, F5.
To try to stop you from playing E4 in the center.
Yes, or play this position maybe with pawn on A5 was also possible. Maybe it's even better to have pawn on A5. Of course, like I mean instead on A4 to have this position with black pawn on A5.
Right. After castle, just take and do the same
After
thing.
castle, take, Queen D5, the same thing with pawn on A5.
Yeah.
I thought it was better for her.
Probably a better option, but still the game continues. The game is very, very balanced. Now, where did you feel like you're taking over the initiative? At which point did you feel secure in your initiative?
I was like secure. I was after move only after she took pawn on D4, rook takes D4.
Okay.
Yeah, because here was very interesting. I was not sure. Could you please go back instead of, okay, +5, I was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was also very interesting. Could like one move back, and so instead of bishop takes f4, I was thinking. I spent a lot of time. Okay, knight b3, thinking about bishop h7 first.
Okay.
Bishop h7, king g8, and bishop takes f4. Of course, if rook takes f4, it's in my favor.
Right.
To have king on h8, but I didn't like bishop f3.
Very good. Very
Bishop
nicely
takes
calculated.
f3, and yes, maybe bishop g3 here. And bishop g3, just knight a1, I didn't like, yes.
No, that was very well calculated.
I'm exchange, I should definitely have some compensation. Okay, bishop e4, it's not the move I want to play. So, or maybe here, yes. So that's why I was thinking I should take bishop f4, that's what I did in the game. But after this option, she had this chance to play king f8, which of course was better than king h8. Here, rook f6, yes, rook is f6. And I think I would just play something normal like queen d3. Oh, wow. I was on fire. Queen d3 and just play, I will have compensation.
Yep. Great compensation,
and,
by the way.
I would have some compensation.
Great compensation. Maybe more than just simple compensation. Maybe you're just simply better right now.
Yeah, much better. I think it's like a computer says like small advantage, but for human beings it's very hard to defend, especially we both were on time pressure.
Yeah, yeah. And after rook takes d4, as you nicely pointed out.
After rook d4, I already thought this must be winning.
This is it.
Somewhere, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And you conducted the attack brilliantly after that, never gave her a chance to get back into the game. Anna, congratulations. You had a great event at the Cairns Cup. You're starting to pile up some victories in this one. Are you starting to have some dreams about getting that national championship once again?
I'm trying not to dream, because sometimes when you dream, when you think about it, you relax.
Yes.
This is my case. So I'm like trying to be like cautious, and I'm trying to put less pressure on myself, because before I was always fighting for like top places, and now I just want to enjoy the game, continue playing, and with less pressure as it used to be.
Well, keep it up. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Anna, I have just one quick question for you, if you don't mind. Today, you had this rather unique experience. You had more time on the clock than your opponent. Your opponent was in time trouble. How did
this
it
is actually
feel?
only for a couple moves. Like entire game, I was down on time.
Not at the end.
It was only by the end. Yes, unfortunately.
How did it feel to see your opponent struggling?
Yes, sometimes for me, I'm just like less confidence, and I cannot make decision, and I'm afraid to lose something. Okay. When you like blunder it, like maybe I blundered more pieces than anyone in this tournament. Maybe Irina, like, because I'm playing chess for how many years?
Right.
For 30 or even more. More than like most of the players here live on the and so I need to like force myself to make a move, to believe in my calculations, and I'm very happy. After such games, I think I will be more confident.
All right, Anna.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. By the way, we're going to be taking a short break as we leave you with an interview with Sabina, who had caught up with Alice Lee. But just a note, we do have a result, right?
Sam Shankland did draw his game, yes.
Yeah, that was the...
Dariusz Swiercz. We did not expect much from that one.
Right, that was the 3 pawns, the extra pawn, but the rook ending was a draw. Enjoy this interview between Sabina and Alice Lee. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Alice, thank you so much for joining me today. I want to ask you a little bit about your chess upbringing. There's been a lot talked about you in the media, but I want to hear it again from you.
I started playing chess when I was 6 years old. So my brother was going to the school chess club, and I went along also because my parents just wanted to drop us up at the same time. So after I started playing in the chess club, I was actually like one of the very worst. And for me, it was just, I lost a lot. I was kind of upset, but as I kept actually not losing every single game, I became more motivated, and eventually I played in my first rated tournament that summer. And from there, I think it was just, I really loved the game, which allowed me to continue to enjoy chess while playing it.
Very nice. And how did you get into playing a lot online, and how do you combine that with studying over the board?
Yeah, so I think especially in the recent years, there's been a lot of new chess resources, both online and also books published. So for me, I did go over some books, for example, the 100 Endgames You Must Know, and Mauricio Flores' Pawn Structures book. I also used like some online tools, for example, Chess Tempo and Chessable. I think they have a lot of great resources, and for me, I think especially in this new generation where everything is just so much stronger, it's really great to have all of these new resources.
And you're spending a lot of time online. Could you give me an approximate amount of time that you spend per day working on chess?
So actually this year I'm doing online school, so it makes it flexible for my schedule. I guess before high school started, I was spending like a couple hours a day on chess, sometimes more, especially during the summer when I was playing in a lot of tournaments. Now that high school started, it's more work, so I have to, I guess, find a new balance, since for me it's my first year and I haven't really had to do something like this in the past. But I hope that at least I'll be able to find some sort of balance between schoolwork and chess, and I'll be able to at least play well in this tournament.
You've had some amazing results lately. Congratulations for winning gold medal at the Women's World Team Championship. How was that? How did you feel that moment?
Yeah, so that was actually like the first tournament that I played in like internationally on that stage. So I think it was really great for me to be able to do so well there. And of course, it was like a really great experience to be playing on the first board against such strong players. I definitely wasn't expecting to win the gold medal there. I was just hoping, you know, I could at least do okay. But for me, it was great that I was able to have like really good results, and it was my first like really, really strong. It was a really great experience for me.
Do you feel nervous at all, or did you feel at that time nervous because you're, you know, representing the United States and it was your first competition of this kind?
Yeah, I mean, so beforehand I actually thought I was playing on the second board, so I was like, okay, not as much pressure. And then when I went there, like, oh, I'm playing on board one, okay. So it is a team event, and there's something nice, which is that even if you don't have your desired result, you can still hope that your teammates also do well. Of course, there's a little bit more pressure as well because you want to win for your team. But for me, I was just like trying to focus game as a game, and I was able to like find, I guess, a good start, and then after that I think I just got some good results.
Very, very awesome. Congratulations again for that. I want to ask you one more thing regarding this tournament. So last year, as you mentioned, maybe your result wasn't as great, but you've had a great year where you've improved a lot. I think you were supposed to get your international master title very soon, and this year you're one of the favorites. Do you feel any pressure at all, or have you been able by now to deal with all your emotions, and are you just going to take it a game at a time?
Yeah, so last year I was, I think, a lot more inexperienced, and this year I've played in like a lot more strong tournaments, so I have slightly more experience. I mean, for me, I guess I am one of the top seeds, but I don't think I'm like the very favorite, so that's something that's kind of nice because I don't have so much like pressure that everybody expects me to win. And I guess for this tournament, well, I think winning would be nice. It's also extremely hard because the field is so strong, and for me, I'll just take it one game at a time and try to play my best.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Alice. I wish you good luck and looking forward to your games.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 U.S. National Championships. We're in round 6, and we have a lot of results, especially in the open section. But let's first start in the women's. We have 2 decisive games. Take it away, Kate.
Carissa, oh, she's actually still playing, pardon me. So we have Anna Zatonskih.
I thought Carissa won.
She won, yes.
I thought Carissa won.
She did finish the game.
Yes.
So Anna Zatonskih won against Jeffery Yu. Very important win because now she's at 3.5 points.
Absolutely. And if we imagine Carissa having won, she will be at 5 points. Ashritha still struggling with a half point. Begim could potentially tie Carissa with a win. And in the open section, I know we've got a lot of draws.
Yeah, we have a lot of draws here. Look at that. But Fabiano is keeping his lead. 4.5 points, closely followed by Hans Niemann with 4 points.
Exactly. I thought Leinier was going to win and catch Hans. That's not the case. Mishra is fighting very, very well to keep the half point as we see a shot of the Tournament Hall, World Chess Hall of Fame. And once again, we just saw Carissa walking up. She looked happy.
She might catch her in the studio.
Just looking at the remaining 4 games of the ladies, again, 2 decisive results, no decisive results in the open. I'm looking at Irina's game, and every time I talk about the game, the computer like contradicts everything I say. It's like Irina's worse, and I liked her position. I still like her position. I think that she's doing fabulously well. Well, fabulously maybe an exaggeration, but this is a very nice rook. This is a very nice bishop.
Yeah, but once the other rook, disappeared from the second rank,
True.
I don't feel like that attack is now strong for black.
Okay, well, let me just throw out a move. You tell me what you think of this move. I'm going to play a5. Again, it's my desire to weaken your control. Like, this would be a dream. Like, we could agree that you don't really want to play b5. Maybe this knight will go there. Maybe the bishop will go there. Maybe the knight will jump to g4. So I'm just going to ask you a question. What are you going to do on the queen side?
It's a very good question.
Well, thank you very much.
So let me first kick away your rook. So king f2.
King f2. Okay, so unfortunately, the rook is going where? Okay, g4. I'll be obstinate, stubborn, and tickle your pawn. And again, I'm asking questions.
Very good question, because now I wanted to play bishop c3 or bishop d4, but I understand what you mean. Suddenly, like, there are a lot of weaknesses in white's position.
Right, it's starting to be the case. And again, it's because I see this coordination of the rook on g3, the bishop on e7, hitting the pawn on b5, b4, and something there for Irina. And by the way, if Carissa is going to be winning game after game after game, she needs to keep pace. She did not play a5, by the way. Knight g4 was her choice. Knight g4. And with Carissa's victory updated, there you have it.
You could look at that, 5 points out of 6.
Wow.
That is incredible first half of the tournament for Carissa.
Yeah, Bobby Fischer Prize required perfection, but that's not bad. I mean, 5 out of 6, that is darn good. I don't say that Irina is winning. I don't say that. I just like her position and the fact that she's the one asking some serious questions. What's happening in your student's game, Begim's game?
Well, Begim needs to catch up with Carissa with a victory if she wants to stay close neck and neck with her going into the 7th round. And she's very close to doing that.
Really? Okay.
Yes, she is. She managed to somehow steal a pawn from her opponent. Take a look at this.
Broad daylight theft.
Exactly, exactly. Knight to d4, knight to b7, everything is fine, equal pawns, nothing seems to be going bad for white. Rook to a5, sure, I'm going to go for the e5 pawn.
Makes
Rook
sense.
to a2, but now she got shy. All of a sudden, after this move, knight to c2, what she had to do is just simply take on e5, continue. But the thing is, you start seeing ghosts.
Right.
Like this, for example.
Check, check.
Check, check. And now, you know, you don't really feel like going back to e1, but if you don't, you're losing. So, for example, maybe this is what she was calculating after rook to a1, knight to c4.
No.
The problem is you're not catching the pawn.
No,
that's problematic, right? I mean, this is the worst king you can ever see on a1. It is as far as possible from these pawns that you have to catch at some point. So, she did not take on e5. She shied away with the move rook to c3. The problem is, after knight takes b4, knight to c5, king to e7. I'm just picking up the pawn. I'm a pawn up.
Why
sure, the material is still limited. But if you have to go into this endgame after rook to c2, no. This is not looking good at all. What I think she's going to do, she's going to try to go for some sort of a rook's endgame with the move knight to d3, of course. Don't fall for this trap. That would be a nice geometry. And yes, as we expected, knight to d3 was the move played. But the problem is, okay, we go into this one. What if I continue hunting your pawns? You have to go for rook g3.
Okay, king f6.
King f6, rook c7. Rook c3. I think this is a draw. I think this might actually be very close to a draw, right? So you have to take on e4, not king to f6. You have to take on e4 and then go for h4. I think this is how you play this position.
And then you have your two pass pawns.
This is the question. Is this a win? Yes. And we actually have the table-based response for that. This is a win with perfect play for both sides. Not only that, but this rook on e4 actually completes black's plan quite nicely because the king cannot get close to the c pawn. Also, this pawn is going to be very difficult to push down the board. h4, I'm just simply going to take that pawn on h4. So this is the perfect position for black to continue her expansion, c5, c4, king d6, and you're coming very, very quickly to fulfill those desires. This one is not looking good for white, I have to say. I'm looking at the position. She's in trouble. Atousa is in trouble. Begim, definitely golden opportunity out of an endgame that looked like nothing. It didn't look like she had a better position. Maybe at the beginning, but it felt like Atousa is slowly outplaying her. At some point, it felt even Atousa maybe could be trying for more. It wasn't the case, and right now Begim is a full pawn up and with great chances to maybe win this game.
When Cristian said, with perfect play for both sides. I was thinking to myself, I'm playing perfectly and I'm losing. This is not what I signed up for. Wait a minute. Perfect play for both sides. Okay, that's it. But I like this rook ending. And the other one I wanted to ask was this knight takes, rook takes, because you've got the table base. I had this idea.
Not if you don't exchange some more pawns. The table base doesn't work yet.
No,
we still have. You mean in the Rook A4?
Yes, yes, because I had it in mind that this was a Botvinnik versus King F6. That's the winning route. King F6, Rook there takes, and H4. And I remember there was a game of Botvinnik and Najdorf where he had the passed E pawn. But this looks
no, you're not winning this one.
You have to put the Rook on G3.
Maybe I even go G3 at some point in this position.
Yes. Okay, we'll take a pause because, Cristian, you have a special guest.
Carissa, welcome back to the show. Another game with the black pieces, another victory in a completely wild game. And once again, you were dictating the pace from the beginning of the game with this modern approach. I mean, what was up to that?
Yeah, I kind of just thought I would switch it up a bit. I think Ashritha usually has good prep, and figured G6 wouldn't be something she's expecting. And I'm having a lot of luck with this sort of fianchettoing my dark squared bishop. So, yeah, that was kind of my thought process behind this choice.
And it was at this point when she decided to not continue being a pawn up and just allow you to take on F4. Did this decision by her surprise you? This was also the novelty in the position.
Yeah, so I know that F takes E5 is the best move, and it kind of goes into a better endgame for white after knight D7. But I kind of thought it was unlikely that she would find all of this, like bishop E4 here. And then there are a couple more precise moves that white needs to sort of keep a solid advantage. So yeah, I was definitely surprised by castle. But, since it wasn't something I looked at, I assumed it wasn't something very good. And I think I handled it okay because after I take on F4, all of my pieces on the king side can get out properly.
You were definitely right about that one because it gave you a good position, maybe even a winning position after a few inaccuracies from your opponent. And at this point, this move, knight to D3, was the final move. That more or less gave you the decisive advantage.
Yeah, I thought bishop A2 was interesting. I was definitely a bit worried after she sacrificed the exchange, and like my light squares for a while seemed a bit iffy, so I felt I had to play carefully. But yeah, I managed it okay, I think.
Well, Carissa, congratulations, guys. Any questions for our champion so far?
No, it's all going very well for you, Carissa. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Absolutely, as Carissa scoring incredibly well. Sometimes it just goes like that.
Yeah.
You just can't explain it. Whatever it is, if you could put it in a can and you could sell it, you make a fortune. Everything's just coming up roses. It's just going.
Sometimes the tournament is not going well at all, and sometimes just everything works. Like the preparation works. Even you kind of try to switch lines, play something different. That works as well. By the way, we have another interesting game between Nazi Paikidze and Alice Lee. Very interesting endgame.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised because on our break, I didn't think that this was the right play for Nazi with this. You kind of want to keep the pawn, don't you, on G4 and just let whatever happens over there just happen, because
once you put it on a dark square, the bishop can always target it.
It's a little bit vulnerable, and well, okay, perhaps this is not the big fear, but I did find it a surprise. Like right here, at this point, you're almost thinking to yourself, okay, I've got these pawns perfectly stopped, right? It's time for me to play B4 and A4 and to put my guys over there to work. And I was a little bit surprised that Nazi just made these decisions.
So Yasser, what's your evaluation of this position? Or even if you move it a few moves back, because black is having one pawn advantage here.
Exactly. Well, that's the problem, right? It's the pawn advantage. Here, without the move king E2, I thought B4 balanced. I mean, I didn't think it was going to be easy at all for black because, okay, obviously if I transfer my knight to F5, maybe I start to think, I'm going to be better because I'll have a pass pawn. But the way the game has gone, kind of feel like Alice's chances of winning are greater now than they were just a few moves ago. Maybe
But here we go. Nazi is playing now the b4 move, trying to create something on the queen side.
So why did I need king e2 and king d3?
I think she wanted to just wait, and now she just changed her mind.
Okay, well, let's ask the oracle. The oracle says, great for Alice.
Yeah, this one seems to be winning, in fact, for Alice after the move king to f5. But visually, you look at the position and where's the break, right?
Right, I go a4.
How do you invade? a4 and a6 right now. I'm wondering if bishop to d8 works as well, or if I have to play this move a6 first. Let's say a6, b5, right?
Okay.
b5, you take, I take.
Right.
How do you win this one?
You just...
Bishop to e3?
You want to go
okay,
king
so
e4.
maybe at some point you're just in Zuzfang.
Yeah, you go king e4, yeah?
And if you take, if you go knight to d4, you don't take here because that allows
Then
me to
b6.
go b6. But in fact, you just simply exchange and then go back. With the king, you're in time, and you're not going to be able to touch this pawn on d5 because I'm going to push my pawn down to promotion. So
nice, you're in the square.
Yeah, b4, king f5, and at some point, that's Zuzwang is going to come in the position after a6. Maybe you can keep the pawns like this with a5, but I don't really like this move. Bishop to a7, still, again, at some point you have to make a move.
Yeah.
And you're going to, but with a pawn on the a file, maybe I can go knight d4. Now you have to take, you cannot take on d4 anymore, right? Because you're not in time to
the
catch
square.
the pawn.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you are, but I'm actually going to go b6. I'm not taking this one. And that's going to be pretty much a draw.
Okay.
I just stay, you have to stay to protect against promotion of the b pawn. That's a defended passer, right? Big difference.
Protected.
Protected, yes, yes. But I wonder, what if I just simply go bishop to e3 now? Not good.
Not good.
This is not good. Bishop to e3 is imprecise because of this move a5. And if you go a6,
maybe now
knight d4. Once again, you're not in time, right?
Clear.
You have to go king d7 or king d6. You cannot take it because you're not in the square.
Right.
And then I go b6, we make a draw. So still some pitfalls along the way. a6 is the best move in the position for black.
If you go back, say 5 moves, when the pawn was on g4,
yes,
was this position losing? I kind of thought it was
no,
balanced.
this was fine. This was fine. King e6.
Put the knight
to
on,
h4.
on a5.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I have a different question actually, Cristian. When
That's
we had
what she should have done.
If we can move back to the variation we had with the b5 move after bishop
all
e3,
the way
kind of.
here, yeah?
Yeah, so bishop e3.
Sure. a5.
a5, a6.
Knight d4.
What if I start with b5? No, I want to start with b5, force you to take, and then block the bishop.
So b4,
but then I go
b5.
king e5, right?
So b5, take.
Okay, take that last move back, go a6.
By the way, how many pawns do I have? I have a lot. I understand but yeah, this is good for me.
Still running.
Still running.
Yeah. You go here. You do get my pawn on d5, but that's not enough. I have a lot more.
King g6, and you've got a lot more pawns than I do.
You pick this one up, but I pick both of these, and then you're going to be losing that endgame. So
right.
This one is a win as well. Still, again, a6 is a very important move. Do not allow white to go a5 followed by b5.
But to Kate's point for a moment, go ahead, play bishop e3,
Okay.
a5, yeah.
So you allow me to go a5?
Yeah, and you go a6. Just I go b5, just not knight d4. Good. a6.
Okay, can I go b4?
Oh, this is just going to transpose it.
It's just a transposition, yeah.
Sorry, I was.
And that's
I
not
was
the
being
only
very
move.
clever.
I can also go bishop to b6.
And then I would win the b5 pawn and maybe
Yes, but
no,
my pawns are very fast.
Agreed,
actually.
agreed. Obviously,
But
So you
still,
can
a lot of
resolve
calculations are required to
Yeah.
understand this position.
Very, very difficult position still. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, okay, the engine is saying black is winning, but it's not easy.
Exactly. We left it some time ago. Tatev, we thought on her 40th move, she snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. She was that close.
That's brutal. Yes,
But that's
really
the
brutal.
sports term. That's how they do it in sports. It's like American sports. A snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah,
it was
queen
that close.
B3, queen B3.
That was the most amazing. And is that still the case? Is
So
Talia
it
winning?
looks like Talia is playing the right moves now on.
Yeah, just to
So let's take a look at Queen B3.
refresh for our viewers. A massive material advantage for
We were
Tatev
looking
at this
here
point.
at knight b2, right? Very
Knight
slow move, just
B2,
locking the queen.
Just a number of moves, and anything except this one. This one, at first sight, it looks kind of good. You're just going to go queen b2, trade queens. Later, at your leisure, you'll pick up this pawn. You've got c2 on tap until you see the move rook takes d2, and it's a cold shower move. Because the desired c2, this queen, which has never bothered anybody on the a1 square, is suddenly, it's like the Kraken. It's released.
Suddenly white is using that e7 pawn to launch an attack.
Exactly, and since you can't walk across the d file, it's made on the spot. So that happened, and Talia turned the game around, and suddenly we're in this current position, and well, there's nothing to be done. She's an exchange down, and the pawn on c3 is corralled.
Absolutely, and it does seem like Begim has found that variation that we were discussing, which takes her into a winning, at least technically winning, endgame. But it's not over yet. This is definitely not over. I was looking through the lines, probably the best way to do it. So let's go g4 just to force this h takes. Wait, we have a move. I believe we have a move. It's not g3, it's not g4.
It's king
so
f2.
what is it? Okay, king to f2, but doesn't that lose another tempo? Another crucial tempo? Perhaps she wants to take back
With
on
the king.
g3 with the king. Makes sense.
Okay.
So we should go, right? c5.
Right.
Time to push the pawns. g4 or g3, en passant, king takes g3. c4, let's continue pushing.
Right.
Rook g6, because at some point I have to
You
go
have to
back.
get behind
Right.
the pawn.
Right. Now this is already a very tense situation because there's only one move that wins in this position. It's rook to e3 check.
What?
King to d7 apparently is a draw after the move king to f3.
And king d7 is the most natural move,
so
just
natural.
to stop the rook from coming to
Not allowed
c6.
to get
It's
the
so
rook from
natural.
behind the pawn.
And I'm trying to understand why. I guess you're just giving up the pawn, but then king to e4, and this is a draw. Because of c3, I take, and c2, I catch you finally.
But in some ways, I've almost cut your king. You know, like kings, if my king was going c6, king c5.
Well, king c6, I go king d4, right?
King b5.
King c3?
No,
oh,
you
sorry, not
can't.
king c3.
You have to play rook over
c1.
first.
Rook c1.
Yeah, and then it's a draw.
Right. So,
yeah,
one move away.
Right.
I mean, if your king is on b4, if I lose another tempo, your king is on b4, that's over.
Right.
Right. Like this, also rook to h2 is an option as well.
Wow.
Still a couple of good moves to make to get the full point in this one, but I have to say Begim has a great opportunity to do so. at this game.
Sorry, I cut you off, Cristian. You went on a roll. Not the move king d7. You were about to tell us there's one move that does win.
That's right.
So c5, g4, hg, king g3.
Rook to e3 is the move.
Not
Check
king
first.
b7.
Check first. Now if you give me the pawn, well, you're not getting to e4.
Exactly.
You're not blocking my pawns, and slowly I will push you. I will push my king away, like for example, c3, you go here, I attack, you have to stay connected to the c pawn, and then I just push my king. This is an easy win, right?
Right.
So after rook to e3, the question is, what do you do after king to g2? I keep those pawns alive.
Right.
Still only one move that wins. Rook to d3 now.
Oh, this is next to impossible. These are
very
the
difficult.
subtleties
not
in
easy.
this one are just amazing.
I'm trying to get behind the pawn with rook to d5 or rook to d6 if you allow me to.
So rook c6
Like
after rook
this.
to d3?
Then I go c3, I would assume.
And then-
Sorry. I'm assuming wrong.
No natural
I'm
moves.
assuming wrong.
No natural moves for
Oh
you.
my God, but this is like so difficult, guys.
It's incredible.
I'm trying to understand why. My guess is that because you don't have that many squares on the c file.
Right. You
with a pawn on c4.
Right.
So if you go c3, I have a feeling that h4 and then I go to c4, right?
And you don't pick up time.
This is it, and you don't have time because now I go back. But once you get close to defend that pawn, finally you cannot catch my pawn anymore. This is a one-move situation, one-tempo situation. This is not easy stuff, guys. And by the way, she played king d6. She did not play the move c5.
And you know, I'm wondering if maybe...
Which is not winning anymore.
Atousa wants to play king f3.
This is not winning anymore. This is a draw. Right now after king to d6. I have a feeling the advantage and the draw is going to change a lot more times until we finish this game, because all of these lines that we've seen, they're borderline impossible to actually play them precisely over the board. It's not going to happen.
And Cristian, after king d6, can I play king f3? Because I think that was the idea, to just improve the king maybe with the tempo.
But you're allowing a check.
Okay, king e3.
Now the king is c5, right?
But I
mean, at some point you will still have to go g3.
But now I'm happy that the king is on e3, kind of catching the pawn on the c file, if necessary.
The problem is you're not, doesn't help you too much because you're not pushing your pawn.
You will stop
You
me.
have to connect your compensation or at least counterplay to that push of the h pawn.
Rook h4.
And she signaled that with the move king to f2, right? Because
she wants to recapture on g3 with her king.
Right, because if you wanted to recapture with a rook, I guess you can do it like this also, right? Something like this, let's say king d6, king f3, yeah? And now you have to get out. Maybe you can still go king d5, but you get my point. At some point I will get to e3, right? So you can get it if you want. But she said, no, 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 I'm going to go king to f2, so I want to recapture with the king.
But this is the key moment right here.
Key moment. She has to go g3 or g4. Yes.
And away you go.
I think g4 makes the most sense.
By the way, let's just jump to the game of Nasi. Oops.
G3. Okay.
G3. Okay. That
G3
was
is not
required.
the best. No, G3 is not the best.
So, by the way, Alice did.
And she took on g3. Bad move.
Wow, so we are
you don't
back
have to take on g3. You can go
drawish
c5.
position.
Because g3 doesn't actually force you to
G4
take. G4 forces
forces
you because rook h5 and I'm picking up the second pawn.
Right.
So you have to take on g3. But g3, taking on g3 was not a forced move.
But now, king takes g3 is required.
Has to be played. Yes.
Yeah, in order that you have some counterplay with h3, h4. I wanted to say that in the game between Nasi and Alice Lee backed down. She didn't play that move a7, a6. She withdrew her king, king e6, and that might not be the move.
That's back to a draw.
that could throw away the half point.
It does, but again, it's still not over. I would assume b5 is going to be played.
Right.
And she probably wants to go towards the other side, king d6. Is that what she's trying to do?
I'm just wondering, I mean, because Nasi has a g-pawn, and that whole idea of being able to play knight e5 and knight takes f7, I'm wondering if you can play like b5, use, you know, your queen side as a decoy to get the king, the black king, away from the e5 square and knight e5. So, in short, I'm looking at king e6, b5. I'm assuming you have to move your king. What do you think?
King d6.
King d6, right? Now here I have a question for you that I'd like to pose. Is this king and pawn endgame winning for black?
I think this should be right, because I can capture the knight and go king c7.
Right.
Oh, but you can go back to d3.
Right. Even though I haven't yet established a protected pass pawn.
Okay, I will go h4.
Okay. So I'm waiting, let's say. Because I think when you play king to d6, I'm going to play king to d4. So if we go back just a moment here, you go h4. And after king d3,
Can I do a
king
triangle here somehow?
That's what I was saying. Yeah, you got to reach this position. And if your pawn was on a6 and my pawn were on b6, then we would be making a draw. But since it's not a protected pass pawn, I think it is a win. So I can't play the move knight d4. Cristian, how is Irina doing?
Irina is doing great.
She's doing great.
She's a pawn up, and she has the pair of bishops as well in the position. Yeah, she's doing great. She's borderline winning at this point. This is what we have right now. I think we left it, where did we leave it? Somewhere around here, right? Knight to G4, that was the last move.
That was the move, yeah.
Knight to F4, okay, good move so far. Knight to E3, rook takes E3, and king to F2. Bishop takes E4, king takes E3 was not the right move. The best and maybe the only one was bishop to D1. The idea is that right now your rook is trapped.
Right.
You have to go rook to D3. But at least right now I have two bishops as well. You have two bishops, I have two bishops. I am a pawn down, and I'm still on the defensive, but my chances are greater. In the game continuation, after taking on E3, bishop takes C2, the problem is I have the pawn and I have the compensation, as we often like to say. And I do have these two passed pawns on the E and F file that once they start rolling down the board, it's going to be very difficult to stop. So I have to say, I'm looking at the position. It feels like Irina will probably win this one. She has the momentum in this one.
The momentum, indeed. Lots of decisive games going on in the lady section, but I don't think there's any decisive games in the Open. And by the way, Leinier, really, Mishra fought his way back, and I'm thinking he's making a draw.
Yeah.
Because he's got, remember where it was this bishops of opposite color he has established, and yeah, this...
We were worried about the c-pawn just running, being unstoppable.
Well, this, if you play h5, let's say, you win the pawn. Hold on, whose turn is it?
It's Black's.
It's actually Black's turn?
So king d4 was played?
And he can just take the pawn? I was about to say, why didn't he play h5? Trying to trade everything off, right? Could he have played h5?
Oh, maybe g5.
Bishop d8?
Because nobody played.
A moment ago, we were talking about the Scholastics chess players, how they would use the pieces that were off the board to calculate.
But usually neatly placed.
But this is unusual for me to see them in this array. I always put the pieces behind the clocks.
Like Leinier does, right?
Out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
There's like a zoo there with the pieces.
Right? What's up with that? Surprising move. King d4, allowing bishop takes. I think it's a draw, don't get me wrong. You're just going to plant your king on this beautiful blockading square. You'll put your bishop, I don't care, on d8, just to keep this guy protected. And I do believe it's a draw, but that's a strange thing not to take the king side.
Yeah, one would prefer to just exchange those pawns instead of keeping them there.
Okay, and by the way, once again to refresh, 5 draws out of the 6 games thus far. Almost a mirror opposite of yesterday, where the decisive games were everywhere decisive games.
And here we have standings, so all draws so far, but Fabiano is keeping his lead, 4.5 points, closely followed by Hans Niemann with 4 points, and then we have Wesley, so the only person with 3.5 points, but we are expecting Dominguez to join him
with
also.
3.5. We do know that Robson is in the clubhouse with the draw. Ray and Andrew Tang drew their game, so 2.5 points for Ray as well. So really, it's all about the lady section. And
it is.
How is Begim doing?
Well, still a draw, but once again, a pivotal moment is coming right now. So, and by the way, with the clock ticking down, this is not going to be easy. Rook to e3 was the last move, and I'm looking at the position. It's easy, in fact, to play the move king to g2. I know, it seems counterintuitive, but my idea is to not allow your rook to get behind my pawn on the h file. King to g2 is losing. You have to actually go up. King to g4. Allow the rook to get behind. But in fact, it doesn't really matter that much, because now I'm just simply going to start checking, checking. You go to c3, I attack the e pawn. You go to e3, I attack the c pawn.
Right.
And we're going to get something like this. I keep checking you, and I keep attacking you. Once you move the rook to try to defend, I push my pawn.
Right.
And that's going to be the race.
The draw.
But this is the pivotal moment, because
King
it's
G4.
easy to go king g2, stay passive, and not allow black to go behind the pawn. From a practical perspective, she needs to calculate right now. If she finds king to g4 and following it up with that sequence, then she's probably going to make the draw. But it's easy to slip at every single point in this endgame.
By the way, just point it out to me boldly, please.
Yes.
King G2.
Yes.
And
Also
pardon me. Yes, King G2.
King G2, E4, let's say, H5. Now Rook F3.
And this is how you get your...
Because I go to F7.
Gotcha.
Right.
Wow.
This is not easy stuff. By the way, E4 is not the only one, but Rook to B3 to go behind, like to go in front like this, it's not easy, right? E4 makes the most sense just to go Rook F3, Rook F7. Again, easy move to make, King to G2. Let's wait and see. In fact, maybe let's see the players right now. This is a key moment. By the way, she has only 5 minutes on the clock.
Right. Time a factor for both players, Kate?
Yeah, I think she's really calculating. I mean, King G4 looks kind of natural to try to support that pawn, but I understand kind of the sneaky idea of King G2, just not allow the rook to go to H file.
Exactly.
So, you know, and the thing is, you just have to make a decision within 5 minutes because
King
your clock
G4
is running down.
Yeah, so you're sitting there thinking about this, and you can see King G4, Rook E1, H5, Rook H1, and you think to yourself, well, if I try to go King G5 and escort my pawns, well, E4, E3, I could easily lose. So
you start seeing those pawns running down the board, right?
So you start to say, you know what, I can stop the rook from getting behind. I can go King G2, and that's the temptation.
Yeah, and that's the difference when you are playing the game compared to when you are looking at it with your computer, because once you see King G4 is the best move, you can always justify it and understand it.
That's right.
But during the game, you are just calculating very deeply and then comparing those final variations.
Well, even Levon made a very good point. You have to play certain things when the stakes are high.
Right.
That's exactly what he said. I can play Sicilian in a blitz game any time of the day. Right? I'm not going to feel any pressure.
Right.
In the heat of the battle, in these most important moments, that's when you have to make those difficult decisions and to get used to make the right difficult decision.
Well, I've always thought about it that way as well, like that the players, whenever they're playing in these competitions, are being tested. It's like, you know, their sword going into the oven, you know, and they're getting really the heat of the battle, and they're focused. And when you're playing a blitz game, you're kind of doing it for fun, and it's like you don't really feel these end games that well. And
I think she's going to G2.
She did it, King to G2. By the way, I was just looking at the camera there of Begim, and she looked disappointed.
I'm not sure if she did. I'm not sure if she did.
Well,
yes.
It almost looked like a sour face,
right?
like you know how it goes when your opponent plays a good, you play a good move, and you see your opponent kind of wince.
It's difficult to say, yeah. And by the way, don't ask me why Rook to B3 is winning, but not Rook to A3.
Rook to A3 is a draw.
Rook to A3 is a draw. Yes.
That was
yes.
No, I was thinking that looks like a draw.
Right. Go ahead.
What's the idea? Okay, here check.
You're going to have to buy Sam Shankland's book to understand.
Oh, okay. Now I'm starting to sort of understand. The idea being that
if the rook was on B3...
On the B file, you can go to B4 with the king. Right?
So the checks drive you to B4.
Right. So
well,
let's say she's
by the
not,
way, remember,
like,
we don't
B3.
have to buy the book.
Oh, no, Rook B7 is still a draw. So you have to go Rook to B6, stop the H pawn.
Okay.
And right now, if you give a check, I go to E4. Okay. By the way, Leinier and Mishra, we are being told that they're about to shake hands, it seems like.
This will be the sixth and final game of round 6. And for Mishra, he's got the perfect blockade of the pawns on B7 and C6. And Leinier knows it, of course. He's not even playing B5.
Yes.
And Mishra's right, a very difficult game against Leinier.
Truly. I mean, he made that very tough decision to go into this ending. As remember, he had the whole knight e3 and could have sacrificed a rook.
That's a big save for Mishra.
No question.
And I have to say, kind of a big miss for Leinier. I mean, he had a big opportunity to win this one.
Because with this win, Leinier would have tied for second
+2.
With +2, right behind Fabi.
Half a point behind Fabi, yeah.
By the way, we kind of glided by there, but for Sam Sevian, he came into today's game. He's playing against a guy who just won 3 in a row. Like, excuse me, you know, that's very, very serious. Sam Sevian has the black pieces, and you almost feel like a deer in the headlights, like, you know, am I going to be the 4th victim?
Yeah, and playing the leader of the tournament, that's always difficult. There is this extra added pressure on you.
He stopped him cold. I mean, he just really shut Fabi down today. I think it was an impressive draw.
Yes, absolutely. Very good opening knowledge Sam Sevian showcased.
Right.
And even after he got surprised that move queen to c2 in the opening, Fabi still knew what he's doing. He reacted very, very well to that.
Yeah.
So kudos to him. And even after that, the middle game, you know, we're seeing the moves. It seems easy.
Right.
But there were a lot of decisions to be made along the way, and they were not easy decisions. Do you go h5? Do you try to provoke h4? Do you get the knight back via f8, then to e6? Or maybe I try to keep the knight around the king to try to go g5 and play for an advantage.
Should I play knight takes
Always
e3?
decisions.
Yeah.
Knight takes e3. He made the right decisions, and you know he defended very well against Fabiano, a player that's in tremendous shape.
Exactly. So,
by the way, we're seeing
all the draws. This will be our 6th and final game drawn. And
so all games done in the men's section, all draws.
Yeah, and the women have 2 results, 2 decisive games with 4 ongoing. Irina Krush, she had the 2 bishops and an extra pawn. We thought that she would be winning. Let's see if she has made more progress.
I like this bishop d1 move.
Isn't that
it
cheeky?
Forces you to kind of capture that bishop.
Right.
And then I'm happy to have a dark square bishop so I can target those pawns on the queen side.
Truly, that's a nice one. Now these pawns, I'll always have bishop a7, so the king has to kind of be a little bit honest, not running to e4.
And the f7, e6 pawns, they're gonna start run. Yeah, they're running now.
Mm-hmm. And this is a Tsuji, a domination of the knight.
It's not allowing king d3, right? So the bishop can again get to the b2 square and attack the pawns.
Yes. And in the meanwhile, the king will improve itself. King can go to a d5, and so the whole e6, e5, e4, it looks like this one is all Irina.
Mm-hmm.
And
let's take a look at Nazi's game against Alice. We had that, again, the bishop and knight endgame as well.
Okay, are they No. I mean, we were looking at positions where the king was on f5. Here it's very clear that Alice is trying to make a beeline to the b4 pawn. King c6, b5 on her agenda looks good.
But black has to be careful, right? Because king c6 runs into knight e5.
Knight e5, what we mentioned before. Okay.
Still not that easy.
But white has to make a move, right? Mm-hmm. So moving back king to e2 is an option.
Okay, got a question. No, f6, you're going to go g6?
Yes.
You have to.
I think so.
Right.
What about locking the bishop with d4 and king d5? I know it looks a bit ugly, but I'm improving my king.
Yeah, but wow. Just a second.
King d3.
So here, king
d5.
b5 takes a6.
King c6.
Okay, so now the question is...
who's first? It's probably still black.
f3.
You have to go f3, g6.
F2. Wait, can I go f2 and d3?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's probably the best.
Oh, dear. Got
Just
me.
one tempo.
But it was enough. And with all of the results from the open section completed, here's our standings after 6 complete rounds.
So in the open section, Fabiano Caruana, 4.5 points out of 6. Closely followed by Hans Niemann, 4 points, and then a two-way tie again for the third place. Wesley and Leinier, Dominguez with 3.5 points. And then we see again 3 players with 3 points. So they're close to each other.
Yeah, I see the favorites doing very well. I see Hans Niemann outperforming, but I see one Levon Aronian really underperforming at this, well, I want to say halfway mark. So Levon really has to, well, I mean, he's got to go all in his next games because Fabi is looking regal. And in the ladies, is Begim catching Carissa?
I'm not sure. I still don't know because she played Rook A3. Okay.
Rook A3, not Rook B3.
Which is a draw, yes.
Yeah.
But again, there's a Rook to A3. Look, it makes so much sense to go Rook A3 as far as possible, right? This is what we're being told in this type of Rook endgames. H5, Rook to A6. And now, what Atousa has to do is just give some checks.
Not
Rook
easy.
Not, I know.
Because you're driving the king to a superior...
You want to go to G3,
yes,
right?
Yes, you do.
Unfortunately, after Rook to D6
wow.
or Rook to E6, the only 2 moves that, in fact, win this position. But, again, it's all about the checks. How do you hide? You don't actually have ways to hide anymore right now. You can go to C5, I'll give you another check. You can go to B4, I'll give you another check. Right?
I'll go to A3, let's say.
You'll go to A3. Okay. Now I go King F3.
C3.
C3.
I'm so eager to push my pawn.
And I have to go King E2.
Oh, King E2. I was not calculating that. I was calculating Rook C8. King
this
E2.
Is not easy.
King E2.
You want to go in front of the pawn.
And if I play Rook D6, you're going to go H6? No.
Now I go H6.
I'll force you to let me go to that D1 square.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness,
That
this is so
crazy.
difficult.
Oh.
All right, look, from
That's
a practical
painful.
perspective, this feels almost impossible to
Right.
I don't know, there are just so many
Right.
nuances that they're so I play King G3 9 out of 10 times. To
Of
be
course.
honest. I'm looking at this position, I'm not giving checks.
Right.
I'm not trying to get your king closer to the promotion of your pawns. I'm just trying to push my own pawn, so I go King to G3.
And I do understand Rook E6. Rook D6 is a hard one for me to fathom. Rook E6, getting the rook behind the pawn and going E4, E3.
Rook
Let's
D6
go.
just to not have any checks.
Right.
And then you just go King D4 and push your pawn.
That's
Difficult.
not easy.
Very, very difficult. Very difficult to my eyes.
And in the game
By
of
the way,
Tatev,
King G3, I think it's on the board. No,
She's-
never mind. It's not yet on the board.
She's down to her last 2 minutes. Oh, no.
Yeah,
There
she's
we
about
go.
to play King
Atousa
G3.
is about to make a
King
King
F3.
F3.
Okay. Makes some sense also.
Also.
because it's
Makes a lot of
controlling
sense,
the
in fact.
E4 square and planning probably to give check from behind.
And guess what? There's only one winning move now.
Rook D6.
Rook D6 is the only move.
Because after King E3?
Rook H6 maybe?
I mean, you just went Rook D6, I put my king in front of the pawn.
So
Rook
now
D-
you cannot touch the pawn anymore. Rook H6, right? So King
And then
E3, Rook
checks.
H6. Checks, I hide on C3.
Oh, come on. This is too difficult. This is like ridiculous. Are you kidding me? So here we have
Rook
the current
D6
position.
only move.
Rook D6 only move.
Only move to win.
Then you think to yourself, okay, I'm really so clever. I put the king on E3, so I'm in front of the pawn. This guy's going nowhere. This guy's going nowhere. Now Rook H6, because a moment ago I could tag the pawn or defend it. And then after check, King C5, check.
Just go to B4.
Yeah. And you hide in front of the pawn. When you capture this pawn, you're defending E5 as well.
And even if you are not,
Right.
you're still winning that.
So from the current position, King E3 is actually just a loser. I have to have this move King G4 in my pocket.
But that's the thing. With this move, King to F3, you're also looking at ideas of King to G4, right?
Sure.
How easy it is for Begim to lose, basically, visually at least, a move with Rook D6 and not play King D4 in this position?
No, that's very hard.
King D4 is the most natural move,
Of
right?
course it is.
Just go forward.
After King F3, I mean, this move Rook D6 is, trying to make sense of it. But King D4, yeah, but then you can start to warm up to why you might want to play like this. Rook check and Rook to D5, so that you could play king e4 or take this pawn, or king g4 to protect this pawn. I can see why you might end up finding rook d6, but you need the time to come to this conclusion.
By the way, guys, Irina blundered the
What?
victory. Yes.
What?
And right now, Ruiyang can just simply go knight d4.
What?
Knight d4 check is going to be a draw.
Because I'm just not allowing you to push the pawns forward,
That's
and
right.
I will have king on e5.
That's right.
Holy, what?
Because you have to capture the knight after knight d4
Otherwise,
check.
I take on b5. Yes.
Right.
You don't want to see that.
Oh
so
my
you
goodness.
take the knight. This is, in fact, not such a
No,
difficult...
king e3. She didn't sense the moment that it was a drawn ending.
So many back and forths. By the way,
So king d5 we are expecting now?
but king d5, I go knight,
Knight
f4,
f4 check.
right? That's
But
another
then I
draw.
can go king c4. And at least you don't take the, you take my
No, but
e6
I take your
pawn.
piece. I take on
What?
e6, you take on b4, I go c6, and I take your piece next.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Just a second. King e3. We're looking at king d5, everyone. Then knight f4 check.
Yes.
And we're suggesting that bishop takes f4 is a drawn king and pawn endgame. We're playing for the win. King c4, knight takes e6. Cristian says white can win a piece by pushing her pawn, and that is true. But wait a minute, I've got to pass b pawn. How are you going to stop this peshki? I'm going to go b4, Cristian.
Maybe I don't stop the peshki.
If you don't stop the peshki,
all right, so
it's
I
a
go
girl.
Knight e6 now.
Oh, I thought
I
you were
like
gonna-
that move.
Knight e6 or knight? Okay.
Knight e6, because after b3 I go king d2.
That's right. That was my plan.
Ah, keeping your king in. Nice.
And my idea is to go after, let's say, king d5, just knight f4, knight g6.
And sacrifice the knight for
And
the last
yes,
few pawns. Yes.
Precisely.
Maybe I get adventurous and even try to get a win somehow.
Yes.
But these endgames, they're so complicated. I mean, we
Right?
see Nazi against Alice, Atousa against Begim, here Ruiyang against Irina.
But this is a crucial moment, right, for Irina too. Can she avoid, let's say just at this moment, can I play, I don't know, bishop b8, just throwing it out there so that I can play.
But knight
No,
d4
now I go
check.
knight d4.
Oh, of course, excuse me.
That's
Pardon
my
me.
sort of a threat.
Agreed. No, knight d4 is what I'm afraid of. That was why I played king d5, sorry.
But for some reason, Ruiyang doesn't want to play knight d4, so maybe we can just play like bishop.
At some point, she will have to do it. At some point, she will be forced to do it.
So like a move like bishop,
Yeah, bishop
f6,
f6.
if you play knight here and I go bishop here, maybe you will end up, I'm not even
No,
sure
I thought
that's
we were pushing
losing.
e5.
Yeah, that's the whole
Well,
point.
knight
that
f4,
you-
bishop g5.
Yeah, is that winning?
Maybe problematic.
Yeah, because that's a...
So, right. So she has played bishop
bishop
f6. So once again, knight d4 check is a draw. Ruiyang can play knight d4 check, force the trade, get into a king and pawn game that's drawn. Wow. And we're going to pause our analysis because we have a guest. Cristian, over to you.
Mishra, difficult game yesterday, another very difficult game today, but the result was definitely in your favor in this one because you managed to save an incredibly difficult position against one of the best players on the planet. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it feels nice to save this game. The last two games, I had draws in both of them. I had no time.
Right.
That was one thing I tried to fix today. I tried to keep more time on the clock.
Absolutely.
And of course, I'm pretty sure, yeah, at some point he was winning, like after queen takes e5 and so on. But it kind of shows that there's so much scope of improvement at all levels.
It was all about this moment at this point when you guys were in this melee, tactical melee at this point, and you played bishop to f4. We were a bit puzzled about this decision because queen to f5 made a lot of sense. When you played bishop to f4, queen to f5 was definitely on your radar. Did you calculate queen to g4? Was that it? Was that your plan all along?
Yeah, queen g4 was one idea, and knight d2 was another main idea.
Knight
Otherwise,
d2
of
here.
course, there's no point of this. Yeah, but I thought the issue, there was 1 or 2 issues with this. I think bishop e6 was the main issue here. Because after bishop e6, I actually don't have a move. If I go bishop g3 or h2, he goes queen c2. If I go bishop e3, he has queen takes e5, knight f3, queen e4, knight d2, queen c2, bishop takes b6, rook takes d2. And I thought like queen e1, queen takes b2, and this looked quite difficult to play. Because now, okay, bishop a5, rook f2 is hanging, and rook b1, he has queen c3.
Yes. And you're losing this one as well. This one is not looking good. So you decided on queen g4.
So based on that, yeah, queen g4, actually, when I played bishop 4 at first, I saw queen f5, queen g4. And here there's basically 2 choices for black, queen c2 and queen takes g4.
Yeah.
Now queen c2, my original idea was to go knight e3, queen takes b2, bishop takes h6.
That's what we thought as well. Yes.
Yeah, if this works, of course, I would play this. But the issue is queen takes a1 check, king h2. And now, the main point of this position is that the automatic move g6 fails to queen h4.
That's right.
And there's mate.
Yes.
So, based on this, okay, like of course, I had to check this out more, but the thing is, black has king f8 instead of g6.
Yeah, very nicely calculated. King to f8, queen takes g7, and now you go king to e8.
Queen takes g7, king e8, and now here maybe you can try c4.
That's right.
Like I'm not, like it's, one idea is now you're turning queen h8 check, king d7, e6. But I think here maybe black can go, maybe queen d4 is one candidate move, but queen d4 you have knight f5. Like maybe this somehow works, but I don't believe in this at all.
It was queen to a3 at this point. I think the very unpleasant move to face.
Yes, this is a nice move. You just stop all counterplay, and this. I mean, this has to be winning for black.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And well, you decided to go for rook to f1, and you got to this position. And then, how did you feel about your chances at this point? Because to our eyes, it looked very, very bad. c5, c4 was coming very quickly, and we didn't see a good way for you to stop it.
Yeah, it looks quite grim for white, because the queen on h4, it actually just has no squares.
Right.
Other than e7, there's like, I don't think there's a single square I can move the queen without hanging it. I think maybe rook d3 is, he played bishop e6, right, at some point, instead of,
yes.
I think he should have maybe kept the bishop on b3. I think c5 was maybe perhaps more precise here. c5, c4.
c5, c4.
But still, okay, it's not too easy, because somewhere, the whole point of this bishop takes h6 was that now there's always some perpetual. Like you can never play, say, rook d3 in peace, because maybe somewhere I have queen c8 check.
Yeah, without
maybe
the bishop
like
on
here
e6, that's a defensive piece as well. It protects your king very nicely.
Yes. And here maybe I can go h4, c4, h5, but okay, like this should be quite lost.
Yeah. And then you guys, he allowed you to enter this endgame after the exchange of the rooks, maybe a bit prematurely for him. Did you understand that this position is just equal?
Yeah, actually, I think when I spoke to him after the game, I think he said f6, he missed like f3. Because after f6, f3, okay, I get my queen on h4 finally gets some more breathing space, and now like rook e1 is already a threat. And now the thing is, since he's played f6, his king is also going to be quite weak, and now the queen side is also, this bishop on b6 is a really good piece, because now it kind of like shuts down the queen side for now.
Yeah.
And if I ever get rook e1, like now next move bishop takes a5 will be a threat.
Right.
Due to the hanging bishop on e6.
Yeah.
So I think already around f3, I was kind of getting a little bit more optimistic, like about my drawing chances.
Yeah.
And yeah, this opposite-colored bishop ending, I thought it might be a bit tricky, but I felt like in general it should be a draw. There's kind of 2 ways I can try to hold this. One idea is to do what I did in the game and bring the king to the king side and start pushing pawns. The other idea is try to keep the king on d4 and hold it like that.
I think the one you did was pretty practical.
Yes, because another issue is that, okay, you put the king on d4, you have to keep thinking every move.
Yeah. No,
like here, okay, you kind of get a forced line, and this is quite drawn. But the thing is, like if I keep the king on d4 and say somehow my king side gets frozen, it might seem like it's For example, say like in the worst of worst possible scenarios, if I have to go f4, g3, h4. I think that this might just be lost because with the pawns on, say, like g6, f5, black can keep the king on d6 and say, my king will be on b4 or d4. He can keep, if my king is on d4, he just has to cover the c4 square. And
You're
I
keeping
cannot
too
keep
many,
this bind.
too many pawns on the board, basically. And at some point, yes, you will get in trouble. No, I think you took the right decision, very good practical decisions along the way. It wasn't easy, but I have to say I was impressed with your defense. So congratulations. Go get some rest. Don't do too much training
Thank you.
after a 5-hour game. Don't do too much training.
Sure.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
It was an honor to play against a legend like Dominguez. I've grown up watching his games, and he's simply one of the best players in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Congratulations, Mishra. Seriously, a very, very big result. Difficult opponent, and it was very impressive defense indeed. Alice Lee is actually, she's winning now at this ending as...
she managed to transfer the king to the queen side, and
exactly.
now she started just grabbing the pawns.
Exactly. Bishop takes b4, bishop takes a5 as on her agenda. And then she can always, there you go, and then she can always, like, if Nasi was to get the knight into the f7 square, you can always sacrifice the bishop, and here she goes, f2 as well. Got to play king e2, bishop to e1. The knight is not going to stop the pawns
are just
from marching.
Too far away.
Exactly.
I know we talked about Alice starting kind of slowly, but if she manages to win, this is her
Wow.
third win in a row.
Exactly. And Fabi is looking good on his 3-win run. Alice Lee will be bouncing back into the competition.
And we have, by the way, transposition in the Talia Cervantes game against Tatev Abrahamian. They have rook endgame now.
What?
But I believe Talia is going to be keeping 2 extra pawns.
There's been more ups and downs and turns in this game than I can possibly fathom.
By the way, if you move it back, there was a really nice, this position. Tatev was trying to kind of trap the king because with the knight there are some forks.
Exactly. So the desirable king to b4, for example, one of your forks, check. And she ended up playing king d4 check and king check.
And you kind of have to give up the rook, but you know you recapture this knight on f4 with check.
That's the point.
You have this really important move, rook f5. So you keep defending pawn on f3 and you recapture that pawn on e4.
That's a really, really nasty intermezzo there. And probably you can return the favor suddenly too as well with a move like king b4. And that's a nice intermezzo for white.
I like that because if you capture the pawn on a4, you're right. Black can capture on g4.
Yep.
And then give a check and recapture that, and that would be a draw.
Oh my. I didn't realize I was just being flippant, but I didn't realize that precision was actually being required as well. So king b4 is a key move.
And Talia is taking time. She's not immediately recapturing that pawn. She's less than a minute on the clock, but she's thinking. I think she is considering this king b4 move.
I'm sure she'll find it as well, because the moment you see king takes a4, hg, and rook c4, you say, well, like, how can I prevent my opponent from doing that?
But the question is, what is different after, king b4, very well. So if I go rook d3.
Okay, rook d3.
Keeping the same threat.
Let me take a pawn.
I will take the pawn as well.
Ah, no, you're going to give me a check. Okay, getting tired here, and I thought, oh, now I'm winning 2 pawns. Not quite, check. Sorry, just a second.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are. Okay, take on
rook
h5.
e3. You do, like my decision.
Take on h5.
Okay.
And now rook c5.
Rook c5. So just lassoing the pawn this way.
Right. So that seems to be winning.
That's nice.
So she has
That's
to find this.
very simple. Nice. Okay.
Begim seems to be winning right now as well.
Okay, well, huge game going on there. Let's switch to Atousa. What? This is winning?
This should be winning, right?
Just a second.
Yeah, because the king can get to e2.
She had an easy draw. Well, easy for us to say that. Instead of rook to c8, just go behind on h8, defend the pawn.
And then
push the pawn
to
off the board.
h7.
Yes.
And then your king can never move and allow a check.
Yeah, so you go king e2, h6, e3, h7, and now that's it, more or less. There's no more moves. You go to e1, I go to e8, I pick up the e4, e3 pawn, and that's it.
Exactly.
So this would have been
the way to make
way
a
to
draw.
To make the draw. She played rook c8, but this is just a losing.
You're going to get into Lucina position, right?
Right. Well, she
right.
took the pawn on h5. Rook takes h5. Rook takes c4. King f3. Rook went back to c8,
And
aspiring
king to e2.
for, oops, excuse me, king to d2 to e1. King immediately to e2. And this is a win.
Also, Talia just blundered, guys.
No.
Rook to e3, she played rook to g5.
What?
And now she took on f3 a pawn.
What?
What? What is this, guys?
I think
rook
it's...
takes h4, that's it.
It's just tiredness.
Oh my goodness. So she did not spot that idea with rook to c5.
But why would you ever
But
play
even this,
G4
I mean, this is
takes
the
H5?
equal pawns right now, right?
But why would you play G4 takes H5 at all?
There's
We're
a
seeing a lot of blunders because
we're being
Irina
told-
too.
I mean, players are
what
playing
is
for
going-
5 hours.
Truly.
And they are getting into like very important decision making now.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Is that pawn running?
That pawn is definitely running. Now the question is, oh, you just go knight d4 next move. You pick up the pawn on b5 and then you get to f3 and that's it.
That's a bad bishop.
That's
so you
a
can
very-
never, wow, you can never promote that pawn.
So you don't actually go for the pawn. You don't actually go for the bishop.
Right.
With
so-
c6, c7.
So for example, bishop here, you don't try to pick up the bishop. On the contrary, you try to sacrifice your knight for the pawn so that your king quickly, whoop, 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 back to h1.
Wow.
I like that sound effects.
Well, in his Bob Ross art, you're supposed to go shh, shh, shh. You
Right,
make a whooshing sound. Alice Lee, by the way, has won her 3rd game in a row.
That's a good streak.
That's a very good streak.
Very good streak.
You can ask Fabi about it. As the final moves were, she did get the bishop to e1 as we saw, yeah, just at the very end here. So knight e5 and bishop e1 and then f, and this is what happened.
Because king is getting to c2.
And it's a girl. So Alice, wow. Well, just at the end, some blunders as tiredness creeps in after the 5th, 6th hour of play. This was bad, but
And by the way, we see knight d4 being played by Ruiyang.
let me jump to that game.
And she understood that she can run back with the king.
Wow. I'm just...
But this was in fact very important. Not to take on b5. After, first of all, yeah, if you take on b5, I just go h2. But let's say you take on b5, and now you go king f3. I still go bishop to e1.
And you stop me from getting
and
my
I
king.
stop you from, yes.
Nice.
So, yeah, no, very nicely done.
Spotted there by Ruiyang.
Now
So
she's
we're
planning to
expecting
go king f2.
King f2. And in case of bishop h2,
Then king
then
f3.
I go c6. Use my pawn as a distractor. Right? King f2 is...
King F2 is on the
all
board.
she has to do is get her king to h1 and it's the promised land of a draw.
So it's Alice, and it seems like Begim that will win, will be our last victors of today's round. What a game this was. Back and forth between these two ladies, I have to say.
I can't even imagine their emotional states after this. I mean, it's a roller coaster ride. This game.
Tatev knows she was winning.
Winning completely.
Then
Blundered,
she knows she was completely lost.
losing.
And Talia is the same situation. She knows she was completely losing, then
Wow.
winning, and then finally ended up in a draw.
Okay.
But this one seems like Begim knows how to do it. Just get the king to e1, push the pawn all the way to e2.
Give a
Then
check.
do the bridge, yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's an important victory.
And okay, here's the history buffs. So, which year did Lucena write the book for the Lucena position that this rook ending is a win?
I have no idea.
Coach,
Yeah,
you
sure.
got this.
Sure.
Yeah. You got this easy.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I have no idea. All right.
No, I'm trying to decide whether it was like 1488 or 1512. I've got different dates in my mind. I'm not sure myself. I just thought that was. Well, I remember Al-Suli the Magnificent from the
your good buddy,
the Islamic period where they had the when they were the best chess players in the world, and I remember this was fantastic. Dr. John Nunn, you know, he was very, very pleased. He had just 3-year project. He gives me his pawnless endings. He said, "Yasser, here's the perfect chess book." I was like, "What?" Says everything in this book, the analysis is perfect, everything. Computer checked, all the variations are sound. I was like amazed. So I opened up the book and it was like the first diagram was Arab manuscript, 8th century, rook and knight versus rook, winning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was correct.
Oh, wow.
They had worked it out from the 8th century and it was a manuscript. King e1, and unfortunately for Atousa, she's going to have to give up her rook for the pawn. Rook takes, rook d7 check, and the king will be forced to step into a skewer. And Begim,
I think that's it.
keeping
the pace.
Keeping the pace. Not easy with Carissa, who's winning so many games, 5 out of 6. And there you go.
The last attempt.
The last trick.
Don't go e1 queen. Don't get hasty with your promotion. Just give a check first.
Right. Stop, think.
Yeah.
Rook check.
That's it.
Yep.
Because now king to e3 will be met by e1 queen. What a back and forth affair in this one as well. I mean, that endgame.
Another one, yes.
Draw, lost, draw, lost, draw, lost.
And that leaves us with our final game, and it's the famous bishop and pawn, wrong color bishop, and it's a dead draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruiyang is just going to play king h1, king g1.
King h2.
King h2.
King h1.
Yep.
Chess is not fair.
Not fair at all.
But this is a draw. But it is.
I think we're going to see a stalemate. King f2 now.
h2. I would play h2.
You would play h2.
I go for h2, yes.
Irina's just still kind of like...
shell shock.
Yes.
h2. There we go.
You said it. Good call.
Well, thank you.
You should be a professional commentator.
I try.
What are you doing wasting your talents on Mizzou students? And we have young Alice Lee in studio. Cristian, take it away.
Alice, another round, another victory. That's a hat trick for you after a slow start. First of all, congratulations. Your emotions right now.
Yeah, I'm very happy with this game, especially since I feel like out of the opening I didn't really get much, and I was okay with the draw. So I definitely like winning was really great for me. And yeah, because it definitely was like she was the one who was like kind of slightly pushing, but then something happened, and I thought then it became like easier for me to play, and it was really nice to be able to win.
At what point did you feel like things are getting easier for you to play?
So I would say, so when she played like bishop takes d7, or when she took my one of my minor pieces, and then she allowed me to like take her bishop back instead of taking her knight. It was like bishop takes d4. I don't know.
Got
it
it.
was around
Somewhere around here. Take, bishop takes f6. Once you got the two bishops.
Yeah, okay, so after bishop f3, bishop a5, and then she took my bishop, I thought because if she played knight c4, I'd probably play like rook c8 and just go. I was planning that to then like, I mean, I didn't have to immediately take the knight, but I thought then at some point I probably would end up taking the knight, so it'd just be a draw.
Opposite
but
color
then
bishops,
after
why
she
not?
played,
Just a draw.
yeah, after she played bishop takes d5, I'm assuming it still probably had to be a draw, but I thought then it became easier for me because my rook gets active, and yeah, so here I knew like this I win a pawn, but of course it's very hard for her to play and defend this ending, and eventually in time trouble I think she made a few mistakes.
It wasn't easy, but you managed to grind her down in this one. Congratulations, Alice. Big game, big streak for you, and it seems like things are finally working your way once again in this tournament.
Yeah.
Great to see you in great shape.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Our congratulations as well, Alice, as we put the finishing touches on this round 6. Very strange round. No results in the open section, and wow, Mishra saving that position. I'm still rather stunned.
And so many difficult endgames in the women's section.
Exactly.
Up and down positions, draw, it's winning, it's draw.
It's winning. This position, as Alice was talking, and she was saying to the audience, she felt even though she had won this pawn on f2, she thought the position was still a draw, and I think she's right. I'm a little bit stunned that Nasi, exactly here in this position, didn't just aspire to put her knight on f5 right away, just as a stunt. This move f5, she kind of allowed Alice to get use of her pawns as we were about, and this was what I meant to say, that when Alice could use her pawns, then the chances of victory, and she ran away with it. She won the game. And very impressive and determined young lady, Cristian.
Oh yeah, and to start off so slowly with 2 losses in the first 3 rounds and then turn things completely around, 180. I mean, that's truly impressive, I have to say. I'm very impressed with her composure during these games, during these difficult moments, because she hasn't had a lot of difficult moments throughout her chess career. Things have been pretty smooth for her ascent, right?
What a great year she's having up until rounds 1, 2, 3. And
Exactly,
this one,
but she was unfazed. After that, she managed to get herself back up. And right now, with a hat-trick, she's back in contention, despite the fact that Carissa and Begim are trying to run away with the event. But still, you see Irina 1 point, and she's still behind both of them, and she still has to play Begim at 1 point in the tournament, and Alice Lee is catching fire.
Exactly.
Also, Anna Zatonskih, by the way, she's on 3.5 there. She's around.
She's in the discussion. Hans Niemann still doing incredibly well. 4 out of 6. He didn't come in as, let's say, the top half of the draw. Now, if you talk to Hans, he says he's the big favorite, but that's a different discussion we're having. Kate, who else is in that group? Whoa, we're about to see our, well,
okay, all right. You guys are there. Okay.
Look, you had no choice. I mean, Begim will beat you if you did say your student was going to win the event.
That's probably true. That's probably true.
And Sabina was doing very well. Well,
I cannot believe neither of you picked Carissa. This is a shame.
Well, and the only reason you were forced to pick Niemann as a podcaster, of course you wanted to go with your buddy,
look, it's skill.
BFF.
It's we're doing pretty well, right?
Right.
Look, that's professional commentary right there. It's skill.
And just as we're waiting for Begim to join us, I just wanted to say that once again it was a very strange day, especially when compared to yesterday.
Oh yeah.
10 victories out of 12 games, and then suddenly it was like in the open section, all draws.
In the open section, it was very different than what we've seen yesterday, right? But yesterday was an anomaly, in my opinion.
Truly, like
Look,
crazy.
everybody somehow wanted to win. Everybody was getting imbalanced positions and making mistakes. We don't see that very often, right? It was an anomaly. They're back to the usual situation, and they still are getting a lot of opportunities.
Sure.
Leinier, what
Had
an
a big one.
amazing game he played today with the black pieces. I mean, to get a winning position with the black pieces is never easy, especially against a prepared opponent such as Mishra. But unfortunately for him, it just wasn't meant to be. He missed a bit at the right moment.
Agreed. But for me also, I just want to say, look, I mean, love him or hate him, hats off to Hans Niemann. He didn't want to make a draw early. He kept playing, he kept fighting. Okay, the game ended in a draw, but it wasn't because he was trying to make a peaceful result with the black pieces from move one.
He really tried. He tried
Exactly.
whatever he could, but it just wasn't there. And one person we can also mention is Sam Shankland. He got another rook endgame, another pawn down, but technical rook endgame, and this time he managed to make a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Something like 5 rook endings out of the 6 games he's played. Sam's been amazing.
There's a tendency for him, right? He's getting drawn to those rook endgames. Maybe after you write in the book, you kind of start looking for the type of positions that you've analyzed.
You spent 3 years writing a rook and pawn endgame book, and suddenly every ending you play is a rook ending. But we have special guests in studio.
We do. Our last victor of the day is with us, Begim. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations. This was a difficult game. It didn't seem like it's going your way out of the opening, at least not more than a draw. It seems like you did equalize with the black pieces, but in the end game, you tried and pushed, and finally it paid off. How are you feeling right now?
Hi guys, thank you so much. I'm a bit tired. I did expect a long game because she plays e4, e5, this bishop, like, you know, Spanish, and then c4 lines is also possible. So I didn't expect much. I just tried to get a game basically and then have a long game, but I didn't expect it was going to be that long. And of course, she was totally fine even in the middle game, but she started to burn a lot of time, and when she had time trouble, I think she just misevaluated the position. I thought she missed king d7, king d6 idea. After that, she should be very careful. And after the time...
king d7, king d6 at move 34 as we were getting close to the second time control.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think she thought it's going to be very comfortable draw, but suddenly my position is slightly better and I can just push. I can play g5, h4, and then go back with the rook. It's just going to be like forever torture for her.
And it was at this moment, after knight to c2, where she should have taken your pawn, but instead shied away from that.
I was very upset about it. Yeah, I was very upset about it. I felt like I should be winning. I thought I will be winning after rook c5, and after she played rook c5, I started to calculate, and I didn't really see anything.
No.
Knight e3, king e1.
And now she has to go back to e1, and perhaps that was the move that she didn't like making.
Exactly.
Because if she does go to c1, you have rook to a1, and this is in fact a win for you.
Yeah, I saw that one. Like king, she needs to hold the king on e1, and suddenly I just don't have anything.
That's right.
And I said like it's okay. Anyways, knight c2 is my best try, and she played rook c3. Now I'm pushing in. I have a pawn up. Probably rook endgame at some point. It was a draw. Even instead of king e3, king g5 was a better try, but she just had no time at that point.
This rook endgame was very, very difficult, and we were looking at the best moves. We couldn't understand it with the help of the engine. So I don't blame you for missing a couple of things here and there. For example, at this point, rook to a3 was not the right move. Rook to b3 was the win, so that you hide the king on the b file whenever she starts giving you checks. Which is, I mean, this type of details definitely not easy to understand. King to f3, once again winning with this move, rook to d6, but you play the move e4. And you mentioned...
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was thinking, actually, at this point, I stopped a little bit. I felt like e4 and rook d6 are good options. I felt like rook d6 is winning.
Yes.
For some reason, I just had the feeling. But my brain is, thinking, and e4 seems logical in the position.
Push the pawns.
But I just... Yeah, exactly. I just had a feeling rook d6, she doesn't have any checks. She needs to move the king, and I'm winning a tempo.
That's
somehow. And then king g4, e4 is winning. So I thought there's no difference. And then I started to realize that there is a huge difference actually in between. So it's just my pawns are running here.
And as you were mentioning, king to g5 was in fact also a very good move for her instead of king to e3.
Yeah.
She did play king to e3, and still it wasn't easy. Check, check. And now, after king to e3, she had this final opportunity to make the draw with rook to h8. Did you spot this one?
But it's ridiculous, no?
You want to go h6, h7?
Yeah, just
I can
push.
see that, yeah. I thought it's a good idea, actually, for her to play that. I wasn't sure if I'm queening or not. I thought, okay, she has time trouble. If she finds everything right, what can I do?
Yeah.
So I just thought it's my final try.
And it paid off.
I saw that she has this idea, yeah.
And it paid off because she played.
I believe that this endgame should be a draw, but I couldn't figure out how. I can see the options. She can see the options, but it's just so hard to calculate and evaluate the position.
Maybe with a few hours on the clock, it would be easier. With just a couple of seconds,
Absolutely.
never easy. Well, Begim, congratulations once again. You're keeping pace with Carissa in this one. She's not letting go. You're not letting go. This is going to be a race to the finish line. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Our congratulations as well, Begim. As
5 out of 6.
Wow.
I mean,
these are monster scores. I mean, that was very, very impressive. Again, the tenacity of Fabi has been amazing, but also the two ladies scoring 5 out of 6. You really have to be determined.
Oh, yeah.
Cristian, come on, you win 3 games. You're so satisfied with yourself. Yeah. You give another draw, it's easy. No. To keep the accelerator.
This is not an open tournament.
No.
You're not getting easy games,
not
any
at
of
all.
the rounds, right?
No.
You're playing the best chess players in the United States every single round. And as you guys mentioned, to win 5 games out of 6, that's absolutely an incredible score for both of these ladies. Fabiano and Hans also having great events up to this point. A lot of topsy-turvy situations, and I'm sure we're going to see way more in the upcoming rounds as the stakes are getting higher and higher, and we're going to see the nerves play a crucial role in the next few rounds. I cannot wait to call all the action.
Exactly, Cristian. Thank you. And some tiredness at the end because we did see some mistakes. Inevitable. They're going to creep up. You play 5-6 hour game and you just, wow.
But it's kind of fun for us to see how the games are up and down, because people sometimes think okay, you have an advantage, you push for it, you win. It's never that simple.
No, it's really
way more difficult than that.
Absolutely. Kate, wonderful calling
Great
the
day.
action with you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, sharing your day with us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Make this the best show of chess that it possibly can be. And in the meanwhile, a good night. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.